Chief Secretary Paxton. There's no need to look so gloomy. I'm just laughing bitterly. It's clear now that Father won't send a single soldier to Kangju. We have no choice but to rely on ourselves. At this point, all we can do is give it our best and leave the rest to fate. Since that's the case, why not go all out? Not only will I demand money and grain from King Hardy, but I'll also demand them from Father. Those who want to watch me fail will have to pay for the show. Aldous, who had been laughing heartily, suddenly stopped and spoke seriously. Orpheus cursed, "Your Highness is right. Those bastards want to sit back and reap the benefits. No way." Ugh. Morley sighed deeply, feeling sorrow for the great Gabriel Empire. This incident had revealed the true intentions of the non-imperial princes. Even Care could no longer issue decrees entirely according to his own will. Ignoring Morley, who he found too verbose, Orpheus asked, "So, Your Highness, are you planning to go to Jinling City to find King Hardy? Why should I go to him? King Hardy will come to me." In Jinling City, at King Hardy's mansion. Just as Aldous had predicted, King Hardy was furious after receiving the imperial edict. The servants in the mansion were all trembling with fear. "Third brother, why are you so angry?" Princess Camilla, who was still staying in Jinling City, had been startled by King Hardy's shouting and came to see what was happening. She soon learned that King Hardy had received news from Nightblumen, ordering him and Prince Henry to defend Kangju at all costs. King Hardy's face was red with anger. HMPH, it's obvious that the court has been manipulated by the other princes. They want to deliberately weaken my forces and force me into direct conflict with the barbarians. And my brother, the Emperor, how could he fall for that third prince's poisonous scheme? That third prince truly lives up to his nickname. Venomous Snake. His plan is indeed ruthless, but it also hits the Emperor's weak spot. I know my brother well. He cares most about his throne. At his age, he just wants a few more years of peace and stability, Princess Camilla said. King Hardy fumed. He gets to enjoy peace, but what about me? If Kangju falls and the barbarians cross Kingju, where will I have left to stand? My brother has been blinded by these people. This plan harms two imperial princes and further weakens the royal family. Princess Camilla frowned. King Hardy had hit the nail on the head. If Prince Henry and King Hardy were destroyed, the only remaining imperial prince would be Prince Brandon. I suppose my brother had no choice. Look at the ministers advocating for peace. Almost all of them are aligned with Prince Lark, Prince Doran, and Prince Brandon. If my brother insisted on war, he risked these princes not only refusing to help the royal family, but even aiding the barbarians. Besides, the barbarians invading Kangju is ultimately Prince Henry's problem. After all, when the barbarians invaded Prince Lark's territory in the past, he had to handle it alone, Princess Camilla explained. King Hardy slowly exhaled. Princess Camilla's words left him speechless. When the barbarians had attacked Prince Lark in the past, he too had stood by and watched. However, back then, Care had provided money, grain, and equipment. Fine, it seems I have no way out this time. If Prince Henry can't hold Kangju, I may not be able to defend my own territory either. Princess Camilla smiled. Actually, brother, you don't need to worry too much. If Prince Henry can hold Kangju, the great Gabriel Empire will remain stable. He can hold Kangju, King Hardy sneered. Although Prince Henry has done some impressive things recently, it all seems a bit childish. Brother, while that may be true, if you want to minimize the losses in Hardy, you'll have to set aside your prejudices and help Prince Henry. Let him do the heavy fighting for you. That way you'll have fewer problems to deal with. King Hardy nodded. That's a good point. It seems I'll have to make another trip to Kingju to discuss this matter with Prince Henry. Indeed. If that's the case, I'll have my people in the court stop causing trouble for Aldous over the noble families, Princess Camilla said. This Prince Henry really doesn't know if he's unlucky or fortunate. A few days later, a large fleet set sail from Jinling City, slowly making its way to Kingju. 3 days later, the fleet arrived at the docks outside Kingju City. At the docks, Aldous was waiting on horseback. Just as he had expected, King Hardy couldn't wait to see him. King Hardy disembarked from the ship and rushed toward Aldous, embracing him tightly when he reached him. Aldous coughed. Third uncle, you're going to crush me. King Hardy laughed heartily and patted Aldous's shoulder. Nephew, you've gotten so thin. This time, your uncle has brought you many good things to help you regain your strength. As he spoke, he glanced back at the crates being unloaded from the ship. Aldous clasped his hands in gratitude. If that's the case, then I thank you, uncle. No need for thanks. I'm sure you understand why I'm here this time. I may have to rely on you quite a bit, King Hardy said. Aldous smiled. So, uncle, you've heard the news too. Those good-for-nothings in Nightbloomin are so scared of the barbarians they can't even keep their pants on. This time they're making the two of us face the barbarians. It's outrageous. King Hardy was equally furious. Exactly, if I had been in court, I would have drawn my sword and cut down those cowards. As they walked and talked, it was now noon. Aldous said, "Third uncle, I've prepared a banquet by the lotus pond outside the city. Why don't we go there?" King Hardy was taken aback. He knew about Aldous' execution of the local noble families by the lotus pond. By arranging the banquet there, Aldous was likely reminding him that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Forcing an awkward laugh, King Hardy pretended not to understand and said, let's go. It's good to be outside. Enjoying the scenery while eating is wonderful, just wonderful." Surrounded by their guards, the two arrived at the lotus pond, where a banquet had already been set up. Servants were bustling about. Aldous invited King Hardy to sit down and then said, "It's just a simple meal. I hope you don't mind, uncle." King Hardy glanced at the many dishes he had never seen before and said, "Nephew, you're too modest. This visit isn't about the food, but about discussing how to deal with the barbarians' southern invasion." Aldous pretended not to understand. "Didn't father make it clear? The two of us are to defend Kangju together. Since you're older and your fiefdom is much wealthier than my Kingju, naturally, you'll be the main force in defending Kangju." King Hardy's expression tightened. He knew that even if Aldous was foolish, he wouldn't be easily fooled on this matter. He said, "That's true, but I'm afraid the battlefield is unpredictable. My troops have to travel a long distance and may not arrive in time. If we lose Kangju because of that, wouldn't it harm you, nephew?" By the lotus pond, the blood that once stained the ground had long been washed away by a heavy rain. The serene scenery made it impossible to tell that a brutal battle had taken place here not long ago. The King of Hardy smiled as he watched Aldous, waiting for his response. "Third uncle, if Kangju cannot be held, can your fiefdom truly withstand the onslaught? Or are you still counting on the kings of Madoc and Chu to come to your rescue?" Aldous said coolly. Now he no longer needed to spare the King of Hardy's pride. The recent court debate had made it clear to him that the great Gabriel Empire was overrun with treacherous ministers, its vassal kings harboring nothing but malice, while his father, the Emperor, clung to his lofty ambitions yet refused to relinquish his extravagant luxuries. No one could help him, he would have to endure this alone. The King of Hardy looked awkward. "Nephew, you know full well my relationship with the kings of Madoc and Chu. If they don't take this chance to kick me while I'm down, I'd consider myself lucky. This time, I believe only by joining forces can we overcome this crisis together. Don't you agree?" Aldous thought this at least sounded reasonable. Before, the King of Hardy's words had been nothing more than an attempt to use him as a pawn. The King of Hardy froze. He hadn't expected Aldous to be so direct. With a bitter smile, he dropped his usual jovial demeanor. It seemed his nephew could no longer be judged by his past self. "Since you've put it so bluntly, I won't mince words either. Must have seen through the schemes of those vassal kings, especially the King of Chu. He's likely waiting for the barbarians to sweep through the north, wiping out the other vassal kings for him. As for the kings of Lark and the others, they clearly have no desire to provoke the barbarians, hence the seemingly contradictory decisions in court. Behind it all, this is nothing more than a power struggle among the vassal kings." The King of Hardy spoke slowly. He paused, then continued. "The Emperor was forced into a corner this time. Over the years, the imperial family has poured money and grain into resisting the barbarians, only to enrich the likes of the kings of Lark, Durin, and Brandon. Meanwhile, the southern vassal kings have grown fat off our efforts, growing stronger while the imperial family weakens. If the barbarians invade and destroy the two of us, the balance between the imperial family and the vassal kings will tip irreversibly. At that point, it would only be a matter of time before the throne changes hands." Aldous nodded. The King of Hardy's words struck at the heart of the matter. Clearly, this was a sinister plot by the vassal kings to further weaken the imperial family, paving the way for their own ambitions. After the first generation of vassal kings from the founding emperor's era passed, any semblance of loyalty between the imperial family and the vassal kings had vanished. Their ever-expanding ambitions in this brutal age would inevitably lead to endless turmoil. Third uncle sees things clearly, but as it stands, father has no other choice. Right now, he can only rely on us. If we hold firm, we can thwart their schemes, Aldous said. The King of Hardy had said all this to redirect Aldous' resentment toward the other vassal kings, drawing them closer in alliance. He replied, "So you see, it's not that I'm unwilling to help you, I must also guard against unforeseen threats." Aldous smirked inwardly. Had he been the original Aldous, he might have actually considered this so-called imperial kinship. But the truth was, he had no real ties to the King of Hardy or even Emperor Care. Nightblumen, the only person he cared about, was Fiora, his mother in this life, who still treated him with maternal concern. As for defending Kangju, he truly didn't want the King of Hardy's men involved. The man was more than capable of stabbing him in the back. He sighed. "Ah, I was too naive. Third Uncle's foresight is truly profound. In that case, I'll lead the Kingju army to defend the city with all our might. If we're overwhelmed, I hope you'll reinforce us in time." The King of Hardy was overjoyed but kept his expression neutral. Feigning emotion, he grasped Aldous' hand. "Nephew, if we repel the barbarians, I'll personally commend your merits to the Emperor." Aldous smiled politely, then shifted the topic. "I must thank Third Uncle for this. While I can defend Kangju, you must have seen my memorial to Nightblumen. I'll need your help with this matter." The King of Hardy's hand twitched. Last time Aldous had extorted a hefty sum from him, was he about to demand more now? But since he needed Aldous to hold off the barbarians, he couldn't refuse. Reluctantly, he said, "I do have some iron and coal. If you need them, I'll have them sent to Kangju." "Then I must thank you again, Third Uncle. With enough iron and coal, Kangju might still stand a chance. Otherwise, even if I wish to defend it for you, I fear I won't have the strength." Aldous sighed. The King of Hardy's lips twitched. He had planned to offer a token amount to placate Aldous, but now he didn't dare. Iron and coal were just a matter of silver, and the King of Hardy was known as the wealthiest man in the Empire. He could afford it. But if the barbarians breached his lands, his losses would be catastrophic. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Don't worry, nephew. Even if I have to buy it, I'll ensure you have enough iron and coal. Again, my deepest gratitude, Third Uncle. Now let's eat and drink." The banquet was ready. Aldous raised his cup, inviting the King of Hardy to join him. As he drank, Aldous glanced at the King of Hardy, only to find the king glancing back at him. The two exchanged a smile, one a seasoned fox, the other a young one. For this banquet, Aldous had the palace kitchen prepare many dishes he had personally taught them. The King of Hardy, a known gourmand, savored every bite, praising the flavors endlessly. By the end of the feast, the King of Hardy was thoroughly satisfied. Having arrived in Kangju at noon, the King of Hardy couldn't possibly return today. Aldous instructed Myal to arrange accommodations for him in the palace. Unlike last time, after tasting such delicacies, the King of Hardy was inclined to linger in Kangju for a few more days and didn't refuse the arrangement. With the King of Hardy's promise, the Kangju army's shortage of ore would be temporarily alleviated. For Aldous, this was far from enough. In this era, even in the King of Hardy's fiefdom, the output of coal and iron was pitifully low. The entire Great Gabriel Empire's annual production likely couldn't meet Kangju's current demands. After all, in the modern world, a single steel mill's yearly output could surpass the entire ancient world's combined production. "Your Highness, next should be the King of Brandon, right?" After the banquet ended, the King of Hardy, surrounded by his guards, retired to the palace. At this moment, Theodore suddenly spoke to Aldous. Aldous nodded. This time, being forced to play the fool and defend Kangju, he certainly wouldn't do it without sufficient benefits. From south to north, east to west, he intended to extort them all. Even if he couldn't get anything, he would at least send letters. At a time like this, expecting him to spend silver to buy coal and iron was nothing short of treachery. He could easily use this as grounds to complain to Care. Right, the King of Brandon, the King of Lark, the King of Madoc, none of them should be spared. Send letters to all of them. Whoever refuses to contribute will submit memorials to Nightblumen, Aldous said. His memorial had mentioned using silver to purchase supplies, but the premise was that the other vassal kings would send troops in support. Now with him standing alone, if they weren't willing to pay for his efforts, who would willingly play the fool? Theodore smirked mischievously. "Your Highness, leave this matter to me. I'll make sure these vassal kings cough up something." Acknowledging the order, Theodore and Morley headed to the governor's office. Aldous then made his way to Kangju City. With the King of Hardy here, he would undoubtedly try to gather intelligence about the city. Aldous needed a lion to stay vigilant, especially regarding the artillery molds being crafted in the armaments department. For submitting his memorial to Nightblumen, he had already summoned Henry to study the issue of artillery molds day and night. Given the current situation, bronze cannons were out of the question. He couldn't afford them. Even if he gathered all the copper in his fiefdom, he could only produce a few at most. Bronze cannons weren't much better. King Zhu lacked significant reserves of copper, lead, or tin. After much deliberation, he could only opt for cast iron cannons. Although cast iron cannons were less durable than bronze or copper ones and more prone to sudden explosions, given the short time frame, this was the only way to produce more artillery. Thanks to blast furnace iron smelting and crucible steelmaking, King Zhu's steel output had increased dramatically. Moreover, the knowledge repository contained ready-made information on cast iron cannons. He didn't need to go through the trial and error phase of early cannon development, but could directly apply mature casting techniques to produce them. Even so, some technical challenges remained insurmountable. The success rate for cast iron cannons was estimated at only 30–40%. In other words, for every 10 cannons produced, only 3 or 4 would be usable, as many barrels would crack during cooling due to thermal expansion and contraction. The internal mold water cooling technique required to ensure barrel integrity was beyond King Zhu's current capabilities. They would need steam engines before even considering it. As Aldous had anticipated, the King of Hardy was not one to sit idly by in King Zhu. His men were busy gathering information about recent interesting events in the city. Naturally, most of what they learned revolved around the noble families, followed by novelties like newspapers and glass. Newspapers, how intriguing. Newspapers were plentiful in the Henry Palace, and the King of Hardy easily obtained a copy from Aldous to peruse. Aldous stayed close to the King of Hardy, doing his best to keep this restless uncle in check. Rather than letting him snoop around, it was better to show him what could be revealed. "Third uncle, if you like it, you could try something similar in your fiefdom," Aldous said, subtly leading the King of Hardy into a trap. The reason he could publish newspapers was due to movable type printing and advanced papermaking techniques. That won't be necessary, though it's similar to the notices at the city gates. The King of Hardy was no fool. The identical script in the newspapers clearly wasn't handwritten by scholars. Aldous undoubtedly had a special method, but the King of Hardy wasn't particularly interested. To him, letting commoners know so much was pointless. After glancing at the newspaper, the King of Hardy picked up a piece of glass. "Nephew, the barbarian invasion must have hit your business hard, no?" With war looming, merchants usually fled from danger, especially since most were connected to various vassal kings. Yet, far from declining, King Zhu's commerce seemed more bustling than ever. Merchants worried about the war speculated that if King Zhu fell, its goods would become rare treasures, driving prices sky high. Indeed, it has. My King Zhu Chamber of Commerce has actually been earning more silver lately. We've received plenty of goods in lieu of payment: grain, copper, iron, cloth, and the like. That's precisely why I dare defend King Zhu. The King of Hardy seethed inwardly. He didn't know what evil spirit had possessed this kid, but lately everything seemed to go his way. Meanwhile, despite his earlier maneuvering, the King of Hardy found himself plagued by misfortune. "This glass is quite remarkable. I'd like to buy some on my return. How much do you have left?" The King of Hardy changed the subject. Once glass production scaled up and artisans honed their skills, output increased rapidly. King Zhu now had a substantial stockpile. "Third uncle, you can have as much as you want," Aldous replied. The King of Hardy nodded, enamored with the glass. He planned to use it lavishly to decorate his palace upon returning. However, he had also heard that glass wasn't cheap. A single bottle cost at least 20 or 30 taels of silver. In truth, another reason Aldous stayed close to the King of Hardy was to ensure he quickly sent someone back to his fiefdom to arrange the delivery of coal and iron. Having seen King Zhu's novelties, the King of Hardy was somewhat satisfied. Yet he knew King Zhu's real secrets lay in the armaments department, a place no outsider had ever entered. "Very well, I'll have someone prepare silver to exchange for glass and gather iron and coal to send to King Zhu," the King of Hardy said slowly. Summoning a guard, he whispered a few instructions and the man departed. Then, the King of Hardy turned to Aldous. "Nephew, if the barbarians breach King Zhu, your prosperous King Zhu will be lost. Soap, glass, fine wine, all will become extinct. The great Gabriel Empire's vibrant world will be destroyed. By then, no matter how much you have, there'll be nowhere to sell it." "Third uncle speaks wisely," Aldous said lazily. This was precisely why he had to defend King Zhu at all costs. The great Gabriel Empire couldn't afford chaos, not yet. If order collapsed, where would he sell his goods? Without silver, how could he develop his fiefdom? At the very least, he and the King of Hardy shared a common goal this time: to temporarily maintain the empire's fragile balance for their own ends. As they spoke, Mayo called from outside the door, "Your Highness." "What is it?" Aldous asked. "There's a man named Asa Riddle at the gate requesting an audience. He claims to be the son of General Riddle Jacob." PFFT, the King of Hardy spat out his tea. Aldous was also slightly startled. Bernard was the leading figure of the great Gabriel Empire's hawkish faction. Every time the barbarians invaded, General Riddle Jacob was always the first to advocate for war. In fact, this general had clashed with the barbarians multiple times, with victories and defeats evenly split, earning him immense prestige within the imperial army. Asa was Bernard's second son. Back in Nightblumen, Aldous and Asa had been quite familiar with each other, though not in a friendly way. Rather, they had been mutually antagonistic. At the time, Asa had despised Aldous's reckless behavior in Nightblumen. On several occasions, Asa had thwarted Aldous's attempts to forcibly take common women for himself. The King of Hardy composed himself and sighed. "General Riddle is truly a pillar of the state. He must have sent Asa here to assist your highness. General Riddle has always advocated using war to stop war against the barbarians. Unfortunately, his stance is too lofty and few support him. This time, he must be acting out of sheer desperation," Aldous said. He then turned to Ziwai. "Bring him in at once." Asa pays his respects to His Highness the Aldous and His Highness the King of Hardy. Noticing the King of Hardy in the main hall, Asa was momentarily surprised but quickly bowed. Aldous stood and helped Asa up. "No need for formalities, second brother. Seeing you here in Kingju brings me great joy. Please take a seat." Asa bowed again before sitting down in the lower seat. The King of Hardy smiled. "Second brother, what brings you to Kingju?" Though they had speculated earlier, they still needed to confirm Asa's purpose for coming. Asa replied, "With the barbarians invading and the court filled with voices advocating peace, my father could no longer stand it. He sent me to Kingju to assist your highness in thwarting the barbarians' southern advance. Just as I thought, General Riddle is truly wise and righteous. This prince deeply admires him. I too will spare no effort in this matter. Second brother, if you don't mind, why not join my army? We can plan our resistance together," the King of Hardy said with a hearty laugh. Asa's expression shifted slightly. His father had explicitly instructed him to come to Kingju to assist Aldous, not the King of Hardy. The King of Hardy's words put him in an awkward position. Aldous inwardly cursed the King of Hardy for his shamelessness, which was truly unparalleled in the world. No wonder the King of Hardy had thrived. His sheer audacity was enough to guarantee his success. He glanced sideways at the King of Hardy. "Third uncle. Second brother clearly stated he's here to assist me. Isn't it inappropriate for you to poach him like this? Unless, of course, you're planning to lead the Hardy army to defend the city in my stead." I was merely making conversation, just idle talk." The King of Hardy immediately deflated. As the saying went, a tiger father does not beget a dog son. Asa had inherited his father's martial prowess. Having followed General Riddle Jacob onto the battlefield and personally fought the barbarians, he was well versed in countering them. Moreover, Asa was renowned for his exceptional combat skills. Ordinary generals were no match for him. Once, he had single-handedly charged into barbarian ranks to behead a centurion. Earning widespread fame, it was precisely for this reason that the King of Hardy had shamelessly tried to recruit him. Asa's eyes flickered between Aldous and the King of Hardy. He was not just brave but also astute, recognizing that the apparent harmony between the two was merely superficial. This aligned perfectly with his father's warning. The King of Hardy would not genuinely resist the barbarians and would undoubtedly use Aldous as cannon fodder. Though the vassal kings of different surnames harbored their own schemes, the imperial vassal kings were no different. The two were bound to engage in covert struggle. That was why his father had instructed him to go directly to Kingju, because no matter what, Kangju was part of Aldous's fiefdom. There was no escaping this fate. Ignoring the King of Hardy, Aldous addressed Asa. "Second brother, with the barbarians invading, Kingju is sorely lacking in talent. Your arrival is truly timely. As for my past offenses in Nightblumen, I hope you can forgive me." Asa's impression of Aldous was still rooted in their Nightblumen days. Had his father not ordered him to come, he would never have willingly served under Aldous. Still, he thought that once the barbarian crisis was resolved, he could return home. Enduring this temporarily was bearable. He said, "Your Highness, as long as we can stop the barbarians, let's not dwell on past trivialities." Aldous nodded. "Well said. I'll have Colonel Orpheus come over to take you to the army for an inspection." Asa agreed. He had little to say to Aldous and preferred to see the state of the Kingju army's training firsthand. The King of Hardy seemed deflated, clearly displeased that Asa would remain with the Kingju army. This barbarian invasion had indeed brought Aldous no small number of advantages. Aldous immediately sent for Orpheus. With war imminent, Orpheus alone might not be enough to handle everything. Though he wasn't familiar with Asa either, the man was a figure of renown. If he could be of use, all the better. "Your Highness, you summon me." Moments later, Orpheus arrived in the main hall. He had been training the Kingju army and was still clad in his plate armor. The heavy armor, combined with his towering and muscular frame, made Orpheus appear exceptionally fierce. Upon seeing Orpheus, Asa seemed intrigued, his expression brightening with excitement. His eyes first swept over Orpheus's plate armor before settling on the man himself. "So this is the Colonel Orpheus who retook Kangju 3 years ago. Truly, meeting you in person surpasses hearing your name. You are indeed a formidable warrior," Asa said. Orpheus studied Asa, noting his imperial army uniform, and looked puzzled. "And you are?" "This is Asa, the second son of General Riddle Jacob," Aldous explained. Orpheus exclaimed, "An honor, so you're the renowned Asa." The two instantly recognized a kindred spirit in each other. Aldous said, "Colonel Banks, Asa has come to Kingju to assist us in resisting the barbarians. For the foreseeable future, he'll be working alongside you in the Kingju army. Take good care of him." Hearing this, Orpheus beamed. "Your Highness, rest assured. Asa is our guest. This general will ensure he's well looked after." "Colonel Banks, there's no need for formalities. I'm here to assist His Highness. You remain in command of the army. Simply let me know where I'm needed," Asa said. Watching the three interact so warmly, the King of Hardy grew increasingly sour. He said, "Nephew, I won't linger in Kingju any longer. I'll return tomorrow to expedite the delivery of iron and coal. I trust you'll do everything in your power to hold Kangju." Aldous couldn't wait for him to leave. He had no time to entertain him now. "Third uncle, don't worry, I'll give it my all." The next day, the King of Hardy and his grand fleet departed from Kingju's docks. Aldous watched the fleet with envy, wondering when Kingju would have such a mighty fleet of its own. In Kingju's shipyard, his galleons were still under intense construction. He could only hope that, as Doran had promised, they would have 3 galleon warships by the end of the year. Once the cannons were mounted on the galleons, he would take his first step into the era of sailing warships. But the thought of cannons gave him another headache. The battlefield demanded a large number of them, which meant yet another heavy burden. It seemed that building a powerful navy truly required endless investment. After seeing off the King of Hardy, Aldous headed straight to the armaments department. Henry and the craftsmen were busy casting iron molds. The knowledge repository in Aldous's mind was filled with cannon casting methods. Naturally, Aldous wouldn't repeat the mistakes of his predecessors. This time, he adopted the iron mold casting method, a technique that had existed since ancient times but wasn't applied to cannon production until the Liu dynasty. Sometimes the difficulty wasn't the technology itself, but discovering it. Now, Aldous had taught Henry and the others the complete iron mold casting technique. For these skilled craftsmen, mastering it was only a matter of time through experimentation. "Your Highness, we're currently making the clay cannon mold," Henry said as soon as he noticed Aldous's arrival. The cannon casting project had kept him awake for days, constantly pondering the method Aldous had taught him. The weapon Aldous called a cannon filled Henry with excitement. As Aldous had said, if the cannons were successfully cast, Henry's name would go down in history. But after days of leading the craftsmen in attempts, he realized cannon production wasn't so simple. It had already failed several times just making the molds. Looking at the pile of failed clay molds, Aldous asked, "Failed again?" Henry looked exhausted and ashamed. "Your Highness, the craftsmen are still unfamiliar with the process. The clay molds keep failing, but now that they've gained some experience, I think we're close." Aldous nodded and observed the craftsmen shaping the clay molds. The iron mold casting process began with dividing the cannon into 4 to 7 sections based on size and creating a clay model for each. Then for each section, a 2-part iron mold was made using the clay model. The inner surface was smoothed with a turning tool to ensure precision before being dried for use. Pre-made handles were embedded in the clay molds, becoming part of the iron mold during casting. To cast the iron mold, the first section was placed upside down on a clay slab. One half of the mold was filled with clay and dried, before being covered with another slab and clamped tightly for casting. Once the first half was cast, the process was repeated for the other half. This step-by-step method produced a complete set of interlocking iron molds. For actual cannon casting, the inner surface of the iron mold was coated first with a mixture of fine rice husk ash and sand, followed by a second layer of finely ground coal dust. The mold was then heated, the clay core inserted, and molten iron poured in. After solidification, the iron mold was immediately removed. While the cannon was still red-hot, burrs were cleaned, and the clay core extracted, leaving the finished cannon. Reduce the risk of explosions, Aldous planned to replace the clay core with a hollow ceramic one, injecting water into it to cool the barrel, a crude but effective method to improve quality. With Theodore handling the extortion of other vassal kings, Aldous threw himself into the armaments department, determined to produce the cannons alongside Henry. The barbarians' invasion would undoubtedly involve a massive force. To stop them from taking Kangju, they needed sturdy walls and powerful cannons enough to shock the barbarians into retreat. Unlike the fire tubes of the Great Gabriel Empire, Aldous's cannons had a range of 3 to 4 li, enough to give the barbarians a nasty surprise. As Henry had said, after days of failure, the craftsmen were finally getting the hang of it. Though no cannons had been cast yet, the production standards were already set. Aldous categorized the cannons into 6-pounder, 9-pounder, 12-pounder, 18-pounder, 24-pounder, 32-pounder, and 42-pounder classes. Since these cannons were for city defense, heavy artillery was necessary. Aldous opted for 18-pounders. Anything larger, like 32 or 42-pounders, would be overkill. Even 18-pounders could serve as naval guns. Besides, higher poundage cannons were bulkier and harder to transport. By the end of the day, half of the clay molds for the 18-pounder cannons were completed. The rest would have to wait until tomorrow. After the clay molds came the iron casting. At this rate, it would take at least 10 more days before the first cannon could be produced. Nearly 10 days had passed since receiving news of the barbarians' invasion. At this pace, the first cannon wouldn't be ready for another month, and the barbarians' invasion was likely only 5 months away, if not sooner. The thought made Aldous work even harder. After leaving the armaments department, he returned to the palace, turning his attention to granulating gunpowder. As everyone knew, the more powerful the gunpowder, the more devastating the cannon. Currently, the Great Gabriel Empire's gunpowder ratios were imprecise, but the formula itself was no secret, and the materials were easy to obtain. After dinner, Aldous summoned Riley. Gunpowder was a chemical matter, so Riley was the obvious choice. Green Rose and Purple Iris assisted, and the 5 of them worked in a side hall illuminated by lanterns. Before Aldous were charcoal, saltpeter, sulfur, and a small scale. As he measured the ingredients, he instructed Riley, "Grind these into powder, fine powder. Be careful, this stuff explodes." Riley paled, his hands trembling slightly. Since studying chemistry under Aldous, he had learned that every chemical they handled was potentially lethal. Now, Aldous had him working on gunpowder, something with terrifying destructive power. The pressure was immense. But with the barbarians invading, he clenched his teeth and bore it. This was a matter of national vengeance. To defeat the barbarians, he'd do anything, even if it meant eating the gunpowder raw. Watching Riley grit his teeth as if wrestling with the ingredients, Aldous grew nervous. Gently, the finer the powder, the better. "Don't use too much force. Are you trying to kill me?" "Your Highness, will this gunpowder really explode?" In the dim night, only the side hall of the palace was illuminated. Keeley, who was naturally timid, looked on the verge of tears. Mile glared at Riley. "Shame on you, handpicked by His Highness to study chemistry, yet you're so useless. Move aside, let me do it." Without waiting for a response, she took over Riley's task and began carefully grinding the saltpeter. Riley's expression turned awkward. As a man, how could he lose to a woman? Steadying himself, he silently picked up another rolling pin and resumed grinding. Aldous had summoned Riley tonight for hands-on instruction. Though gunpowder wasn't a secret in the Great Gabriel Empire, not everyone knew how to make it. The formula, he was using 1 part sulfur, 2 parts saltpeter, and 3 parts charcoal was the optimal ratio for black powder. Over the past few days, Aldous had researched the various gunpowder formulas used in the Great Gabriel Empire, only to find a chaotic mess of inconsistent ratios. Unsurprisingly, the resulting gunpowder was weak and unreliable. Naturally, Riley was unaware of this formula. After tonight's lesson, he would not only understand it, but also oversee gunpowder production. After all, casting cannons was one thing, but equipping them involved many other tasks. Gunpowder, cannonballs, and artillery mounts were all separate challenges. However, tonight's goal wasn't just to teach Riley how to make traditional black powder. Aldous intended to upgrade it further into granulated gunpowder, a method to enhance its potency. Granulated gunpowder had appeared in the West by the 15th century in his original world, so replicating it now wasn't technically difficult. Once Mile and the others had ground the sulfur, saltpeter, and charcoal into fine powder, Riley mixed them according to Aldous's specified ratio. Soon, a small pile of black powder lay before them. "Your Highness, is this it?" Riley asked excitedly. The process hadn't been dangerous at all. That's it." Aldous had been exaggerating earlier to keep Riley cautious. The real danger began now. Riley had only heard of gunpowder before but had never seen it. Curious, he asked, "Your Highness, how is this used?" King Ju's first batch of gunpowder had been born under his hands, and Aldous felt a thrill. He scooped up a small amount and carried it to a more distant spot. Then, lighting a small twig with a candle, he said, "Like this." The moment the flame touched the powder, a sharp crack rang out, followed by thick blue smoke and the acrid smell of gunpowder. "Ah!" Keely, unprepared, screamed and hid behind Aldous. Even the braver Mile paled slightly. The gunpowder burned rapidly, vanishing in a flash of white light. Those unfamiliar with it, the spectacle might have seemed like sorcery. Riley, who had been nervous earlier, now looked fascinated. "Your Highness, it burns incredibly fast, but just this alone can't kill barbarians, can it?" "Of course not, but you'll see its real power soon enough." Aldous waved, and a servant approached carrying a cylindrical object. Riley frowned. "Your Highness, what's this?" Aldous grinned. It was essentially a firecracker shell made from rolled paper. The bottom had already been sealed with yellow clay, leaving only a small opening at the top for gunpowder. "You'll find out tomorrow." Aldous filled the firecracker with gunpowder, then sealed the top with more clay. Using a needle, he poked a small hole for the fuse. Once the clay dried, the firecracker would be ready. Originally, Aldous had planned to teach Riley the cold mixing method for granulating gunpowder, but it was already late. That lesson would have to wait until tomorrow. Dismissing Riley, Aldous instructed Purple Iris to tidy up. The gunpowder production lesson was over. After seeing Riley off, Keely and Mile lingered instead of returning to their quarters. Stretching, Aldous asked, "Why haven't you gone back yet?" "Your Highness works tirelessly day and night on governance. Now you're exhausting yourself preparing for the barbarian invasion." "Keely and I cannot assist in political matters. We can at least serve you in daily life," Mile said dutifully. Aldous studied them. Since ancient times, relationships had been built on mutual understanding. Lately, he had treated the palace servants well, and in return they were deeply grateful. The servants worked harder than ever. "They say women can rival men." "Who says you can't help me with governance?" "There's something I'll need your assistance with soon," Aldous said suddenly. With war looming, every person in Kingju had to be utilized. Mile blinked in surprise. "What does your Highness need us to do?" For now, the Kingju army's armor problem had been temporarily resolved. Soldiers couldn't just wear armor over bare skin, they needed proper clothing and shoes. With the barbarians at their doorstep, Aldous had no choice but to prioritize military needs above all else. Many Kingju soldiers currently wore straw or hemp sandals, which were impractical for marching. Aldous wanted them equipped with cloth shoes. In this era, spinning and weaving were women's work, so mobilizing women for this task was essential. However, sending men to organize this would be inappropriate, as women rarely left their homes. But if Mile and Keely took charge, things would be different. First, as Aldous's personal attendants, they carried enough authority that no one would dare oppose them. Second, both were skilled in weaving and familiar with textile work. They were perfect candidates to establish this era's first textile and uniform factory. Otherwise, the weaving machine technology he possessed would go to waste. Explaining his idea, Aldous watched as Mile and Keely burst into laughter. "Your Highness, we can certainly help with this. But since when did you learn about spinning and weaving?" Purple Iris covered her mouth, giggling. In this era, men plowed and women wove textiles were purely women's domain. No wonder she found it amusing. "Sigh. For the sake of the people in my fief, I'm willing to do anything." Aldous responded righteously as Mile and Keely looked at him with puzzled expressions. But after hearing his words, their faces turned serious, filled with admiration. In their eyes, Aldous now truly had the bearing of a wise and noble ruler. In ancient times, what girl didn't secretly admire a handsome prince or a refined scholar? You could see this kind of fantasy everywhere in the old romantic novels. Aldous smiled with satisfaction. His former self only knew brute force and never understood the heart of a woman. You can't force love, going with the flow brings true joy, he thought. Leaving behind a tired figure, Aldous returned to his room to rest. It wasn't time yet to sleep on a beauty's lap. The next day at noon, a loud boom suddenly echoed through the Prince Henry's residence, shattering the peaceful air. The guards rushed toward the sound, weapons drawn. When they reached the side hall, they found Prince Henry unharmed. The others nearby, however, were pale and visibly shaken from the explosion. "Your Highness, is this the power of gunpowder?" asked Riley, clearly stunned. Aldous nodded. "Exactly," Riley gasped. "If that was just a small amount, then wouldn't a full barrel blow up the entire palace?" As soon as he said it, everyone turned to glare at him. Realizing his poor choice of words, Riley quickly tried to fix it. My bad, Your Highness. I didn't mean to say this palace. I meant the Broad Learning Academy. No, I meant it would blow me up." After spending time with Riley, Aldous had come to know his bad habit, blurting out whatever came to mind. "Be careful," Aldous warned. "If you really blow yourself up, I won't be able to save you. Now that you've seen the power of this black powder, it's time for you to learn how to granulate it." Riley clearly had no idea what that meant. Just like the night before, Aldous decided to demonstrate the entire process personally. Granulating gunpowder isn't complicated. The key is adding a binder to the powder. This is called the cold mix method. First, Aldous mixed the powder in a wooden mortar, then added alcohol to turn the mixture into a damp paste. He stirred the mixture continuously with a wooden pestle. It was very important not to let sand or stone particles enter the mix. Any collision during grinding could cause a spark and ignite the powder. As he carefully demonstrated, Aldous explained, "Traditional black powder is powerful, but it has a problem. During storage or transport, the ingredients can separate just like how liquids of different densities layer. This reduces the powder's performance and affects the weapon's reliability." Granulating the powder fixed this problem. It wasn't a difficult technique, it was simply that people in the past hadn't realized it was necessary. Now that Aldous understood the issue, it was easy for him to fix. Riley watched Aldous's every move with intense focus, afraid to miss a single step. This wasn't something you could afford to mess up. "Remember," Aldous said firmly, "no sand, no metal tools. Only use wood. You can't afford sparks." Every step in the process was done with wooden tools to avoid metal-on-metal contact. After the mixing, Aldous waited until the mixture was nearly dry, then added a little more water and stirred it again to ensure an even blend. Once finished, he spread the mixture out under the sun to dry. Luckily, it was spring and the sunlight was strong enough to dry it quickly since he wasn't making a large batch. Then it was time for the quality test. He took a small portion of the dried granules and lit them on a sheet of paper. The powder burned rapidly, but the paper remained intact. Aldous nodded with satisfaction. "You see this?" he said to Riley. "If it burns fast without damaging the paper, the powder is good." Riley nodded. Then Aldous scooped up some of the granules and was about to light them in his palm. "Your Highness, let me do it," Riley said quickly. "If anything goes wrong, at least you won't get hurt." "All right," Aldous said casually, and before Riley could react, he lit it. The granulated powder flared up in Riley's hand, fast and harmless. Surprised, Riley said, "I don't feel any heat." "If it were hot," Aldous replied, "that would mean the powder failed. Now I've taught you what you need to know. When you go back, begin production. Just remember, if the paper shows black marks or your hand feels hot, the powder is not up to standard. Regrind and redo it until it's perfect." He added, "Once the granules are done, sort them by size. First break them up, then use sieves with different mesh sizes. Only keep the ones suitable for cannons. The rest use as ignition powder. Any leftover dust must be discarded." Riley nodded solemnly. The technique wasn't difficult, and he understood it. He bowed and turned to leave, but Aldous called out, "Riley, this work is serious. No sloppiness allowed. If something goes wrong, I'll take your head." Riley felt a chill crawl down his back. Over the past few days, Aldous had treated him almost like a mentor would a student. But when it came to things that affected Kingju's safety, Aldous didn't tolerate carelessness. Riley turned and said firmly, "If anything goes wrong, I'll bring you my head myself." Aldous nodded. Technology is one thing, but the spirit of craftsmanship is just as important. Even the best designs are worthless if built by careless hands. He had seen it in his past life, the fall of the Aldous dynasty wasn't due to poor firearm design, but because of corruption and laziness. Officials stole funds, craftsmen cut corners, and the weapons that were produced were useless in real battle. Guns misfired, cannons exploded, soldiers couldn't even fire in defense. That's why, here in Kingju, Aldous placed great emphasis on cultivating a true craftsman's mindset. No shortcuts, no carelessness. On this matter, he showed no mercy. He had worked too hard to build this industrial foundation, and neither the nomads nor the rest of Great Gabriel would give him a second chance. Just as Riley stepped out, a soldier rushed in, panicked and shouting, "Your Highness, something's happened. Captain Banks and Captain Keeley are fighting." Everyone in the palace exchanged glances. Just 2 days ago, Orpheus and Asa had seemed like kindred spirits, as close as brothers who had shared the same pair of pants in childhood. Aldous had been relieved to leave Asa in Orpheus's hands, planning to settle the gunpowder matter before hosting a banquet to deepen ties with Asa. Who would have thought they'd come to blows so quickly? "That's right, Your Highness." This morning, the soldiers egged them on, saying they wanted to see who was the better fighter between Colonel Banks and Asa. The two colonels seemed eager to test each other too, so they started sparring. Isn't it normal for soldiers to compete in the military? Aldous relaxed, thinking the soldier was overreacting. "Your Highness, at first, it was fine. But then Asa lost and claimed Colonel Banks only won because of his superior armor, saying he lacked the dignity of a noble. And you know our Colonel Banks, he hates it when people bring up nobility or wealthy families." He immediately turned on Asa, saying Asa only earned his military merits by riding on his father's coattails and was all reputation without substance. Then they really started fighting. Hearing this, Aldous was convinced, and this was precisely what the locally born officers of the Kingju army despised most. At first, the two had bonded over their mutual renown, but once they spent time together, their differences became irreconcilable. They really know how to make trouble for me." Aldous sighed and headed to the Kingju army camp with Jack and Cody. He welcomed Asa's arrival. It was, after all, General Riddle Jacob's goodwill. He couldn't afford to alienate the man. Moreover, Asa was originally from the Imperial Guard. His presence here likely had Emperor Cair's tacit approval. Aldous's feelings toward his nominal father were complicated. From this perspective, the Emperor's decision in court had truly been a last resort. But if the two couldn't reconcile, he'd have to side with Orpheus. He was, after all, Aldous's trusted officer. Of course, it would be best if he could mediate their conflict and win Asa over. This was an opportunity to befriend General Riddle. Jacob, a man of unparalleled prestige in the Imperial Guard. The Kingju camp, Orpheus and Asa were locked in fierce combat, exchanging heavy blows. However, Asa seemed to be faring worse. After another exchange, Asa staggered back 3 steps and spat, "And I thought you were a real man, relying on your armor to gain an advantage. How shameless." After fighting Orpheus for so long, Asa realized the man was like an iron barrel. Every hit Asa landed only hurt himself. Clenching his aching fists, he seethed with anger. Orpheus grinned. "Asa, that's where you're wrong. On the battlefield, are you going to fight the barbarians bare-assed? Ridiculous. Just this alone proves you've never faced true barbarian elites. Those bastards are far more shameless than me. They never fight head-on. They'll just shoot arrows at you, run when you chase them, and shoot again when you stop." "Nonsense. I've spilled as much barbarian blood as you." Asa roared. Orpheus was about to retort when he noticed Aldous approaching. He immediately shut his mouth and pretended nothing had happened. "What's going on, you two? 2 days apart, and this is how you greet each other?" Aldous said, eyeing Asa's bruised face. Orpheus removed his helmet, revealing a shameless grin, and played the victim. "Your Highness, Asa bullied me. He looks down on those of us from humble backgrounds." "Lies. All I said was that it's dishonorable to duel me while wearing armor." Asa argued. "You did say it." Orpheus bellowed. Aldous rubbed his temples. "Gentlemen, you're a Kingju army colonel and an Imperial Guard colonel. Brawling like street thugs in front of the soldiers, aren't you afraid they'll laugh at you?" Only then did the two realize their surroundings. Many soldiers were stifling giggles. Orpheus scowled. "What are you looking at? Get back to training. Anyone who makes a mistake in formation will answer to me." The soldiers immediately resumed drills. Aldous said, "This isn't the place to talk. Come with me." Leading them to a small grove outside the camp, Aldous addressed Asa. "Second brother, the Kingju army doesn't care about lineage. That's why Colonel Banks reacted so strongly. I hope you won't take it to heart." Asa was a proud man. He hadn't wanted to come to Kingju in the first place, and now this conflict with Orpheus left him even more displeased. "Your Highness needn't explain. If the Kingju army doesn't welcome me, I'll return to Nightblumen. We can't afford to serve a noble like you anyway. Orpheus muttered, looking skyward. Aldous glared at Orpheus. Enough. Everyone in Kingju knows you're a troublemaker, Orpheus. Second brother may have been wrong, but you're not blameless either. Keep this up and forget about your custom plate armor. Orpheus panicked. He could live without anything else but not his armor. He'd grown attached to it, especially the custom-fitted set that even arrows struggled to pierce. A troublemaker but also a scoundrel at heart, Orpheus forced a smile. Asa, my apologies, I was in the wrong. Next time I'll take off the armor and we'll spar properly. HMPH, as if I'd spar with you again. Never. Asa turned to leave. Orpheus, who had only conceded for the sake of his armor, made no effort to stop him. Aldous called out, Second brother, think about why General Riddle sent you to Kingju. If you can't endure a little hardship, you might as well return to Nightblumen and live a comfortable life as a colonel under your father's wing. Let the Kingju officers look down on you as just another pampered noble because they'd be right. While they shed blood against the barbarians, you chose to retreat. Asaph froze mid-step. Why had he come to Kingju? Wasn't it for the dream of driving the barbarians out of the Central Plains? The moon of Huxley, the passes of Greenwood, 1,000-mile march, none return again. If only Dragon City's general was still here, no barbarian horse would cross the Yin Mountains. Aldous recited the poem softly, his voice swelling with passion, stirring Asa's blood. The poem's solemn beauty seemed to linger in his heart. For centuries, the sons and daughters of Greenwood had faced foreign invasions with iron will and triumphed. What a line! If only Dragon City's general was still here, no barbarian horse would cross the Yin Mountains. Asa turned back. Many say your highness is a man of extraordinary literary talent. Now I see it for myself. A cool breeze rustled through the treetops. Asa glanced at Orpheus, who showed no reaction to the poem he had just recited. Asa sighed inwardly. Born into a military family for generations, yet I'm no match for a man of humble origins, he thought with some bitterness. Orpheus, on the other hand, was confused by Asa's intense gaze. He had only understood the general meaning of the poem and hadn't felt the same deep emotion as Asa. You're not leaving? Aldous asked with a smile. These days, he'd been training military scribes to boost morale in the army, and found himself speaking more like a political instructor than a prince. I only wish to be a general, defending the borders, Asa said seriously. But as for Captain Banks, I can't forgive him. Orpheus rolled his eyes. Asa added, unless your highness gives me a full set of plate armor so I can fight him fairly. Aldous sighed in frustration. So the two of you want to settle your grudge and I'm the one who has to pay for it. But as a prince, it was important to show respect and kindness toward talent. That was how one attracted capable people to serve. In ancient times, reputation was everything, and many talented men only pledged loyalty to those known for valuing scholars and warriors. Fine, I'll give you the armor, Aldous said. But if either of you stirs up trouble again, I'll punish you according to military law. Yes, your highness, both Orpheus and Asa replied in unison. Aldous had expected trouble as soon as Asa arrived, and now it had happened. Still, with the issue resolved, he moved on. Kangju City needed a capable commander to hold the fort, and there were still rogue nobles hiding in the mountains, causing trouble for nearby villages. According to Theodore, many remnants of the noble clans had become bandits. While Barker was good at planning, he needed someone strong and experienced to lead operations. Asa fit the role perfectly. Meanwhile, Orpheus was set to return to Kangju to oversee the city's reinforcement and the construction of new cannon towers to boost its defenses. Having settled the dispute between the two men, Aldous returned to the prince's residence. That evening, he received a draft of the next day's newspaper from Herbert. Since the newspaper played a key role in communicating with the people, Aldous always reviewed it personally to remove any inappropriate content. But today, something in the paper truly surprised him. Why is the poem I wrote at the military camp showing up in the newspaper? Standing nearby, Herbert replied, Your Highness, there are reporters in the military camp. Commander Keeley carved the poem into the camp wall, and a journalist saw it and copied it down for publication. Herbert added, I believe this poem is bold and powerful. Now that the barbarians are preparing to march south, publishing it could inspire the scholars and civilians in your domain. Aldous nodded. It made sense. It was like a wartime anthem, not just a poem, but a rallying cry. In the right context, it could stir hearts and strengthen resolve. All right, publish it then, Aldous said casually. I've already time-traveled, why bother clinging to principles like literary originality? Herbert left in high spirits, thinking the prince was clearly pleased. What neither of them expected was how quickly the poem would become a sensation. The Moon of Huxley, the Passes of Greenwood. 1,000-mile march, none return again. If only Dragon City's general was still here, no barbarian horse would cross the Yin Mountains. In Hardy's tavern, a scholar slammed his fist on the table and cried, "Heavens, 10 years of studying, and for what? I couldn't write something half as grand as this." His fellow scholars at the table all shook their heads. Remember those so-called for great talents of Kingju? What nonsense! His Highness is clearly Kingju's #1 scholar. #1 in Kingju, another scoffed. Let's be honest, he's probably the greatest poet in all of Great Gabriel. I'm copying this poem and hanging it in my home. Someone declared. Every day I'll read it to remind myself to do better. If a prince can be so learned, what excuse do we scholars have? No need to be discouraged, another replied. His Highness teaches at Broad Learning Academy. If you enroll, you might catch some of his brilliance. Well said. If the prince is this talented, then the Broad Learning Academy must be a place of greatness. At the same time, a group of merchants sat at a nearby table. One of them, merchant's son, held a thick stack of newspapers. "Brother Whitewood, why buy so many copies?" another merchant asked. Son smiled and leaned in. "Because, my friend, I found a way to make money, and since we're close, I'll let you in on the secret." "Please do tell," the other merchant urged. "This poem has taken Kingju by storm. The newspapers sold out because of it. I bet in Nightblumen, where famous scholars' writings sell for huge prices, this paper will be worth a fortune. I'm planning to ship these copies there. I guarantee they'll sell like hotcakes." The other merchant was stunned. "Why didn't I think of that? No wonder he always made more money." Unfortunately, Kingju's newspaper printing was limited each day. Once they sold out, that was it. The man could only regret his missed chance. Thinking fast, he pointed toward the back of the shop and shouted, "Look, the tofu beauty is coming out." Everyone turned to look, giving him just enough time to grab the newspapers and run. "Ungrateful scoundrel," Son shouted as he chased after him. "I share my secret with you and you rob me. I'll make you pay." At the same time, the poem and newspaper sparked a wave of enthusiasm throughout the other 6 prefecture. People across the land were reciting the poem, and many felt a surge of patriotic energy. Enrollment in local militias and armies surged in every county and province. Now that the noble families were gone, ordinary citizens had received land and stability. Life was finally good, and they weren't about to let the barbarians take it away. And it didn't stop there. Thanks to merchants spreading the papers, the poem eventually reached Nightblumen, the capital of Great Gabriel. This bold, stirring, battle-ready poem swept through the city's literary circles like wildfire. Newspaper prices skyrocketed. The capital's reaction was swift and far-reaching. Nightblumen City, Autumn Mountain District. This was a well-known commoner district in Nightblumen. It was home to the illustrious Orpheus family, renowned for producing 3 dukes in 4 generations, with disciples and former subordinates spread across the empire. On any given day, the Orpheus residence bustled with visitors, high-ranking officials, scholars, and even military generals. The reason was simple: the Orpheus family's prestige was unparalleled. Like other powerful clans that dominated regions, the Orpheus family had maintained an unbroken presence in the imperial court through multiple dynasties, their cultural heritage far surpassing ordinary noble houses. As a result, the noble families of the Great Gabriel Empire considered it an honor to marry a Orpheus daughter. Such a union elevated their status, allowing their descendants to hold their heads higher in official circles. In a realm where aristocratic influence ran deep, bloodlines mattered immensely. Those from humble backgrounds who rose to become officials or generals often harbored deep insecurities among the nobility. But a marriage alliance with the Orpheus family could transform a country bumpkin into a phoenix. Today was a rare day of rest for Ivor, the current head of the Orpheus family. The Great Gabriel Empire mandated that officials could take 1 day off per month, known as Zumu. On such days, officials could travel, visit friends, or simply relax. Chief Secretary Fairwind, have you heard of the newspaper causing a stir in Nightblumen these past 2 days? The visitor was none other than General Riddle Jacob. Ivor feigned surprise. Newspaper? What is that? I haven't heard of it. Unlike others, Bernard and Ivor shared a genuine friendship. Their conversations revolved around court affairs, free from ulterior motives. Thus, whenever Ivor wished to avoid other guests, he would simply say, General Riddle is here. Bernard's fiery temper was legendary in Nightblumen. Officials who learned of his presence would tactfully withdraw. This newspaper was created by the Aldous. Initially, it circulated only in Kingju, but now it's reached Nightblumen. Do you know why? Ivar's expression shifted subtly. Some days ago, Emperor Care had summoned him privately. Instead of discussing state affairs, the Emperor inquired about Ivar's youngest daughter, Orpheus Stonehearter. A veteran of decades in politics, Ivar immediately grasped the Emperor's intent, a marriage proposal for one of his sons. Among the princes, the Crown Prince had already married Ivar's eldest daughter, while the others had taken consorts. The Emperor would never allow a Orpheus daughter to become a concubine. That left only the Aldous, who remained unmarried. At the time, Ivar had sidestepped the issue, and the Emperor hadn't pressed further. But now, mention of the Aldous put him on guard. Orpheus Stonehearter was his youngest and most beloved child. Frail since childhood yet extraordinarily gifted, she excelled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and had inherited her mother's peerless beauty. Every time he saw her, Ivar was reminded of his late wife, deepening his affection for the girl. Naturally, he had never considered sending her far away to marry. Unaware of Ivar's thoughts, Bernard continued, "Indeed. Some days ago, I sent my son Asa to Kingju to assist the Aldous. Would have thought the brat would cause trouble the moment he arrived. He produced a newspaper from his sleeve, grumbling, 'These profiteering merchants deserve death, charging 10 taels of silver for a single copy.'" Ivar's eyes lit up as he took the paper. Immediately engrossed. "I'd heard the Aldous was unconventional, and this newspaper proves it. These policies are anything but ordinary." Bernard said, "Perhaps it's Morley's doing. The man was stifled in Nightblumen but had some talent. I know Morley. He's knowledgeable but rigid. He'd never propose such unorthodox policies to the Aldous." Reading further, Ivar chuckled at an anecdote about Asa and the local garrison commander, Orpheus. "General Riddle, as I predicted, Asa might not last in Kingju. With most noble families gone, the Aldous relies on men of humble origins. They won't tolerate Asa's flaws." Bernard scowled. "That wretched boy, I explicitly told him to be patient. This was for the greater good. Now the Aldous will laugh at our Keeley family." He pointed at the paper. "But keep reading. The Aldous is impressive. A single poem changed my fool son's mind." Ivar's smile faded as he read. "The moon still shines on mountain passes as of old. How many guardsmen of the Great Wall are dead and cold. With a flying general of Dragon City here, the Tartar steeds would not dare to cross the frontier." Ivar clapped in admiration, visibly moved. Bernard grinned. "When I read this, my blood boiled. I longed to charge into battle and slaughter those barbarians. For years, our Greenwood people have suffered under foreign oppression. When will we regain the might of the great Greenwood, driving the barbarians beyond the frontier?" During the court debate, Ivar had neither supported nor opposed the decision. The Orpheus family's longevity stemmed from their ability to navigate court intrigues and their strict avoidance of factionalism. This was why successive emperors had trusted them implicitly. From the start, Ivar knew further arguments were futile. The imperial clan was weakening, relying on vassal kings to guard the northern borders. The barbarians' threat loomed large, and fear was pervasive. Like Bernard, he wished the great Gabriel Empire could unite against the barbarians. But he understood the grim reality. It was no longer possible. You'd have thought the once notorious Aldous possessed such literary talent remarkable. Let's hope he can halt the barbarians' advance. Otherwise, the great Gabriel Empire's decline is inevitable. Bernard frowned. Why such pessimism? Even if the Aldous fails, there's still me and the Imperial Guard. Ivar shook his head. You oversimplify matters. If the barbarians break through, the Imperial clan will be left with only the Prince of Brandon. The balance between the Imperial and vassal kings will shatter, and that will herald the Empire's turmoil. The tea on the table exuded a faint fragrance, and the room was silent. Bernard stared at Ivar for a long time before speaking. With His Majesty's wisdom, how could he not see the current state of the Empire? If so, why not send the Imperial Guards to Kingju? General Riddle, if it were that simple, His Majesty wouldn't be so furious. The King of Lark wants nothing more than to divert disaster eastward. If the Imperial Guards mobilize, the barbarians will surely attack the fiefdoms of the kings of Brandon, Lark, and Doran to contain them. Do you think they would agree? If His Majesty insists and provokes the barbarians, those kings need only deliberately let the barbarians through to threaten Nightblumen directly. Thus, the Imperial Guards cannot move. The best outcome now is for the King of Hardy to assist thee. Aldous in holding Kingju. After all, the King of Hardy is powerful among the vassal kings. If he commits fully, defending Kangju shouldn't be a problem. But the King of Hardy likely won't act in good faith, Bernard said, narrowing his eyes. It seems General Riddle is also a wise man. The whole world can see this clearly, only His Majesty remains blind to the King of Hardy's true nature, too deeply misled. Alas, the pain of Prince Ning's death has left His Majesty with lingering guilt. Ivor sighed softly. Bernard nodded, secretly admiring Ivor. This frail, gaunt man had always been astute in assessing the Empire's situation. If that's the case, what can be done? Bernard asked worriedly. Isn't this a deadlock? It is indeed a deadlock, but not necessarily hopeless. Whether the great Gabriel Empire can continue to prosper depends on whether the Aldous and the King of Hardy can cooperate sincerely. If even they disregard the Empire's peril, the Imperial clan is doomed. Ivor smiled. Enough of this. Come, let's drink tea. Some matters can only be left to unfold naturally. His Majesty's considerations are surely the result of deep deliberation. Bernard agreed, and the two drank tea in silence. Soon, however, a young eunuch arrived with an imperial summons. The emperor wished for them to accompany him on a lake excursion. They had no choice but to comply. In their haste, they left the newspaper on the main hall table. Moments later, a delicate jade-like hand picked it up. "Miss, what is this?" The newcomers were a mistress and her maid. The young woman had a face like a flower, a graceful figure, skin as smooth as congealed fat, and clear, phoenix-like eyes that sparkled like shooting stars. This was none other than Ivor's youngest daughter, Orphea Stoneharder. Her round-faced maid, Della, dressed in a green skirt, stood beside her. "Is this the so-called newspaper?" Orphea Stoneharder examined the contents. "Cousin mentioned the Kingju newspaper some days ago. This seems to match his description, and it records events in Kingju. That Aldous who fled back to Nightblumen 3 years ago and was whipped by the Emperor." Della curled her lip. "Then this paper isn't worth reading." Orphea Stoneharder chuckled, her beauty so radiant it momentarily stunned Della. No wonder her cousin visited the Orpheus residence daily, restless when apart. Orphea Stoneharder was about to set the paper aside. Her impression of Aldous came solely from rumors: rebellious, erratic, a deserter. By all accounts, the Aldous was a thoroughly unsavory character. When her eyes skimmed over a poem, she froze. Due to her frail health, Ivor rarely allowed Orphea Stoneharder to venture far. Boredom often plagued her in the inner chambers, so whenever Ivor left, Della would sneak her out to play in the estate. Today, learning that Ivor and General Riddle had departed, Della had brought Orphea Stoneharder here. "Miss, what's wrong?" Della asked, noticing her mistress's flickering gaze. "Della, do you think the Aldous is truly as wretched as others say?" Della pondered. "It's all hearsay, but with so many saying the same, there must be some truth. The moon still shines on mountain passes, as of old. How many guardsmen of the Great Wall are dead and cold? With a flying general of Dragon City here, the Tartar steeds would not dare to cross the frontier." Orphea Stoneharder recited the lines softly. Could someone so wretched compose such stirring verse? With a sigh, she fell silent. Della tugged her hand. "Miss, never mind the Aldous. While the master is away, let's feed the fish by the pond. Otherwise, your cousin will show up and start showing off his literary prowess again." Orphea Stoneharder flashed a mischievous smile and followed Della to the rear garden. Meanwhile, Ivor and Bernard had arrived at Twist River Pool in the southern city. Renowned for its scenic beauty, the pool attracted scholars, poets, beauties every April for spring outings, including high-ranking officials and nobles. Occasionally, when weary of palace views, Emperor Care would board a painted boat, invite a few close ministers, and enjoy wine on the lake. "His Majesty seems in high spirits. Has some joyous occasion occurred?" Ivor asked as the Emperor smiled throughout the excursion. Care laughed. "You've surely read the Aldous' poem. The drunken Kingju was one thing, but this time, he's truly astonished me." Realization dawned on Ivor and Bernard. The Emperor had come to boast. Even as a ruler, a father took pride in his son's literary feats, especially when they eclipsed the talents of Nightblumen's finest scholars. "Your Majesty has seen it too," Ivor smiled. 3 days apart, and one must view him with new eyes. This time we were equally amazed. Care chuckled. "Thus, I've grown more confident about Kangju. This poem alone reveals the Aldous' stance on the barbarian invasion. HMPH, the kings of Lark and the others will be sorely disappointed." Ivor and Bernard exchanged glances. No wonder the Emperor was so pleased. After a pause, Care continued. "However, the Aldous' fiefdom remains weak. Though mobilizing the imperial guards is unwise, we can support him with funds and provisions. Ivor, what say you? This humble official understands. Tomorrow, I shall petition your majesty to allocate resources to the Aldous. Ivor complied. This was their long-standing tacit understanding. Then Care turned to Bernard. Bernard, if I recall correctly, Leroy Barton is still serving hard labor. Bernard's heart raced. Indeed, Leroy remains sentenced to the mines, your majesty. Have him continue his labor in Kingshu, Care said lightly. Bernard was overjoyed. Leroy, like him, was a staunch advocate for war. But with a temper as stubborn as his name, Leroy had once offended the emperor in court and was banished to the mines. 5 years had passed since then. Now, this fierce general would finally return. After the Kingaming festival, a continuous drizzle turned the streets and alleys of Kingshu into muddy quagmires. Having spent these days traveling outside, Aldous was thoroughly fed up with trudging through ankle-deep mud. He thought to himself that if they could hold Kingshu, he would definitely build several cement roads crisscrossing Kingshu upon his return, while also revamping the city's drainage system. After all, infrastructure was one of the essential projects for developing his fiefdom. Moreover, creating a superior living environment could attract merchants from across the great Gabriel Empire to settle in Kingshu. By then, selling land the legendary land finance would become a reality. Rainy days were inevitably dull. With the armaments department having completed Assa's plate armor, Aldous summoned him over, intending to ask him a few things while he was at it. Your Highness, the plate armor is ready so soon. This set of armor was naturally meant to placate Assa. He had the ironworks specially craft a commander's plate armor for Assa. Unlike the standard issue armor for soldiers, this set was not only more aesthetically pleasing but also thicker. Want to try it on? Aldous leaned back in his chair. Of his 4 former troublemaker friends, 2 were dead, while the remaining 2, Wilfred and Leo, were now too terrified to speak freely in his presence. For a moment, Aldous felt a pang of loneliness. However, Assa, having come from Nightblumen, didn't share the same restraint around him as the others. After all, relations among officials in the great Gabriel Empire were still quite relaxed. More than 10 days had passed since the Kingshu army incident. Though Assa and Orpheus's relationship wasn't as harmonious as before, tensions had eased somewhat. Moreover, Aldous's poem had somewhat altered Assa's opinion of him, leading to occasional visits to the palace. After all, Assa was alone in Kingshu, with no relatives or friends. Aldous was at least an acquaintance. During his time in the army, Assa had greatly admired Orpheus's plate armor, especially its quality. To his surprise, Kingshu's craftsmanship in forging weapons seemed far superior even to that of Nightblumen's armaments department. Though he had never worn plate armor before, he had seen soldiers donning it in the military camp. Following their example, he suited up. In an instant, a figure clad head to toe in steel stood before Aldous. Not bad. Aldous nodded approvingly. The armor was indeed worthy of being custom-made. In truth, every soldier's plate armor was tailored to fit. Otherwise, there would be issues with sizing, one of the drawbacks of plate armor production. Thank you, Your Highness. Assa grinned as he examined the armor. This was the happiest he had been since arriving in Kingshu. When suited up, Assa turned to leave. Aldous immediately called out, "Where are you going?" to challenge Orpheus to a rematch. HMPH, that newspaper even reached Nightblumen. Assa have never been so humiliated. I must teach him a lesson. Assa grew angrier the more he thought about it. Aldous sighed helplessly. He hadn't anticipated that a single poem would cause the newspaper to spread all the way to Nightblumen. Over the next 7 days, not only did he receive a letter from Fiora, but he was also granted an edict exiling the disgraced General Barton Ben to Kingshu. Moreover, Ivor petitioned the court, resulting in the imperial government providing Kingshu with 2 million she of grain, 5,000 bolts of silk, and 200,000 taels of silver. This was a pleasant surprise. In ancient times, warfare severely disrupted production. Not only were soldiers unable to produce food, but conscripted laborers transporting provisions also took away from agricultural output. The provisions from Care would slightly alleviate Kingshu's food crisis. After all, Kingshu was still grappling with food shortages. The lean season between harvests was the hardest to endure. Things would only improve after the next harvest. Another fight. Aren't you afraid the newspaper will report it to Nightblumen again? If you lose, you'll still be humiliated. If you win, you'll embarrass General Riddle Jacob. How would winning be embarrassing? Assa's voice was muffled inside the helmet. Aldous scoffed. General Riddle has always maintained strict military discipline. As a colonel, instead of setting an example for your soldiers, you're instigating brawls. What kind of behavior is that? Asa pondered this and realized there was some truth to it. Yet, the memory of being pummeled by Orpheus's wild punches still stoked his fury. He slammed the table in frustration. I can't do this, I can't do that, Your Highness, you're clearly playing favorites. How am I playing favorites? Aldous feigned innocence. In fact, I have something that will benefit you. I've just received an edict. His Majesty has exiled General Barton Ben to Kingshu for hard labor. I'm entrusting this matter to you. General Barton Ben? Asa couldn't believe his ears. This was a figure on par with his father, a master of military strategy, an area where even his father fell slightly short. Exactly, General Barton Ben. Since he's being sent to Kingshu, let him serve his labor in the Kingshu army. Aldous spoke casually. Leroy had offended Care and was thus punished. By exiling him to Kingshu, the Emperor was clearly signaling Aldous to find a way to utilize Leroy for the Kingshu army. However, if Leroy dared to confront Care, how could Aldous possibly subdue such a person easily? That said, if he could truly win Leroy over, the Kingshu army would gain a commander of the highest caliber, a tremendous boon for its development. After all, Orpheus was a troublemaker full of both strengths and flaws, while Asa might not stay in Kingshu permanently, making him a temporary asset. Asa immediately grasped the implications. Care was delivering a gift to Aldous. As a leading advocate for war, Leroy couldn't possibly stand idly by if Kingshu fell. Understood, Your Highness. I will ensure General Barton is well taken care of, Asa said with a fist and palm salute. Aldous nodded, instructing Asa on when to depart to fetch the general before dismissing him. He appreciated Care's gesture, but what he truly desired was absolute dominance over the barbarians with cannons. In the future, Kingshu would need commanders skilled in leading firearm-equipped troops. Still, recognizing that the transition from cold weapons to firearms would take time, he let the matter rest. No sooner had Asa left than Theodore entered. Your Highness, aside from the King of Brandon, who agreed to provide 100,000 she of grain, the other vassal kings all pleaded poverty, claiming their fiefdoms were too destitute to offer any assistance. As he spoke, Barker Zinchen flushed with shame. He had been confident initially, but the shamelessness of these vassal kings exceeded his expectations. Of course they refused, Aldous said. I merely wanted to gauge their attitudes. Now it's clear they harbor ill intentions. Fine, let them keep their grain. At least I won't owe them favors when the time comes for blades to cross. Putting on a profound front, Aldous inwardly cursed the ancestors of the kings of Lark, and the others 18 generations back. These bastards hadn't given him an ounce of face. Your Highness, are we just going to let this matter go? Theodore was unwilling to accept it. Remember, anger without strength is meaningless. Schemes and tricks are nothing but paper tigers in the face of absolute power. Just wait, this prince will make them beg to send us money and provisions. But before that, you should focus your efforts on repairing Kingshu City's walls. Aldous spoke firmly to Theodore. Yes, Your Highness. Theodore nodded. These vassal kings were shameless, and there was truly nothing he could do about it. When the topic shifted to repairing the city walls, Aldous said, by the way, come with me to the industrial district. This time, we won't be using the old methods for wall repairs, they're too slow. With that, the two arrived at the industrial district, and Aldous led Theodore directly to the cement workshop. Even Theodore couldn't freely enter the industrial district, so he naturally had no idea what was inside. This is called cement. Up until now, it's only been used in the construction of the industrial district. Aldous glanced around at the now well-established industrial zone. As the district expanded, the living quarters and workshops had been separated. A canteen had been built in the living area to provide 3 meals a day for the laborers, and the houses there were made of brick and concrete, constructed from cement and blue bricks. The designs for these houses, of course, came from Aldous. Though not as aesthetically pleasing as wooden structures, they were far more durable and sturdy. Each building was long and rectangular, with large communal sleeping quarters housing 50 people per room. Cement. Theodore looked at the material between the blue bricks and asked, puzzled, Your Highness, is this the cement you mentioned? He pointed at the substance filling the gaps between the bricks. Aldous had kept cement low-key until now, and most people hadn't paid much attention to its uses. But the time had finally come for cement to shine. Traditional city walls were built by quarrying stone and transporting it back for construction, an extremely inefficient process. Cement, however, was different. Blue or red bricks could be fired on site using local materials. Only the cement needed to be transported from Kingju. Moreover, cement wasn't used in large quantities during construction. A single shipment would likely be enough for Kangju's needs. Additionally, masonry was highly flexible and fast. If one layer of bricks wasn't enough, another could be added to increase thickness. Modern masonry techniques were well established, and generally, 10 skilled workers could build a 400 square meter, 3-meter high house in just 3 days. Aldous had already trained a group of experienced masons in the industrial district specifically for the task of repairing Kangju's walls. Exactly. As you can see, once cement is applied between 2 bricks and dries, they become extremely sturdy. I'll take you to see how the masons work. Think about how we can modify Kangju's walls to better suit cannon fire. For this barbarian invasion, the cannons were already in production, and now it was time to start repairing Kangju's walls. During the cannon casting period, Aldous had ordered the cement workshop to increase production, all for this moment handing the cement over to Theodore to begin wall repairs. Theodore nodded and followed Aldous to a building under construction near the water's edge. It seemed to have just broken ground. This is the textile workshop. Right now, we're building the factory. Once the spinning machines are ready, this place will produce military uniforms and other textiles for the Kingju army. Aldous was currently having Henry replicate a multi-spindle spinning machine based on Huang Daopo's design. In the Great Gabriel Empire, current spinning machines could only produce 1 thread at a time, an extremely inefficient process. This level of productivity was far from meeting demand. But once multi-spindle spinning machines were introduced, the situation would improve drastically. During the Thompson dynasty in his past world, Huang Daopo's spinning machines had dramatically increased cloth production in her hometown, earning the saying, "The cotton cloth of Song Prefecture clothes the world." The spinning machines Aldous had Henry working on were even more advanced than Huang Daopo's. Moreover, they were foot-powered, making them easy to promote among the common people. This would mobilize women across the 6 prefectures to spin thread, boosting Kingju's textile industry. When modern Britain rose to power, it was the textile industry that led the way, accumulating vast wealth. Thus, Aldous took this matter very seriously. As they spoke, Theodore kept his eyes fixed on the masons building the walls. Watching them quickly raise a thick wall, his expression gradually grew excited. "Your Highness, masonry is much faster than quarrying stone for city walls. If I have enough workers, I guarantee I can turn Kangju into an impregnable fortress within 5 months." The failed negotiations with the other vassal kings had dealt Theodore a heavy blow. Aldous wanted to restore his confidence after all, even he might not have done better. At least Theodore had managed to extract something from the King of Brandon. "In that case, I'll leave this entirely in your hands. But what's your plan?" Aldous still wanted to understand Theodore's construction strategy. The barbarian invasion was no trivial matter. "First, we build artillery towers atop the walls. Second, I'll extend the walls outward and construct additional artillery towers and arrow towers on the extensions. This will allow more cannons to fire simultaneously." After a pause, Theodore suddenly smirked. "And after seeing how cement and blue bricks work today, I've thought of a new idea: building brick pillars in front of the walls. This will slow the barbarians' advance and make it harder for them to set up scaling ladders." Aldous nodded in satisfaction. Theodore was a quick learner. These stone pillars would function similarly to cheval de frise, but for people rather than horses. Cannons were most effective at long range. Once enemies reached the base of the walls, their usefulness dropped sharply. At that point, close-range weapons like crossbows would be needed. Theodore's suggestion made Aldous consider producing crude hand grenades. The method would involve packing gunpowder into medium-sized clay pots, sealing the openings with wooden plugs, and inserting fuses. Light the fuse and throw like a firecracker, but much more powerful. And the barbarians were forced to cluster together behind the stone pillars. Tossing these into their midst would be quite satisfying. With this in mind, Aldous grew even more confident about repelling the barbarian invasion. Once they arrived, these new weapons would send them fleeing in terror. A gentle breeze carried a drizzle, scattering lightly over the road. On the official path to Kingju City, merchants and travelers hurried along. Though May was approaching, the lingering chill in the air seemed to thicken with the spring rain. Among the mixed flow of merchants and commoners, a pair of bailiffs with hands resting on their waist knives stood out conspicuously. The pedestrians instinctively kept their distance. Strangely, however, the two bailiffs seemed to treat the prisoner walking ahead of them with unusual respect, nothing like the impatience they typically showed toward other convicts. General Barton, Kingju City lies just ahead. Catching sight of the city walls in the distance, one bailiff spoke cautiously. The prisoner wore a gray convict's uniform, his hair streaked with gray and tangled, his long beard dotted with bits of straw. The thick calluses on his hands bore witness to years of hard labor. My thanks to you both. When the news arrived, even the mine overseers' attitudes toward him had shifted. Back in the mines, those overseers had never cared about his past military glories. To them, he was just another laborer doomed to die in servitude. But now, they had suddenly become obsequious, even attentive on the journey. Clearly, they sensed this old general was about to make a comeback. Not at all, not at all. Escorting General Barton to Kingju is an honor for us. The bailiffs smiled ingratiatingly. In the mines, they had treated Leroy harshly. Now that this famously hot-tempered general was returning to power, they were terrified of retaliation. To their surprise, however, Leroy had remained calm throughout the journey, treating them with courtesy. It seemed 5 years of hard labor had smoothed the edges of this old warrior. "Is that General Barton ahead?" A loud call rang out. A young man in plate armor strode toward Leroy. Leroy's gaze first fell on the youth's armor before rising to his face. "And you are?" "General, I'm Asa." Ever since Aldous had tasked him with arranging Leroy's reception, Asa had waited at the city gates daily. 3 days later, he finally spotted the bailiffs escorting Leroy. He had met Leroy in Nightbloomin', but 5 years had aged the once vibrant general into a gaunt, weathered figure, hence his initial uncertainty. "Asa Bernard's second son?" "Exactly. 6 years ago I played at your estate." Asa grinned. Leroy reached out and gripped Asa's shoulder. 6 years gone in a blink. You've grown into someone I barely recognize, though I can still see that old rogue Bernard in you." Asa chuckled. During their time as generals, Bernard and Leroy had always stood together. Noticing the rain thickening, Asa said, "Uncle Barton, this isn't the place to talk. The Aldous specifically ordered me to bring you to the palace as soon as you arrived." "The Aldous?" Leroy's mood soured. Since Care had exiled him to the mines, he had grown disillusioned with the court, with the emperor, with everything. "What does a disgraced minister like me have to discuss with a prince? Just take me to my new labor site." Asa was taken aback. "Uncle, why say such things? His Majesty sent you to Kingju to return you to service to resist the barbarians." During the journey, the bailiffs had shared some Kingju gossip, but as lowly functionaries. They knew nothing of court affairs like the impending barbarian invasion. Still, the eunuch who delivered the edict had been unusually deferential to Leroy, convincing them the general was being reinstated. "Barbarians?" Leroy's eyes sharpened. Asa hesitated, glancing at the bailiffs. "You too, go claim your reward at the Kingju magistrate's office, then return on your own." "Yes, sir." The bailiffs brightened and hurried into the city. Only then did Asa explain, "Uncle, His Majesty exiled you to Kangju for hard labor, but secretly, through Fiora, he ordered the Aldous to reinstate you. The barbarians will invade soon, and Kangju is in peril. Do you truly wish to watch the city you once bled to defend fall again? Is this true?" Leroy seemed to awaken like a slumbering lion. "Your Majesty, after 6 years, have you finally understood?" Equally stirred, Asa said, "His Majesty tacitly approved my coming to Kingju, but the situation is too complex now. Come meet the prince, he'll explain everything." Leroy's disillusionment with Care stemmed from repeated concessions to the barbarians. Years ago, stationed at Kangju, he had been forced to watch helplessly as the Prince of Grant's lands were ravaged, forbidden to deploy a single soldier. That memory had haunted him ever since. Now, at last, Care had come to his senses. "Very well. Let's go at once." At the Henry residence, they learned Aldous had left for the armaments department early that morning and hadn't yet returned. They settled in to wait. Curious, Leroy asked, why would the prince visit the armaments department? In his experience, princes never set foot in such lowly places. Asa smiled. "That's precisely what makes the Aldous different. If I told you one thing, Uncle, you'd be even more shocked. In just a few months, the Aldous has executed or exiled most of Kingju's noble clans. The survivors have fled to the mountains as bandits. Strange, no? Truly. I recall the Wright, Son, Huxley, and Hardy families once dominated Kingju. Now the Wright and Son clans are extinct, their properties confiscated. The Huxley and Hardy families voluntarily disbanded their private armies and live purely as merchants. Leroy nodded slowly. This Aldous was the most wayward of all the princes in Nightblumen. Would have thought he'd grow so bold. Assa's initial impression of Aldous had also been colored by his Nightblumen reputation, but the longer he stayed in Kingju, the more he sensed something extraordinary about the man. The city's thriving atmosphere alone proved Aldous's popularity. It was this, more than any poem, that had gradually softened Assa's prejudice. As they spoke, a hearty laugh approached. Aldous, astride a fine horse and surrounded by guards, arrived at the palace. As Aldous approached, Assa saluted with clasped fists. Dismounting, Aldous motioned for Assa to stand at ease while studying the elderly man beside him. If I'm not mistaken, this must be General Barton Ben. Leroy sized up the Aldous, noting traces of care in his features. Bowing, he said, "This disgraced official, Leroy, pays his respects to your highness. General Barton, there's no need for such formality. This prince cannot accept such solemnity from a veteran like yourself." Aldous smiled. "General, let us continue our discussion inside the palace." The three entered the residence, where Aldous had Banks Luo prepare tea. In the main hall, Aldous invited Assa and Leroy to sit before bowing deeply to the latter. "General, you've suffered greatly. My father has long regretted failing to repel the barbarians at Mountain Sea Pass, and asked me to convey his apologies." The years had tempered Leroy's once unyielding pride. Rising, he said, "How could this disgraced official dare accept your highness's bow? That his majesty still remembers an old relic like me is already more than I deserve." Leroy frowned. At the city gates, Assa seemed hesitant to speak. "Now you mention this matter again, what exactly has happened?" Exchanging a glance with Assa, Aldous recounted the court debate. "Those traitorous, nation-wrecking scoundrels. Had I been there, I'd have skinned them alive." Though 5 years of hardship had mellowed Leroy, the news still ignited his fury. "General, calm yourself. What's done is done. We can only do our best and leave the rest to fate." Theodore had already departed for Kangju to repair its walls, taking nearly all of Kingju's cement production with him. Aldous could only hope he would transform the city into an impregnable fortress. Poor His Majesty finally resolved to teach those barbarians a lesson, only to be betrayed by his own subjects. "Those villains deserve death," Leroy spat. After a pause, he added, "But if we can repel this invasion, the barbarians will learn to fear the great Gabriel Empire again. No more tributes or marriage alliances." "Precisely. That's why I hope for your assistance, General." Aldous seized the opportunity. Leroy nodded solemnly. "Though a convicted criminal, if your highness will have me, I'll brave fire and flood without hesitation." Aldous felt a weight lift from his shoulders. He had feared Leroy might resent Care's harsh punishment, but the general seemed far less volatile than rumored. With this, he had truly gained a commander of the highest caliber. Aldous's ambitions extended far beyond defending Kangju, a task well within Orpheus's capabilities. The vast lands beyond the city had once belonged to the great Gabriel Empire. If reclaimed, they could expand his fiefdom significantly. Most crucially, recapturing Mountain Sea Pass would permanently bar the barbarians from threatening the heartland. As the three sipped tea and discussed the barbarians, Orpheus's voice suddenly rang out. The man himself burst in moments later, eyes alight at the sight of Leroy. "General, is it really you?" Leroy looked equally surprised. "Orpheus." "Yes, General, it's me." Orpheus was practically vibrating with excitement. Aldous and Assa exchanged puzzled glances. "General, you know Orpheus." Orpheus explained, "When the general was stationed at Kangju, I served as his personal guard. After he returned to Nightblumen, us local soldiers stayed behind." Ancient history. But seeing you like this clearly, His Highness trusts you deeply." Good, I knew I hadn't misjudged you." Leroy nodded approvingly. "I've never forgotten your teachings, General," Orpheus said fervently. Aldous's gaze swept over the three men. Previously, Kingju's forces had only Orpheus. Then Assa arrived, and the two clashed incessantly. Now with Leroy here, a man who clearly commanded their respect, the discord should cease. Moreover, Leroy was renowned for his strict discipline. With him overseeing training, Aldous could finally stop worrying about infighting undermining the army's readiness. As a former Grand General who had effortlessly commanded 100,000 troops, Leroy's expertise in military administration far surpassed Orpheus's haphazard efforts. Frustrated by Orpheus's inability to establish proper systems, even basic budgeting, Aldous had been forced to reclaim control of military funds, entrusting them to Morley instead. But with Leroy's arrival, these structural issues would be resolved. Separating military and civil administration would prevent overlap and clarify chains of command. Modern history had taught Aldous the dangers of blending military and political power. An army's sole purpose was obedience; it could not be allowed independent thought. Regardless of who commanded, the troops' loyalty must belong solely to him. This was why he had established political officers in the army to represent his authority and control its ideology, ensuring stability. Thus, whether Orpheus, Asa, or Leroy led, they could only act on his orders. Should he ever need to replace them, the transition would be seamless, with no risk of mutiny. Only such an army met his standards. This system also eliminated concerns about Leroy, Orpheus, or Asa gaining undue influence. The military was his alone; the generals merely directed its operations. Once Orpheus had calmed somewhat, Aldous said, "General, since Orpheus once served under you, it seems you're the only one who can manage this troublemaker. In that case, the position of Kingju Army Commander naturally falls to you." Beyond his title as feudal lord, Aldous held the rank of Grand Commander of the 6 prefectures, controlling all regional forces. Even Orpheus needed his seal to mobilize troops. In the Great Gabriel Empire, the commander role was a military post subordinate only to the Grand Commander. And currently, the Kingju army was the strongest among the 6 prefectures. After all, with limited resources, Aldous could only focus on building one elite force. "Your Highness, this..." Leroy hesitated, unsure of what to say. Aldous chuckled. "Well, right now the only position I can offer the old general is the role of commander. After all, the title of Grand Commander already belongs to me." "Your Highness, I dare not accept so casually," Leroy said respectfully. "I'm a man who carries the stain of punishment. If I suddenly take on the role of commander in the army, I fear the other officers might not accept it." Indeed, Orpheus had earned great merit in battle, yet he remained only a captain. Asa was in the same position. That was why Leroy hesitated. After all, he'd been absent from Great Gabriel for 5 years. Most soldiers wouldn't even recognize him. "No need to worry, General," Aldous said. "If I placed you under Orpheus or Asa, they'd feel more uncomfortable than anyone." Hearing this, both Orpheus and Asa laughed aloud. Orpheus added, "That's right, we would be honored if the general became our commander. With you leading us, we'll beat the barbarians into the ground." Asa chimed in, "No need for modesty, General. The commander's position has been vacant this whole time. It seems His Highness left it open just for you." And Orpheus clearly respected Leroy. Under his command, Orpheus would likely behave himself, saving Aldous a lot of headaches. "If that's the case, I shall accept," Leroy said after a moment's pause. With this, Leroy officially became the commander of Kingju's forces. Emperor Care had sent him here precisely with that in mind, indirectly instructing him to remain in Kingju. After all, the emperor had once sworn in court never to appoint Leroy again. Bringing him back to the capital would be an embarrassment, so sending Leroy to Kingju as a form of hard labor was the perfect cover. How Aldous chose to use him was technically not the emperor's concern, and if the court ministers ever brought it up, the emperor could just play dumb, considering all of that. Aldous had no hesitation, giving Leroy the position of commander. From now on, this old general would be his man. Although he'd been granted a title, Leroy still seemed troubled. "Worried about your family?" Aldous asked with a knowing smile. "You knew?" Leroy was surprised. His entire family was still in Nightblumen, and after years of exile he had no idea how they were doing. Now that he was rising again in Kingju, he wanted to bring them here. He couldn't leave them behind to suffer. As a feudal prince, Aldous had to think about these things. He'd been studying all sorts of knowledge from the technology crystal, and he understood that the best way to win someone's loyalty was to anticipate their needs. "Of course," Aldous said. "That's human nature. Don't worry, I've already sent people to Nightblumen to bring your family to Kingju, and I've also prepared a residence for you in Kingju City." Leroy was deeply moved. "Thank you, Your Highness. I swear I will repay your kindness even if it costs me my life." "No need for that," Aldous smiled. "Just keep these 2 in line," he said, glancing at Orpheus and Asa. Both men turned pale. "Your Highness, I didn't do anything wrong. You can't punish me like this." Orpheus cried. "Yes, it was just a friendly duel between comrades." Asa added quickly. Aldous didn't reply, just smiled knowingly. Leroy quickly understood what Aldous meant. "Orpheus, Asa, you know how I run my troops. When His Highness wasn't involved in military matters, maybe you could get away with things, but under me that won't work." Orpheus, the troublemaker, immediately grinned sheepishly and said, "General, we wouldn't dare." Asa was less amused. At first, he'd been happy to see Leroy arrive, but now that he realized he'd be under Leroy's strict command, he felt a chill run down his spine. So much for easy days ahead. Aldous, however, was pleased. He needed someone who could take full control of the military, since he had far too many responsibilities. A strong commander was essential. Now that the matter of the army was settled, Aldous felt at ease. He smiled and said, "It's getting late. I've had the kitchen prepare a meal. Let's have lunch here." Orpheus and Asa were thrilled. Everyone in Kingju knew that Prince Henry's residence had the best food anywhere. Leroy, tired from his journey, was also a bit hungry. Seeing the joy on the others' faces, he became curious and nodded in agreement. Aldous summoned Mile to prepare the food and asked Keeley to bring wine. In Great Gabriel, it was custom for royalty and officials to eat at separate tables, but the dishes served to each person were identical in portion and presentation. Now that Aldous was financially stable, his residence had been fully organized by Mile. The staff had grown to over 100, with more than 10 new handmaidens. The kitchen was now comparable to those of other royal palaces. Recently, Mile had even suggested hiring dancers and musicians, saying it was embarrassing for a prince's estate to have no entertainers. With a pure heart, Aldous hadn't objected. After all, ancient life lacked entertainment, and a little dance in the evening could be nice. Mile and Keeley had been trained in the palace. They were skilled in music and dance, and could even choreograph routines. The thought of it tempted him. Well, I'm still a man, he thought. Little beauty and rhythm could certainly brighten up a day at work. Still, he had standards. He wouldn't let his estate become a chaotic mess like the great clans of the capital. He also had another motive. The common folk needed entertainment too. He understood that idleness leads to trouble. Give people something to enjoy and they'd stay out of mischief. His technology crystal didn't just contain science, it included art, music, and literature. He believed that art was a way to enlighten the people. He wanted to create a different atmosphere in Kingju, something like a renaissance. And such a movement needed a birthplace. Naturally, it had to start with his own residence. Of course, he couldn't deny it. Beyond the noble ideals, he just wanted to see Mile and Keeley dance. As he was lost in thought, the banquet was already set. Orpheus lifted a jar of drunken Kingju wine and poured generously for Leroy. "General, you have to try this white wine from Kingju. Just 3 cups and you'll be on the floor. 3 bowls and I'll be under the table." Leroy glanced sideways at Orpheus, thinking to himself that this kid had witnessed his drinking capacity back in the day. How could he spout such nonsense now? Orpheus, oblivious to Leroy's expression, said, "General, I'm not exaggerating. Try it if you don't believe me." As the clear liquor filled the bowl, Leroy immediately sensed something different. A strong aroma rushed straight to his nose. Having sampled fine wines across the great Gabriel Empire, he now felt he was truly seeing something new. The secret recipe for this wine comes from His Highness. Asa chimed in. Having tasted drunken Kingju himself, he could no longer stomach any other liquor. But drunken Kingju wasn't cheap, and Bernard was notoriously stingy, preferring to mooch drinks at others' homes rather than spend his own silver. This was precisely why Asa often visited Aldous, mostly to freeload food and drinks. "Even so, 3 bowls to knock me out. You underestimate this old man," Leroy said, licking his lips. 5 years without a drop had left him parched. He downed 1 bowl in a single gulp, then poured himself 2 more before anyone could stop him. "Ha ha ha, excellent wine," Leroy roared with laughter. The liquor had a real kick. "Orpheus, what do you say? 3 bowls are nothing to me." Orpheus smiled awkwardly, thinking to himself that the real test would come when the alcohol hit. Aldous shook his head helplessly. Every military man loved his drink. This banquet was meant to foster camaraderie among his officers, making it easier to manage the army. But getting Leroy drunk was also part of his plan. As the saying goes, in wine lies truth. A man's drinking habits often revealed his character. This was a chance to gauge Leroy's true nature. Despite the general's sterling reputation, Aldous knew little of his actual temperament. Now was the perfect opportunity to find out. "General, your capacity is impressive." "Orpheus, pour him another round. Let the general drink his fill today," Aldous said. Asa kept his head down, focused on the food. When he first arrived in Kingju, Orpheus had gotten him drunk too, leading to a stream of drunken ramblings witnessed by Aldous. Leroy, like a thirsty man finding water, downed 3 more bowls. Soon the alcohol took effect, leaving him swaying unsteadily. Seizing the moment, Aldous asked, "General, coming to Kingju must have been a great hardship for you." Rubbing his bleary eyes, Leroy felt his head grow heavy, but his inhibitions vanished like a breached dam. All his pent-up frustrations demanded release. Slurring slightly, he said, "Why, Your Highness, this old official doesn't mind Kingju, but those 5 years in the mines, that was hardship. All my loyalty, all my service for the glory of the great Gabriel Empire, and what did my earnest counsel earn me? 5 years of hard labor, I. His voice cracked, and suddenly he burst into loud, heart-wrenching sobs. Orpheus and Asa exchanged moved glances. With corrupt officials dominating the court, loyal men like them had long suffered similar frustrations. Leroy's words struck a deep chord. From this outburst, Aldous sensed Leroy's resentment toward Care and the imperial court. "General, you've endured much," Aldous said solemnly. "In Kingju, this prince will ensure your talents are never again overlooked." "Drunker now," Leroy declared thickly. "If a lord treats me as a man of worth, I shall repay him as such. If he treats me as a stranger, so shall I repay him. If he treats me as dirt, I shall repay him as an enemy. Today, Your Highness treats me as a man of worth, I shall repay you as one." "Well said, the general speaks true." Aldous raised his cup and drained it. This was the kind of commander he needed. The moment the words left his mouth, Leroy slumped onto the table, dead drunk. Orpheus and Asa exchanged wry smiles. The feast was over. They helped Leroy up and escorted him back to the Kingju barracks. Watching them leave, Aldous reflected on Leroy's words. People often spoke of returning good for evil, forgetting Confucius' actual teaching, repay injustice with justice and kindness with kindness. This misinterpretation had poisoned generations, leading the great Gabriel Empire to initially seek civilizing the barbarians through moral example, failing to grasp that those not of our kind will never share our hearts. The only language barbarians understood was force, not virtue. As the trio departed, Mile entered and said, "Your Highness, word from the machinery department, the iron molds are ready. Would you like to inspect them?" Really, Aldous's face lit up. That morning, he'd been overseeing this very project when Leroy's arrival forced him to return. At the time, Henry and the artisans were casting the molds. Ordering his horse prepared, Aldous rode to the machinery department. There, Henry and a team of craftsmen were assembling the iron molds. "Your Highness, we can begin casting the cannons now," Henry said excitedly when Aldous arrived. After a month's effort, they had finally produced qualified molds. With this experience, creating the next set would be far easier. "Let me see," Aldous said eagerly. Since arriving in Kingju, economic development had been his top priority, not because he neglected the military, but because he understood that without funds, supplies, and popular support, raising an army was impossible. Without a foundation in steel production and trained artisans, manufacturing cannons would remain a fantasy. His heavy investments, even his extortion of skilled craftsmen, had all been for this day the ability to produce these game-changing weapons. Aldous's excitement spread to Henry and the artisans. Their month of tireless work had not been in vain. The clay molds had been broken away, revealing the black iron molds beneath. Like their clay counterparts, these were divided into 7 segments. Once assembled, they would be ready for cannon production. Strangely, the molds themselves weighed more than the eventual cannons after all. They had to withstand repeated use. "We'll cast the first cannon tomorrow," Aldous declared, gazing at the molds. Time was running short. Completing the molds was just the beginning. The artisan's skill would now face its true test. Henry smiled. "Your Highness, perhaps you could review the key points of cannon casting with us. We hope to succeed on the first attempt." "No rushing this. Steady and sure," Aldous said with a grin. He then gathered the department's craftsmen, reiterating the cannon production process and critical details. Under the influence of the knowledge crystal, vivid images of the process seemed to materialize in their minds, cementing each step in memory. After several days of gloomy rain, the skies suddenly cleared. The heavens stretched high and blue like sapphire, dotted with soft white clouds drifting gently. The beauty of it all felt like a cleansing of the soul. Yesterday, after his hands-on demonstration at the machinery department, the workshop was finally ready to begin producing cannons in earnest. But with the barbarian invasion looming ever closer, time was running out. That morning, Elian and Rafferty arrived at Prince Henry's residence together, bringing back the intelligence they had gathered on the grasslands. "Your Highness, we received word that the barbarians and the Ottoman Empire appear to have reached some sort of truce," Elian reported. 3 months ago, The barbarians returned to Chengdu with the slaves and craftsmen they had captured from the Ottomans. "So the Western campaign is over?" Aldous asked. "It appears so," Rafferty said grimly. For Aldous this was terrible news. After unifying the steppe tribes, the barbarians had become the most powerful empire in the north. With Great Gabriel growing weaker and focused on defense, the barbarians had no threat behind them and turned westward. That meant one thing: the barbarians would now turn back east, and the full pressure would land on Great Gabriel. Aldous remembered how, in real-world history, the Mongol Empire had also stopped their western conquests before turning south to easily destroy the southern Song. "Any other bad news?" Aldous asked with a bitter smile. "What do we know about their population, army, or weapons?" Rafferty answered, "There is one more thing. During their western campaign, the barbarians acquired a powerful siege weapon from the Ottomans. It's called the Huihui giant cannon. According to reports, it can hurl a 300-pound stone over 500 meters. "Huihui cannon?" Aldous asked. "You're sure it throws stones?" "Yes." Merchants on the grasslands described it as a massive trebuchet, not a true cannon, Rafferty confirmed. Aldous let out a small sigh of relief. As long as the barbarians hadn't acquired gunpowder based artillery, it was still manageable. But even without cannons, if their siege weapons could really launch 300-pound stones, Kangju City could be in serious danger. He remembered that in actual Mongol history, similar stone-throwing machines had been used, and they had come from the western regions. Elian added, "If they bring these to attack Kangju City, I'm afraid our walls won't hold." Still, Aldous considered this a lesser threat. The range of these 500-meter stone throwers was much shorter than real cannons, and his own cannons could destroy them before they got into position. As long as he maintained artillery superiority, there was no need to panic. "That's manageable. Any other intelligence?" he asked. Elian replied quickly, "We can't determine the exact population of the barbarians, but it's estimated they have at least 2 million households." "That many?" Aldous was stunned. "Some of them have settled in the Changbai mountain region and started farming. Their population has grown," said Elian. Now Aldous truly understood the scale of the threat. These barbarians were no longer purely nomadic. They had become a semi-pastoral, semi-agricultural society. That made them even more dangerous to Great Gabriel, because it meant their logistics and supply lines were now stable, enabling long-term military expansion. And Rafferty's next comment made things worse. "That's just their civilian population," he said. "The ratio of regular soldiers to slave soldiers is now 1 to 5. Merchants say that before each campaign, the barbarians send waves of slave troops ahead. Once the enemy is exhausted from fighting them, the real barbarian cavalry charges in to finish the job." Elian added, "Recently, we found out that barbarian riders have been capturing civilians north of Kangju City. These were all once citizens of Great Gabriel. It looks like they're preparing to use the same tactics against us as they used against the Western kingdoms." Then he clenched his fists and said, "Your Highness, what should we do if the barbarians push our own people to the front lines as human shields? The barbarians are shameless and inhumane." Rafferty growled. Such tactics weren't new. History was filled with examples of invaders using civilians or collaborators to soften targets. The Manchus and Mongols had been especially notorious for this. That's how small populations had conquered massive kingdoms, and now the barbarians outnumbered Great Gabriel 10 to 1. "What will we do?" Aldous said coldly. "If Kangju falls, then I'll be the next Brandon." Elian and Rafferty exchanged glances. They understood the weight behind those words. The two continued reporting on the barbarians' military structure. Their soldiers used composite bows made from animal sinew, giving them long range. Their cavalry was trained in feigned retreat tactics, where they would turn and shoot while riding away. That very strategy had defeated many Western forces, but the army of Great Gabriel was well aware of this and would never take the risk of chasing the barbarians onto open grassland. Doing so was a death sentence. Aside from their 180-meter effective bow range, the most dangerous thing about the barbarian army was their discipline, even more so than their weapons. A fearless, well-organized army was the real nightmare. Aldous could already picture it: barbarian soldiers climbing over mountains of their own dead under cannon fire. Elian concluded, "Also, merchants say that the barbarian army has been training constantly, and they've grown extremely suspicious of all Great Gabriel travelers. Several merchants were even captured." Aldous nodded. The barbarians' recent actions were clearly signs of an upcoming invasion. He said, "Keep a close eye on everything they do, especially troop movements. Report to me immediately with any updates." Elian and Rafferty nodded and left. Aldous stood up and headed straight for the machinery department. Thankfully, he had ordered full-scale cannon production. Without that, he wouldn't be able to counter even a single Huey stone thrower with its 300-pound payload. Such force hitting the walls would be nearly as destructive as a cannon blast. His current artillery only fired solid cannonballs. He still lacked the technology and capability to produce explosive shells. As these grim thoughts clouded his mind, he quickened his pace, a deep sense of danger weighing heavily on his shoulders. Unlike the usual quiet, the atmosphere around the machinery department in Qingzhou City had grown tense in recent days. Residents noticed a sharp increase in guards. The number of soldiers had multiplied, and each one wore full silver armor, exuding an air of cold authority. Anyone who even slightly approached the machinery department was immediately driven away. Every person entering the department had to show a special pass and undergo inspection. Someone once tried to sneak in without a pass and was severely beaten and thrown into jail on the spot. All these strange changes made people wonder, what on earth is going on inside the machinery department? Only Aldous knew the full truth. That morning, he arrived at the gates of the department, handed his horse to the guard, and entered at just the right moment. Inside, Henry and his craftsmen were preparing to pour molten iron into a cannon mold. While Qingzhou could now produce high-quality steel, not all steel was suitable for casting cannons. In fact, even in modern times, until Krupp cannon steel was developed, cannon casting was limited to three main materials: copper, bronze, and iron. Bronze was an alloy that required several metals, including tin and lead, both of which was scarce in Qingzhou. That left only cast iron as a viable option. Though cast iron had its drawbacks, it was the main material for cannon production from the 15th to 18th centuries, due to one key factor: cost efficiency, and in any age cost mattered. "Your Highness, we're almost ready to pour," Henry said. The cannon mold was set up right next to the blast furnace. Once the furnace's gate was opened, the glowing molten iron would flow into the mold. But first, many careful preparations were needed. Casting cannons was delicate work. One mistake could ruin the entire mold and cause delays. Under Aldous's supervision, the craftsmen began painting the inside of the mold with a special mixture of finely ground rice husks and clean sand. These materials had been processed with extreme care, crushed and sifted over 30 times to ensure uniform texture. This coating prevented uneven pitting and made sure the cannon wouldn't fuse with the mold. Without it, both mold and cannon could be ruined. Next came a second layer, this time using powdered coal dust. The purpose? Carburization. Everyone knew that the higher the carbon content in iron, the harder it became. When molten iron came into contact with the coal-coated surface, the cannon's exterior would absorb carbon and harden, making it less likely to explode during use. Both layers had to be applied evenly and meticulously. Once finished, Aldous inspected everything. Any flawed sections were reworked before the mold was clamped shut with iron hoops. Meanwhile, other craftsmen began heating the mold. This would prevent the outer iron from cooling too quickly when it came into contact with the mold, which would affect carburization. After that, they inserted the ceramic core, which Henry had specially made under Aldous's instructions. Usually, cannon molds used a clay core, but Aldous, applying knowledge from the technology crystal, knew that ceramic core allowed for better internal cooling. This would strengthen the cannon's inner walls, a technique known as tight water cooling. "Begin," Aldous ordered once everything was ready. Henry, clearly emotional after a month of hard work, nodded. He felt like an expectant father about to witness a birth. With trembling lips, Henry shouted, "Pour the iron." A craftsman opened the furnace gate, and molten iron, glowing red, poured out of the chute with a roar. Even 5 meters away, Aldous could feel the scorching heat on his face. Those standing close were drenched in sweat, but every pair of eyes was filled with anticipation. Henry had promised, if the casting succeeded, each worker would receive 100 taels of silver. For ordinary craftsmen, that was a huge reward and an incredible motivation. The glowing iron slowly flowed into the mold. As it reached the top, craftsmen lightly tapped the mold with a hammer to help the metal settle evenly. Once the molten iron reached the rim, the cooling team began pouring well water into the ceramic core. At the same time, a length of dried pig intestine was inserted into the core. The water inside the core had to be constantly replaced until the interior fully cooled. Since Aldous couldn't get rubber tubes in this era, He used dried pig intestines as a substitute. In fact, even in modern times, sausage casings still used pig intestines. Their flexibility made them a decent alternative to rubber hoses. Above, craftsmen busily replaced the cooling water again and again. After some time, once the metal had cooled and solidified, Aldous gave the command to remove the mold. The cannon's surface was still glowing red, with many sharp burrs visible. Craftsmen immediately got to work smoothing and polishing the surface to make the cannon barrel even. When all this was done, Aldous finally let out a deep breath of relief. Now, they just had to wait for the cannon to cool completely. Henry asked, "Your Highness, is this cannon really as powerful as you say? When can we test it? I want to see how it compares to Great Gabriel's standard fire lances." "There's no need to test it to know it's like night and day," Aldous said confidently. The so-called fire lances of Great Gabriel were poorly made. While they resembled cannons in shape, they were nowhere near the real thing. In fact, the trebuchet the barbarians stole from the West might even be more effective than Great Gabriel's fire lances. The first cannon was successfully cast. The atmosphere in the machinery department was as fiery as the coal burning in the furnace. Every craftsman's face was beaming with joy. Over the past month they had worked day and night, each losing over 10 pounds, all to complete the task assigned by Prince Henry. Now all that remained was the test firing of the cannon. If successful, it would mean the machinery department had truly mastered the production technology of cannons. "Your Highness, please let us test it." "The craftsmen are eagerly waiting," Henry said, worried that Aldous might not allow them to witness the test firing. To him, this was as unbearable as being shown a newborn baby without knowing whether it was ugly or beautiful. "Yes, Your Highness, let us see it for ourselves," the craftsmen in the machinery department pleaded. Their eyes filled with anticipation for the cannon's power. Sweat and iron dust covered the craftsmen's bodies, and a metallic scent mixed with sweat permeated the air in the machinery department. With so many people urging him, Aldous naturally couldn't refuse. He had only been teasing Henry earlier. "Fine, but we can't do it today. We need a suitable testing site, and transporting the cannon is also an issue. It's extremely heavy. Not to mention, we still need cannonballs." When he mentioned cannonballs, Aldous's tone grew heavier. The cannonballs naturally had to fit the current cannon. If they were too large, they wouldn't load. If too small, the gunpowder's effectiveness would be greatly reduced, possibly resulting in the cannonball landing at their feet. Before the cannon was produced, the machinery department couldn't accurately calculate the required caliber for the cannonballs, so they hadn't dared to produce any yet. This left Aldous somewhat frustrated. After all, in this era, there was no precise measurement system, making it impossible to manufacture products with exact specifications. For now, they could only produce cannonballs by matching the cannon's muzzle diameter. Otherwise, the cannonballs might not fit at all. He thought to himself, a precise measurement system needed to be established. That way, cannon and cannonball production could proceed independently. They would only need to strictly adhere to standardized dimensions, which would also be essential for Kingju's future industrial development. Once lathes could be integrated into production, a uniform measurement standard would be even more critical for mass-producing components. Though Henry and the others were impatient, test firing the cannon required preparation not just for cannonballs, the site, and transportation, but also for something beyond Henry's control: gunpowder. Thinking of this, Aldous left the machinery department and headed straight for Riley's chemical laboratory. Like the machinery department, the chemical laboratory was heavily guarded. Every participant in gunpowder production under strict surveillance. A nation's vital secrets must not be carelessly revealed. Such security measures were only natural. These matters concerned the safety of the fiefdom. Riley and the others had long grown accustomed to this environment. Compared to cannon production, gunpowder manufacturing was far simpler. But Aldous demanded high-quality gunpowder, so Riley and his team still had their hands full. Any substandard granulated gunpowder had to be remade. In such a facility, to avoid accidents, no metal objects were allowed inside. All tools were made of wood to prevent gunpowder explosions. "Your Highness, why have you come here? It's too dangerous," Riley said anxiously when he saw Aldous arrive. This chemical laboratory wasn't the one in Broad Learning Academy. Otherwise, Aldous would have worried that Riley might one day blow up the entire academy. The current laboratory was located outside Kingju City, adjacent to the industrial district, but separated by several hundred meters and multiple walls. If you all aren't afraid of danger, why should I be? Aldous replied with a smile. Riley was momentarily stunned. He had never interacted with other feudal lords, but he was certain that this prince was unlike any other. There was no sense of superiority or detachment in Prince Henry. Instead, Aldous always carried an approachable and amiable demeanor. After a brief moment of reflection, Riley snapped back to attention. Your Highness, the granulated gunpowder you requested has been partially produced. Oh, how much? Aldous asked with interest. Riley led Aldous through the front courtyard straight to the rear. This area was designed to function as both a laboratory and a factory. The front section was the factory, while the laboratory was in the back. The entire compound consisted of 20 buildings of varying sizes, each serving a different purpose. The warehouse was also in the rear, where Riley had stored the produced gunpowder. Inside the warehouse, Riley pointed at a sack. Your Highness, this is it. I'm not sure if it's enough. The sack was about half a person's height and as thick as a man's embrace, likely containing around 100 pounds of granulated gunpowder. Far from enough, Aldous said. You'll need to speed up production. If you're short on manpower, let me know. I can allocate more at any time. Output must increase. In ancient warfare, battles often dragged on and cannons were fired repeatedly. A single sack of gunpowder wouldn't even be enough for one cannon. Riley nodded. Understood, Your Highness. I'll have them work faster, but, Your Highness, the materials. The gunpowder materials are running low too. Aldous frowned. Yes, saltpeter mostly comes from a few saltpeter caves in Frederica. There are no other sources. Just before you arrived, Potter Binkow left. He said all available saltpeter on the market has been bought, but no merchants are willing to sell any more to Kingju. Riley's words sent a chill down Aldous' spine. In the Great Gabriel Empire, saltpeter primarily came from a few open-air saltpeter caves in Frederica. Because extraction was easy and demand was low, the Great Gabriel Empire didn't prioritize saltpeter mining. No other regions had dedicated saltpeter production. Aldous had previously checked the resource distribution maps in the tech library. His fiefdom did have saltpeter deposits, and he had tasked Cade to search for them, but so far, there had been no results. He couldn't blame Cade for this. In this era, aside from surface-level deposits, finding buried minerals was like searching for a needle in a haystack. He had assigned Cade to search for multiple minerals, and though the man had endured harsh conditions with little reward, saltpeter mines remained undiscovered. Now, with the saltpeter supply cut off, Aldous faced a heavy blow. Seeing Aldous' darkening expression, Riley hesitated before asking, Your Highness, do you think Prince of Frederica is behind this? Aldous murmured the name softly. Memories of this prince from his predecessor's life surfaced among all the imperial brothers. The fifth prince, the Prince of Frederica, had the worst relationship with him. Both unruly and headstrong, the two had clashed repeatedly in Nightblumen. Aldous and the Prince of Frederica had fought more than once over petty rivalries, earning them frequent reprimands from Emperor Care. Now that the fifth prince had taken his fief in Frederica, Aldous hadn't thought much about him in a long time. In Aldous' memories, Frederica was a remote, mountainous region, though historically known as the Land of Abundance, never lacking in grain. The only downside was the frequent raids from the Nanman tribes in the south and the Tibetans in the west. Given Frederica's rugged terrain, isolated deep inland, the fifth prince likely found his circumstances even more frustrating. Exactly, Your Highness. Think about it. Kingju was buying saltpeter in bulk, and merchants from Frederica were thrilled to profit from it. But suddenly, they can't obtain any. Who else but the Prince of Frederica could enforce such a blockade? Riley complained. If this is truly his doing, then he's deliberately sabotaging you. With the barbarians pressing south, time is critical, yet he's throwing obstacles in your path. He clearly wants to see you fail. If it were anyone else, Aldous might have hesitated, but with the Prince of Frederica, he fully believed the man was capable of such pettiness. The road to Frederica is harder than climbing to the heavens. Precisely because of this, Frederica was easily defended but hard to attack. Currently, the southern and northern princes had very different agendas. The Prince of Frederica, as a southern prince, could live comfortably even if the north fell. He only needed to hold Frederica. Moreover, the fifth prince knew he had no chance at the throne of the Great Gabriel Empire, but if chaos erupted, everything would change. After a moment of contemplation, Aldous said, Whether it's the Prince of Frederica's doing remains unclear. How much gunpowder can we still produce with the remaining materials? At most 500 pounds. Aldous' frustration spiked. 500 pounds of gunpowder wouldn't even be enough to scratch the barbarians. The current cannons fired solid shot. Their power was comparable to a direct fire catapult, just with longer range. The damage wasn't overwhelming. Unless a shot hit directly, it wouldn't kill, unlike explosive shells that relied on shrapnel and shockwaves. Even with ample gunpowder, the battle would be tough. If they ran out, Kangju City would likely devolve into close-quarters combat. I'll handle the materials, just focus on production. Aldous' expression darkened. Earlier, issues with iron and coal had been debated at court, but the other princes hadn't deliberately obstructed him. Though some mines had been flooded, local supplies were still barely sufficient. And Prince Hardy, eager to use Aldous as a shield, had been cooperative. Thus, coal and iron hadn't been major problems. But now, the saltpeter shortage was a death sentence. Though the Great Gabriel Empire already used gunpowder, demand wasn't yet high enough for large-scale production. The saltpeter came from Frederica, but since it was for the Imperial Machinery Department, the Prince of Frederica wouldn't dare interfere. Leaving the industrial district, Aldous returned to his palace. For now, he could only send a letter to Nightblumen, asking Emperor Care to resolve the issue. At the same time, he planned to request saltpeter and gunpowder from Prince Hardy, though he doubted he'd get much, since Hardy also undervalued firearms. After drafting the letter, he sent Mile to the courier station, ordering it to be delivered to Nightblumen at top speed. This wasn't the modern world, where a phone call could solve everything. Here, the fastest communication between cities was through courier stations, yet even an 800-li journey would take at least 9 days for a round trip. And if further complications arose, more back-and-forth messages would be needed. The thought made Aldous seethe. His greatest fear was that the Prince of Frederica was indeed behind this. If so, the man could simply drag things out, leaving Aldous helpless. By the time Kangju's battle ended and saltpeter finally arrived, it would be useless. If Kangju fell, there'd be no need to send saltpeter at all. Instead, Emperor Care would have to rely on the Prince of Frederica. Prince of Frederica, if this is your doing, I'll skin you alive one day. Aldous gritted his teeth in frustration, yet there was little he could do. Frederica was thousands of miles from Kangju, utterly beyond his reach. While seeking help from Nightblumen, Aldous refused to sit idle. He sent another letter to Prince Hardy and summoned Cade back immediately. By dusk the next day, Cade finally arrived at the palace. "Your Highness, what's so urgent?" Exhaustion from rough travels clung to him. His search for mines had taken its toll, leaving him gaunt and weary. "Stop searching for other minerals. From now on, focus entirely on finding saltpeter and sulfur. Everything else can wait." Industrial upgrades could be delayed, but the barbarian threat was imminent. Moreover, if he used cannons to repel the barbarians, the Great Gabriel Empire would inevitably prioritize gunpowder, and saltpeter would become a strategic weapon used against him, much like oil in the modern world. A resource-poor nation was vulnerable. If cut off, its economy would collapse. "Your Highness, what's happened?" Cade asked, confused. Aldous explained the saltpeter crisis, and Cade's expression turned grave. "Saltpeter is a matter of life and death for me. I'll assign you another 5,000 laborers. Even if we have to dig through every inch of land, we must find it." His voice was steel. Cade understood the severity. Bowing deeply, he said, "This old servant will recall all mining teams immediately and devote everything to the search." With that, he turned to leave, only to run into Morley at the gates. "Steward Foxglove, you look troubled." "What's wrong?" Morley, ever observant, couldn't help but ask. "The saltpeter supply is cut off. His Highness is furious. Be careful when you see him." Morley frowned. "Misfortune never comes alone. I fear His Highness will be even angrier soon." Cade had no time to inquire further. With a quick salute, he mounted his horse and galloped away. Watching him leave, Morley sighed, hesitated for a moment, then stepped into the palace. "What, the cement was stolen?" "Exactly, Your Highness. I just received the report," Morley said. Zion Theodore was responsible for repairing Kangju City's defenses, but logistics and transportation fell under Morley's jurisdiction. Naturally, he was the first to know when something went wrong. Aldous' anger over the saltpeter crisis had barely subsided when this new outrage ignited his fury again. "You're coming with me to the Kangju military camp immediately. Those remnants of the noble clans, I won't rest until they're torn limb from limb." Morley paled. He had never seen such violent rage from Aldous before. But it wasn't unwarranted. The local aristocratic clans had been either exterminated or absorbed by Aldous' reforms. However, after centuries of entrenchment, eradicating them completely was no easy task. In Kingju, the presence of the Kingju army had allowed for swift and thorough suppression. But other prefectures, with weaker militaries, gave the clans time to react. Many had rallied their private armies and rebelled, throwing their regions into chaos. Thankfully, with popular support and the disciplined new army, the uprisings were quickly quelled. Your Highness, there's no need for haste. The bandits have already been cornered in a fortified manner by the Kangju army. However, this particular stronghold once belonged to the Merton clan of Kangju. It's the most defensible of all the manors across the 6 prefectures. The Kangju army has launched several assaults but were repelled each time with dozens of casualties. No need for haste. The cement is critical to Kangju's repairs. Any delay could spell disaster. Aldous seethed. Now he truly understood the saying, misfortunes never come alone. Morley fell silent and followed Aldous to the Kingju military camp. At that moment, Leroy was standing atop the training platform, overseeing soldiers drilling in formation. Orpheus and Asa were each correcting maneuvers among the troops. When Aldous and Morley arrived, Leroy immediately halted the exercises. Your Highness. Leroy descended from the platform. The other day he had drunk himself into a stupor and woke up the next morning filled with regret, fearing he had behaved improperly in front of Aldous. Aldous, however, was too agitated for pleasantries. His greatest fear was that the bandits would destroy the cement. There was no time to waste. General, I'm afraid I must ask for your assistance. A group of bandits has seized a fortified manor and stolen supplies meant for Kangju. Leroy was momentarily surprised. But having seen everything in his long career, he quickly regained his composure. In that case, this old general will lead the Kingju army to suppress them at once. He then asked, how many bandits are there? According to reports, roughly 1,000. Morley replied. Leroy frowned. Military strategy states that attackers should outnumber defenders 5 to 1, will need 5,000 men. He ordered Orpheus and Asa to muster the troops. As the initial fury subsided, Aldous grew calmer. Every soldier was precious now. These clan remnants, knowing capture meant death, would fight desperately. The Kingju army would suffer heavy casualties. Then an idea struck him. He had been searching for a place to test the cannon. This was the perfect opportunity. General, go ahead and besiege the manor, but wait for my arrival before launching the assault. Leroy clasped his fists. As you command, Your Highness. While Aldous and Leroy spoke, Orpheus and Asa remained silent. It seemed Leroy had them well disciplined. On the way back from the camp, Aldous suddenly thought of something. If the Merton clan's manor is so impregnable, how did the bandits get in? The manor originally belonged to the Lias. The rebels among them must have known its layout. No one expected a hidden tunnel inside. Survivors said the bandits initially planned to loot the manor's grain and funds, but when they saw the cement convoy, they mistook it for valuables and attacked. Afterward, when the Kangju army arrived, they tried storming the tunnel, only to find the bandits had blown it up. Blown it up? Aldous's eyes sharpened. You mean with explosives? Yes, Your Highness. The bandits used gunpowder to collapse the tunnel. Morley's words hung in the air as both men realized the implications simultaneously. How do these rebels have gunpowder? Gunpowder wasn't a secret in the great Gabriel Empire, but it wasn't something just anyone could produce. The materials alone were a hurdle, as Aldous was painfully aware. Now, these clan remnants had gunpowder. The implications were troubling. No matter. We'll deal with them first and ask questions later. Aldous steadied himself. Returning to Kingju City, Aldous headed to the machinery department. He ordered carts prepared to transport the cannon to the Merton clan's manor. He also instructed Henry to polish cannonballs overnight and sent men to retrieve gunpowder from Riley. The next day, a wagon pulled by 4 horses departed Kingju City, carrying a large object wrapped tightly in hemp cloth. Escorting it were the Kingju army's elite cavalry. The distance between Kingju and Kangju was over 400 li, with the Merton clan's manor roughly 200 li from Kingju. The cannon weighed around a ton. Even with 4 horses, the journey would take 5 or 6 days. Aldous's stated purpose was to suppress the bandits, but his real goal was to test the cannon's power. Though he had seen countless schematics and records, witnessing its actual performance was another matter. Naturally, Henry and his team would accompany the cannon. Aldous, Leroy, and the others set out ahead. 3 days later, they arrived at the Merton clan's manor, now surrounded by the Kangju army. Colonel Melvin Potter of the Kangju army pays his respects to Your Highness. The officer in charge of the siege was a Kingju army veteran later assigned to Kangju. Report, Aldous said. Your Highness, the bandits remain holed up inside. The manor has ample food and water enough to last months. This won't be easy. Melvin had already attempted assaults, each ending in failure. Aldous studied the manor. Unlike the Wright clan's earthen fortifications, the Merton clan's stronghold was built entirely of stone, with walls over 10 meters high. More critically, it commanded the official road between Kingju and Kangju. After its capture, it had become a way station between the two prefectures. That the Lias had dared to build it on a major highway spoke volumes about their former arrogance. "Wait," said Aldous, eyes fixed on the fortress ahead. Issuing the command calmly. Top the walls of fortified manor, a figure who appeared to be the leader stepped into view, observing the incoming reinforcements from the Kingju army. Pointing toward the wall, Melvin said, "Your Highness, that's Burton Woodward, the ringleader of this band. His father was involved in the Lotus Pond conspiracy against you. After their plan failed, I led the Kangju troops in a surprise attack on the Merton family's fortress. We wiped out most of their retainers, but Burton managed to escape. The harsh sunlight made Aldous squint. After the Lotus Pond barbarians were wiped out, he had ordered the news to be sealed and immediately launched an operation to capture the aristocrats involved in the rebellion. Many were caught before they even had time to react. Had the Merton family been more alert at the time, they might have held on to fortified manor. Orpheus had reported that Melvin had used a trick to take the fortress posing as a merchant buying grain. His men launched a surprise attack at the gates and captured it. But now, barely a month later, the Merton family had used the exact same method to take it back. "Let's go with the usual plan," Aldous said. "Try to persuade them to surrender, buy time, and wait for them to let their guard down." These rebels were different from the retainers of noble houses like the Sun or Wright families. Back then, many were reluctant servants who could be talked into surrendering. But this group had resisted even after the Barbarian War, which meant they were ready to fight to the death. Melvin acknowledged the order and stepped forward to shout. Terms at the enemy, atop the walls offering the usual surrender and live line. But before he could finish, an arrow shot down from the battlements, landing with a sharp thunk near his feet. Leroy glanced up at the wall and remarked, "That's a skilled archer. That's more than 230 meters. Most barbarian bows only shoot up to 180 meters. This one has serious strength." Then he turned to Orpheus. "Fetch my bow." Sa laughed. "Those fools dared show off their archery in front of the old general. Everyone knows your bowmanship is the pride of the Imperial Guards." "I haven't practiced in 5 years," Leroy said modestly. "Let's just hope I don't embarrass myself in front of His Highness." But from the tone of his voice, everyone could hear his confidence. Aldous smiled. "General, your archery is legendary. Please go ahead." Taking the bow from Orpheus, Leroy's weapon was clearly much thicker and heavier than those used by the Kingju troops. It was obvious that it required immense strength to draw. Without even dismounting, Leroy knocked an arrow, pulled the string back, and let it fly with a sharp whoosh. A scream echoed from atop the wall. The same archer who had fired earlier tumbled from the battlements, an arrow embedded clean through his chest. "Bravo!" Orpheus and Assas shouted at the same time. Melvin stood stunned. Hadn't known who this new general was after all. Leroy had only just arrived in Kangju, and word hadn't spread yet. The Kingju soldiers were equally astonished. Many of them had secretly resented Leroy's sudden appointment. In their eyes, Orpheus had always been the rightful commander. But now they understood Prince Henry had not made this decision lightly. Aldous' lips curled into a faint smile. After hearing 2 days of bad news, this moment finally lifted his spirits. At least Leroy lived up to his reputation. He would be a formidable asset in the fight against barbarian cavalry. The bandits atop the wall clearly panicked after witnessing Leroy's shot. A few of them peeked over the edge, then quickly ducked behind cover. Generally, a bow's range was around 180 meters, with effective killing power within 120. Beyond that, only high-arching shots had any real force. The fact that Leroy could accurately kill someone at such distance was terrifying. Without decades of training, it was impossible. It also proved his superhuman arm strength. "How about that?" Asa asked, smug. "In my opinion, bows are still better than crossbows. Your Highness, I never quite agreed with the plan to equip the Kingju army with so many crossbows instead of bows." Leroy handed the bow back to Orpheus and snorted. "What did your father even teach you? His Highness is absolutely right to favor crossbows. Training an archer takes 3 to 5 years more if you want them to be accurate. A crossbowman only needs basic training to be battle-ready. Especially for defending fortresses, crossbows are far more useful. In close range, crossbow bolts are even more powerful and more accurate than arrows. Asa went quiet. Orpheus chuckled on the side, enjoying the scolding. He too had once doubted the policy, but over time he came to understand. And with the barbarians advancing south, there was no time to train archers. "You're right, General," Aldous said. "That's exactly what I was thinking. In a few days, you'll see something even more powerful than bows, crossbows, or catapults." Leroy raised an eyebrow. "You mean that's what you've been working on at the machinery department all this time?" "Exactly," Aldous grinned. "Better get off your horse soon, this thing packs a punch." The bandits in Fortified Manor had no idea they were cornered. They never imagined the Kingju army would mobilize so many troops just for one fortress. Nor did they realize that stealing a shipment of cement had sealed their fate. 3 days later, a wagon escorted by cavalry rolled into the Kingju army's forward camp outside Fortified Manor. In those 3 days, the Kingju army and the rebels had mostly traded insults and volleys of arrows. Leroy had picked off several enemy archers. Siege ladders had also been prepared, but Aldous didn't want to waste soldiers in a drawn-out assault. Yet Fortified Manor couldn't be left alone. Not only did it contain valuable cement, it also sat on a key supply route posing a serious threat to Kangju's logistics. "Your Highness, the cannon has arrived," said Henry, accompanied by 12 craftsmen from the machinery department. Looking at the carefully wrapped cannon on the wagon, Aldous broke into a wide smile. "General Barton," he said, turning. "This is my secret weapon." "What exactly is it, Your Highness?" Orpheus asked impatiently. It wasn't a ballista or a trebuchet, and the suspense had been eating at him for days. Asa also came over, his eyes still crusted with sleep. 3 days of standoff had been more than boring. By now, Aldous couldn't keep it a secret any longer. He signaled to Henry and the others to remove the burlap covering. In an instant, a large, jet-black, cold metal object was revealed, its imposing presence undeniable. Isn't that just a fire lance?" Asa said with a puzzled expression. "Well, it does look sturdier than most fire lances." Leroy didn't jump to conclusions. Instead, he circled the object carefully, inspecting it thoroughly. And he turned to Aldous and asked, "What do you call this, Your Highness?" "I call it a cannon," Aldous replied. Asa wasn't wrong. Technically, after all, the fire lance was a predecessor to the cannon. Leroy nodded, then tapped the side of the cannon and even peered down the barrel. "This is much better made than any fire lance," he said. "Fire lances are crude and short, with a range of just about 200 meters. Surely, Your Highness isn't planning to take down a fortress with this?" Asa grinned. "Your Highness underestimates me. I've used fire lances before." "Is that so? Then I'll leave the firing to you," Aldous said seriously. "No one else has the experience." Asa, who had grown up in Nightblumen as the son of Grand General Riddle Jacob, had the laid-back arrogance of a noble. He waved it off. "It's easy." Orpheus, who might normally have jumped in to claim the task, stayed quiet this time. He knew Aldous too well. There was a mischievous smile on his face. Something was definitely up. With Asa taking on the role of guinea pig, Henry and his team had no choice but to help. They brought down the cannon from the cart and mounted it on a firing base, aiming it at Fortified Manor's front gate at a slight incline. Then they laid out all the necessary tools and supplies: cannonballs, gunpowder, fuse ropes, and the tools for cleaning and loading the barrel. Up on the wall, Burton observed their movements. When he saw the large, unfamiliar object being positioned, a bad feeling crept over him. "How's the tunnel coming along?" he asked the man beside him. What few knew was that the Merton family fortress had 2 escape tunnels. One had been destroyed. Burton had hoped to use the other to escape, but part of it had collapsed due to years of neglect. He had been sending men to clear it day and night. So far, they had cleared over 50 meters. "We've got about 50 meters cleared," said the man. "I remember only this stretch has soft soil. It should be easier after that." "Work faster. If we don't get out soon, we're finished. And take all the grain with us." "Yes, sir, but what about the cement?" "Idiot," Burton snapped. "That stuff is heavy and useless. You can't eat it, can't wear it." He had learned from captured workers that the material was called cement, but to him it was worthless. Back outside, Burton looked down again. Saw a captain-type soldier jabbing something long and thin into the strange object. That was Asa, cleaning the cannon barrel using a special cleaning rod. The cannons built by the machinery department were front-loading smoothbore cannons. Powder and shot had to be loaded from the muzzle, and everything had to be done in the right order. This wasn't something you could just wing. Aldous had already planned for this. During production, He made sure Henry prepared ramrods, loading scoops, fire pokers, lighters, everything needed for a smooth operation. At first, Asa tried to stuff gunpowder and cannonballs straight into the barrel, but Aldous quickly stopped him. Unlike fire lances, cannons required tight seals. The cannonball had to fit the barrel exactly, or the explosion wouldn't generate enough pressure for a proper shot. Worse, sand or debris could cause the cannon to misfire or explode. After cleaning the barrel thoroughly, they proceeded to loading. Using a powder scoop, Asa measured out 1 full load of gunpowder and poured it in. The scoop was designed to carry the exact amount needed for 1 shot, and he loaded the solid cannonball into the barrel and used the ramrod to pack it tightly over the gunpowder. "Ready, Your Highness?" Asa asked. He'd never gone through so many steps for a fire lance. "All good," Aldous replied. The firing method was the same as a fire lance. He didn't need to say more. Aldous simply stepped back far back. Everyone else followed his lead and backed away too. Asa looked around and realized he was now standing completely alone. A sense of dread crept over him. He turned to Orpheus. "Captain Banks, care to join me?" Orpheus smiled politely. No, this honor belongs to you." Asa glanced at Aldous, who gave him a thumbs up and a smirk. Gritting his teeth, Asa inserted the fuse into the vent hole at the back of the cannon. Henry had already lit the matchstick used for ignition. All Asa had to do was touch the flame to the fuse. "Here we go, Your Highness," Asa shouted. "Don't forget to cover your ears and stand back," Aldous reminded him. Asa nodded, lit the fuse, and immediately stepped back and covered his ears. Sizzle, the fuse caught fire, burning rapidly. It had been soaked in oil, ensuring a fast burn. The sound was deafening, like thunder shaking the heavens. A burst of flame and smoke erupted from the muzzle. Solid black cannonball shot out like lightning, slamming violently into fortified Manor's gate. Horses in the Kingshu camp reared up and neighed in panic, throwing the ranks into brief chaos. A faint haze of smoke drifted through the air, heavy with the pungent smell of gunpowder. Sa, who had been standing right in front of the cannon, flinched the moment it fired. Though he managed not to fall flat on his backside, everyone could see his legs trembling. Leroy and Orpheus both looked pale. They hadn't covered their ears. As commanding officers, they had to maintain their dignity in front of the troops, so they stood their ground during the shot, feigning calm. Now Leroy cast a grateful look at Aldous. "Good thing I wasn't still on my horse," he thought, "or I'd be on the ground by now." Looking over at the soldiers, scrambling after the panicked horses, Leroy turned back to the cannon, his eyes now filled with new respect. If this cannon were used in the field, the barbarian cavalry's horses would scatter in fear. "Your Highness, why is this thing so loud?" Asa asked as he turned around, trying to act nonchalant despite still recovering from the blast. "If it weren't loud, it wouldn't be called a cannon," Aldous said as he stepped up to inspect it. Looking up at the Merton family's fortified manor, Aldous saw that the gate had been cracked open by the cannonball. Cannons were designed for linear damage and precise targeting. This was why they were so devastating on the battlefield. A well-aimed shot could cut through a dense enemy formation, like skewering sugar hawthorn candies on a stick. By comparison, trebuchets, though powerful, only caused area damage and were far less effective against soldiers. They were better suited for siege operations. "Another few shots. Blast that gate open," Aldous ordered. The first shot had been a success and the cannon performed admirably. The fortress gate was thick and solid, but even it couldn't withstand solid cannonball. A few more hits and it would be nothing but splinters. "I'm not doing that again," Asa muttered, fleeing into the ranks like a scared cat. Just the thought of the blast made his scalp tingle. The soldiers burst out laughing, not in mockery, but in shared understanding. That thunderous boom had shaken everyone to their core. The fear it instilled was natural. Even seasoned troops needed time to get used to cannon fire. It was why artillery crews required dedicated training. Back in the fortress, Burton and his men fared even worse. The moment the cannon fired, many of the bandits collapsed on the spot in sheer terror. The gate defenders were thrown into chaos. The gate shattered with the blast, and worse, a black iron cannonball smashed through it, hitting 10 soldiers behind. The first had his chest torn open. The second had his arm severed. The third his head turned to pulp. The rest fared little better. "What is that thing?" "They say Prince Henry practices dark magic. Maybe it's true," gasped the surviving bandits, faces ashen. Even Burton, watching from the wall, turned pale when he heard the report. Outside, it looked like the Kingshu army was preparing to fire again. "They're trying to blast the gate down. What the hell is that thing?" Burton panicked. Deep down, he suspected it had something to do with gunpowder, but he didn't understand it well. "What do we do? No one dares get near the gate anymore," one of his men said. Burton, for the first time, felt despair. The escape tunnel still wasn't finished, and the strange weapon outside would soon reduce the gate to rubble. "We'll fight to the death," Burton roared. "Get everyone ready." "Yes, sir," the man replied before hurrying down the stairs. They all knew as sons of noble families they had no path for surrender. Either they died or Prince Henry did. There was no middle ground. Outside, Henry calmly cleaned and reloaded the cannon. Since Asa had fled, Henry finally had a chance to do what he'd been dying to do. Once loaded, they used the sight installed on the cannon to aim again right at the fortress gate. Another shot, another hole punched through the gate. Behind the cannon, Leroy stood next to Aldous. After 5 years of backbreaking labor in the mines, Leroy thought he had become numb. But today, something stirred inside him again. "No wonder your highness dared hold Kangju alone," he said. "With this weapon, the barbarians won't know what hit them. Looks like they've met their match this time." "I'm relieved you think so highly of the cannon," Aldous replied. "This is only the first of many. Once production picks up, we'll mount them on Kangju's walls." Leroy nodded. "How many can we produce per month, your highness? When the barbarians attack, how many will we have?" "At most, 50 cannons, assuming we have enough materials," Aldous replied, frowning slightly. Even with iron molds and streamlined procedures, it took time to cast each cannon. And now it was already May, there wasn't much time left. "With enough ammunition, 50 will be plenty," Leroy said. "Just knock out their siege towers and battering rams. Without those, the barbarians will never take Kangju." He was right. The key to a siege was breaking the gate, and that required siege engines. No soldier could climb a wall with just his hands and feet, and with their range, power, and pinpoint accuracy, the cannons could take out siege equipment with ease. The barbarians were in for a rude awakening. As the two spoke, boom, another blast rang out. From across the field, Henry shouted, "The gate's open! The gate's open!" Aldous looked up. Sure enough, a crack had opened down the center of the gate. The cannonball had struck the latch mechanism dead on. Seeing it, Leroy drew his blade and shouted, "Charge!" After 3 days of waiting, the Kangju army exploded into action like wolves unleashed. Their resentment against the fortress bandits boiled over into fury. Up on the battlements, Burton saw the silver tide of armored soldiers rushing in. He turned and fled down the stairs. The Kangju army outnumbered his forces 5-1, and they were wearing full armor that looked completely impenetrable. The battle was already over. The sound of battle on the field drowned out everything else. Golden sunlight glinted off polished armor, casting shimmering reflections like ripples across a lake. Standing on high ground, Aldous watched as 5,000 regular troops charged forward in formation. The scale of it stirred his blood. He almost wanted to charge in himself, but he knew that would only make things harder for Leroy, who'd then have to split his attention to protect him. As the Kangju soldiers advanced on fortified manor, the formation shifted under Orpheus's booming voice. Months of training had made them well practiced in maneuvering. Even their charge was orderly and disciplined. At the gate, the sword and shield troops formed a tight defensive wall to block the arrows raining down from the ramparts, while crossbowmen moved in behind them, retaliating with volley fire. This 3-stage firing system was inspired by musket formations because crossbows, once fired, needed time to reload. The soldiers had to place them on the ground, brace with their feet, and draw with all their strength. Because reloading was slow, the 3-stage method allowed continuous fire. The first row fired, retreated, the second row fired, then the third, and so on. After the first volley of arrows, they couldn't return fire. The waves of incoming bolts gave them no time to knock and shoot again. In moments, their archers were either dead or too injured to fight. The remaining bandits, realizing they couldn't hold the gate, retreated deeper into fortified manor to fight among the buildings. "These rats are smarter than I thought," Orpheus spat. "Don't underestimate them," Leroy warned. "They're harder to catch now that they're scattered. Break into squads, search, and eliminate in units of 100. He was right. The rebels had realized that a head-on clash with the Kangju army would only end in disaster, so they were using the fortress layout to stall and fight on their own terms. At Leroy's order, Orpheus shouted, "Split formations." The Kangju troops quickly divided into small units of 100, each with a balanced mix of shield-bearers, crossbowmen, and spearmen. Long, mid, and close-range tactics all accounted for. Watching this seamless coordination, Aldous nodded in satisfaction. This is close to modern urban combat tactics. Once formations were reconfigured, the Kangju troops stormed into fortified manor. With 5 times the enemy's numbers, full body armor, and Leroy's leadership, it was only a matter of time. It didn't take long. The gate fell, and Kingju flags were raised above it. Aldous began walking toward the fortress. Fortified Manor itself wasn't very large. Even with the rebels fleeing in all directions, there weren't many places for them to hide. You could still hear occasional clashes and shouts from inside, though these were quickly fading, replaced by the disciplined footfalls of Kingju formations sweeping room to room. A short time later, Leroy came over and reported, "Your Highness, the remaining rebels have been cleared. One group escaped into a tunnel. We haven't entered it yet." "A tunnel? I thought they blew that up," Aldous asked with a frown. "There's a second one. I suspect they banked on using it to escape, likely why they were bold enough to retake Fortified Manor. But from what we can tell, it's blocked," Leroy said with a hearty laugh. The two of them made their way to the tunnel. The entrance was a narrow, dark hole just wide enough for one person to squeeze through. "Cowards, if you've got guts, come up and fight." Orpheus was standing there shouting down the hole. A voice answered from within, "Ha, you gang up on us 5-1, where's the honor in that? If you've got guts, come down here." Asaph frowned. "This is tricky. The tunnel only allows one at a time. Whoever goes down first would be picked off easily. In war, formation mattered. Every commander knew that. Fighting in a narrow space was dangerous." "We can't wait," Leroy said grimly. "We don't know where the tunnel leads, and they're probably working to clear it. If they escape, they'll cause more trouble later. I'll go first. Follow me." But Aldous held up a hand and smiled. "No need, General. It's easy enough. I'll have them crawl out on their own." "Your Highness, no offense, but that sounds a bit far-fetched," Orpheus chuckled. "Unless you're going to fire a cannon down there." Aldous was always on friendly terms with his officers, so they could joke openly. He smirked. "How about a wager? If I make them come out willingly, you give me that tiger hide you hunted last winter." Orpheus blinked, then laughed. "I knew you had your eye on that tiger skin. You can have the tiger bone too if you want." "Keep that for your wine," Aldous joked. Then he turned to Asa. "Fetch some firewood and straw." Asa nodded and quickly sent soldiers to gather at Fortified Manor had plenty. Leroy stroked his beard and chuckled. He already saw where this was going. That tiger skin was as good as lost. Soon, bundles of firewood and straw were brought over. Aldous ordered the soldiers to pile it at the tunnel entrance. And he told them to light it, but to pour water on the flames constantly so it didn't ignite fully, just enough to produce thick smoke. His goal wasn't to burn the tunnel, he wanted prisoners. He still had questions about how they got the explosives that collapsed the other tunnel. Soldiers used large fans to blow the smoke straight down the hole. Before long they heard coughing. Orpheus's face turned green. He realized he'd run his mouth again, and now his precious tiger hide was gone. Why can't I just shut up for once? Aldous had actually seen this tactic in a TV show. But back then it was used by the enemy. Cough, cough, cough. The coughing inside intensified. Soon there were shouts and curses, men yelling for those ahead to move faster. Then finally one man crawled out of the smoke, gasping. Then another, and another. One by one they emerged, each one seized immediately by Kingju soldiers. In less than an hour, over 100 rebels had been captured. The last one passed out the moment he reached the surface. When no more came, Aldous asked, "Where is Burton?" Melvin pointed. "That one covered in soot, that's him." Aldous walked over. The man had fair skin and a scholarly face, now filthy and bruised. Standing before him, Aldous said, "You've got some nerve retaking Fortified Manor and stealing my cement." Burton knew he was doomed. He glared and spat, "HMPH. Foolish king, kill me or spare me, I don't care. Just save your breath. You've got quite the backbone, but I, Orpheus, love breaking hard bones like yours." Burton's defiant attitude infuriated Orpheus. Orpheus knew Burton's reputation all too well. Though the Merton family wasn't as powerful as the Wright clan among Kingju's nobility, their notoriety surpassed the other 4 great families. Rumors said the Leas ancestors were bandits who turned to farming after amassing enough wealth, eventually becoming the so-called nobility of today. Yet even now, the Merton family retained their bandit ways, bullying the weak and drawing endless complaints from nearby villagers. What's more, because of this bastard, Orpheus had lost his prized tiger pelt to Aldous. His hatred for Burton burned even hotter. After Aldous' sudden purge of the nobility, Burton had led many escaped clansmen into banditry, committing countless murders and robberies. Now that he was caught, he knew there was no way out, so he hardened his heart, putting on a fearless front. Even in death, he would set an example for other nobles, inspiring them to keep rebelling. "Wait, Dying like that would be too merciful. Since Burton is so brave and righteous, this prince must grant him a more dignified death. Throughout the purge, Aldous had encountered many fearless nobles, which surprised him at first, but after some thought he understood. The conflict between him and the nobility was now a life or death struggle, a battle for the survival of their entire class. Of course, these nobles would fight tooth and nail to defend their interests. For over 1,000 years, aristocratic families had controlled the court, proclaiming themselves the rightful rulers while consolidating their power. To them, Aldous's actions were nothing short of heresy. In their eyes, he was the villain. Realizing this, Aldous smiled bitterly. The hard road ahead had only just begun. In the hearts of the great Gabriel's nobility, he was likely the first candidate to be eliminated from the imperial succession. After all, no pig would willingly choose a butcher as its leader. From now on, he would face endless schemes and deadly traps from the nobility. But he already had a plan. To break a rigid class system, the most effective method was to nurture a new class to oppose it. Spare me your hypocritical mercy. Just you wait, Aldous. The nobles of the 6 prefectures won't let this go. The nobility of the entire empire will rise against you. Burton's curses flew like spit. Bastard, I'll cut out your dog tongue right now. Orpheus roared. Aldous remained calm. For him, reform was the only path to survival. Playing by the rules, no matter how talented he was, would only make him a sacrificial pawn in the imperial power struggle. The previous assassination attempt had been a wake-up call. He'd bet his life that nobles were behind it, though tracking down the exact culprits was now impossible. But this matter was far from over. Watching the furious Burton, Aldous said coolly, "Rejecting your execution method before even seeing it. What a waste of this prince's kindness. Every one of you rebels has innocent blood on your hands. Chopping your heads off 10,000 times wouldn't be enough." He turned to Henry. "How many cannonballs do we have left?" 32, Your Highness." Aldous nodded, a cold smile forming. "Then let this fearless Burton experience what execution by cannon means before he dies." This method of execution originated in the Mughal Empire of ancient India, founded by descendants of the Mongols, and was reportedly used to crush rebellions with terrifying effect. In modern times, a certain leader had perfected it. Aldous wasn't considering this out of sadism. He wanted to break Burton psychologically to force him to reveal the source of the gunpowder. In his current state, torture alone might not work. He never underestimated ancient people. With the prevalence of loyalty and honor in this era, some truly had unbreakable wills. Compared to Lingchai, this was cleaner and more efficient. Execution by cannon? Putting together Aldous's question about cannonballs, Orpheus suddenly realized what was coming. A chill ran down his spine. Asaz's expression also twisted strangely. Only Leroy remained unfazed. To him, this was a relatively quick death. The Great Gabriel's dungeons had entire rooms dedicated to far worse tools for dealing with rebels. Burton, of course, had no idea what execution by cannon meant. But when he and his remaining men were dragged before the weapon that had breached the manor walls, his face changed. Kingju soldiers bound the remaining bandits and lined them up against the manor's outer wall. Meanwhile, the craftsman adjusted the strange device. Its dark muzzle now aimed at Burton's followers. Noticing Burton's expression, Aldous asked, "Where did the gunpowder used to collapse the tunnel come from?" "Go to hell," Burton spat. Aldous had expected this. He stopped questioning and stepped back with Leroy and the others. Orpheus arranged the prisoners in order and returned to report. "Your Highness, let's start with the first one, Grady Woodward, Burton's most trusted henchman. This monster has at least 30 lives on his hands. He raped wives and daughters, poisoned husbands, and even smashed a baby boy to death. Though born into nobility, Asaz had a strong sense of justice, hence his past clashes with Aldous. Hearing this, he growled, "A quick death is too good for him. He deserves Lingchai." "Silence," Leroy snapped. "His Highness has his reasons. Hold your tongue." He understood Aldous's plan perfectly. Aldous gave a slight nod. "Begin." Orpheus's words had already stoked Henry's fury. He adjusted the cannon's angle, positioning it within 60 meters for better accuracy. Burton was forced to stand directly in front of the cannon's muzzle, a psychological tactic to shatter his resolve. Everything ready, Henry lit the fuse. Flames and smoke erupted as the cannonball shot straight. Toward the wall, it struck the stone with a force that left a half-meter crater, missing Grady by mere inches. Though the shot didn't hit him, Grady collapsed in a heap, trembling. Standing by the cannon's mouth, Burton staggered, ears ringing, his face as pale as paper. "Burton, how do you find the power of this cannon?" Aldous' voice pierced through the gunpowder smoke, reaching Burton's ears and filling him with despair. Could the Aldous, armed with such a deadly weapon, ever be defeated? The thought flashed through his mind but was quickly shattered. At the city gate, Grady's desperate pleas for mercy could be heard. His brush with death had driven him nearly mad. I suspect Grady will be much more willing to reveal the source of the gunpowder now. But if you still wish for a dignified death, I can grant you that opportunity. Aldous' tone was calm, as if victory was already assured. Burton let out a low, bitter laugh. He had lost. The moment the cannon fired, terror had consumed him. The gunpowder recipe was passed down by my ancestors, Burton admitted weakly. I only ask that your highness grant me an intact corpse. The half-meter crater in the wall made it clear to Burton that if the cannon struck him, he wouldn't just lose an arm or a leg, his entire body would be reduced to pulp. What I asked was where the saltpeter came from, Aldous pressed. This was his real concern. Whether the Prince of Frederica was involved or not, the immediate problem was the shortage of gunpowder materials, which would leave him defenseless against the barbarians. If your highness wants it, just dig it out of the latrines, Burton laughed mockingly. Aldous frowned, disappointed. He had hoped Burton knew the location of a saltpeter mine, but instead the answer was far cruder. He waved his hand dismissively at Leroy. Kill them all, but leave their bodies intact. Leroy nodded and signaled to Orpheus and Asa. Understanding the order, the two drew their blades. A flash of steel later, Burton collapsed into a pool of blood. The surrounding soldiers watched coldly. Men like these nobles who oppressed the weak deserved death 1,000 times over. With the cannon tested and the manor secured, it was time to return to the city. Now, Aldous had to find a solution for the saltpeter shortage. Locating a mine immediately was impossible, but Burton's words had given him an idea, no matter how unpleasant. After instructing Melvin to personally escort the cement to Kangju, Aldous turned to Leroy. Old General, though the 6 prefectures' nobility have been purged, remnants still stir up trouble. I trust you to suppress them and prevent further chaos. Leave it to me, your highness. A soldier trains for 1,000 days to be used in one battle. This is my duty. Leroy clasped his fists in salute. Aldous nodded. Originally, this task would have fallen to Zion Theodore, but the barbarian invasion had disrupted his plans. Now, Zion Theodore was focused on repairing Kangju's defenses. The troops returned to the city. Over 10 days had been spent suppressing Burton's rebellion. But at least the cannon test had been a success. The machinery department could now focus on mass-producing them. As for Aldous, the saltpeter problem remained. The cannons were just one part. He also needed vast quantities of loose gunpowder for grenades. He had held onto a sliver of hope that Burton knew of a saltpeter deposit, but that hope was now dashed. Still, there was a silver lining. Burton had proven one thing. Extracting saltpeter from soil was possible, and that soil could be found beneath latrines, albeit in small quantities. But even a drop counted in a drought. Upon returning to his palace, Aldous immediately summoned Riley. Saltpeter in latrines? Riley blinked in disbelief. To Aldous, the science was clear. The tech library contained multiple methods for extracting saltpeter from soil, and the principles were straightforward. In rural areas, the soil near pigsties and latrines was rich in organic matter. As this matter decayed, nitrifying bacteria converted it into nitric acid, which then reacted with minerals like calcium and magnesium to form potassium nitrate saltpeter. The white, powdery deposits on the walls of such places often contained high concentrations of saltpeter, sometimes as much as 75%. After explaining the process to Riley, the man slowly nodded in understanding. It's a troublesome method, but for now it's the only way to overcome this hurdle, Aldous said. If saltpeter mines were available, no one would be digging through latrines, but desperate times called for desperate measures. Beyond scraping saltpeter directly from walls, Aldous also instructed Riley to dig up old soil from beneath latrines and boil it with plant ash to extract saltpeter crystals. Your Highness, that's doable. Now that you mention it, I remember seeing that white stuff in my own latrine. But the amount is so small, how many latrines would we need to gather enough? Aldous already had a plan. He would mobilize the common people. After sending Riley to prepare the necessary tools, Aldous summoned Lynch Rawlins and personally drafted a notice for the newspaper. The notice called on the people to collect saltpeter from latrines and deliver it to local government offices. For every gin provided, they would be paid 1 wen. The next day, the announcement spread like wildfire. Reporters fanned out across villages, reading the notice to illiterate farmers. The white stuff in latrines can be sold for money. In Finch family village, Bastian stared in amazement at the man who had just read the newspaper aloud. His older brother, Clancy, had already joined the Kingju army, leaving only the eldest brother Matthew, younger sister Finch Xiaomai, and himself at home. With the harvest approaching, the family was hopeful. Though they were still poor by most standards, still life was better than before. After Clancy enlisted, the local government had delivered a sheaf of grain and a bolt of cloth to the family, a gesture that left the entire village envious. No one had expected soldiers' families to receive such benefits. In the past, conscription had meant forced service with no compensation. Because of this, many hesitant villagers had since enlisted, eager for the prestige and rewards that came with it. Aside from his second brother, Bastian's eldest brother now worked at the docks, loading and unloading cargo for merchant ships. Over the past 6 months, the number of ships arriving in Kingju's port had surged, creating a high demand for laborers and driving up wages. Finch family village was close to the docks. During the farming off-season, most men worked there. Compared to his brothers, Bastian had stayed home to tend the fields. But now, he saw an opportunity to earn some silver himself. His heart stirred with excitement. Warm spring winds stirred the air, rippling through the golden waves of wheat in the fields. In Finch family village, nestled beside those fields, the scene was lively and chaotic. Every household was digging through their latrines, all looking for one thing: niter. Bastian was the fastest. He already held a handful of white powder in his palm. He had searched every inch of his family's outhouse and now carefully wrapped up the powder before rushing off to Kingju City. Bastian, go check it out first. If it's true they'll pay for it, we'll follow. Yeah, you run fast, we'll wait for your word. Many villagers were digging. Some were still skeptical. After all the suffering they'd endured over the years, they still didn't fully trust the local government. Even though the land reform policies and production teams had brought them benefits, the long-standing distrust of officials wasn't easy to erase. But Bastian's older brother, Clancy, was a soldier in the army. That made him trust the Kingju administration more than most. He believed in the current Prince Henry. Clutching the niter tightly, Bastian arrived at the city and headed straight for the government office. At the entrance, he saw a boy around his age waiting nervously. Finch hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Are you really buying niter here?" The boy was one of Riley's assistants. Make sure the collected substance was truly niter. Riley had dispatched personnel to every county seat to handle purchasing. "Yes, we are," the boy replied, delighted Bastian was the first person to show up. Finch let out a sigh of relief and handed over his packet. "This is all I could find." The boy weighed it on a small scale and said, 5 taels in total. "Since you're one of the first 100 people, His Highness said we'll pay 20 wen per jin to encourage early participants. That's 10 wen, here you go." Bastian beamed as the 10 copper coins clinked into his hand. The boy added, "Hey, there's also a way to make even more niter. Want to learn?" "Of course," Finch replied eagerly. The weight of those 10 coins convinced him the government could be trusted. The boy taught him the folk method of refining niter, digging up old outhouse soil, mixing it with wood ash, and boiling it to extract niter crystals. Bastian memorized the steps and ran straight back to his village. When he returned, a crowd of villagers surrounded him. "Well, what happened?" they asked. Finch held up the coins and said, "Didn't I tell you? His Highness doesn't lie to the people. The officials are paying 20 wen per jin for the first 100 people." The moment he said it, the villagers took off running, each grabbing whatever scrap of niter they had and sprinting for Kingju like a pack of chased dogs. Finch laughed to himself, rolling the coins between his fingers, already imagining what he could buy with the first money he'd ever earned. As word spread that niter really could be sold for cash, it traveled fast one village to the next. More and more peasants joined the hunt for niter, and soon the whole countryside was at work. After half a month of shortages, the chemistry lab in Kingju's industrial district finally received its first shipment of niter. Sure, the sacks reeked of urine, but it was better than nothing. "You're brilliant, Your Highness," Riley said excitedly, even though the smell of the niter sack nearly made him faint. "That Prince Frederica thought he could control you by cutting off our supply. Now he's got nowhere to sell his stash." Aldous chuckled bitterly. "If I had a reliable source, I wouldn't be digging it out of latrines." He knew this wasn't a long-term solution. Niter took time to form, and homemade soil niter couldn't replace actual mines. For now, it solved an urgent problem and humiliated Prince Frederica. Once every citizen in Great Gabriel learned how to produce their own niter, Frederica's monopoly would collapse. With a steady supply, Aldous said, "We need to ramp up gunpowder production." As for Prince Frederica, Aldous had already sent a letter to Nightblumen but hadn't yet received a reply. He wasn't sure how Emperor Care would handle it, but for now he had weathered the crisis. With gunpowder secured, Aldous turned his thoughts to a new priority: launching explosive powder jars. He had specific ideas. On a battlefield, no single weapon is enough. The cannon was great for destroying siege engines and long-range threats, but the powder jar was for close-range defense, specifically to kill barbarians trying to climb ladders up the wall. Made of ceramic and packed with gunpowder, a single explosion could send shockwaves strong enough to scatter enemies and horses alike. While the cannon dealt linear damage, the powder jar dealt area of effect damage. To compensate for the jar's fragility, Aldous planned to wrap them in layers of thick straw tightly bound to prevent shattering mid-flight. All he had to do was mount small catapults on the wall, and he could cover the gaps between the cannon's long range and the soldiers' throwing range. Wherever the enemy stood, fire would follow. While envisioning this brutal but effective defense system, Aldous made his way to the machinery department. Henry was busy, but this task still had to fall to him. At the same time, in Nightblumen, a group of unwelcome guests had arrived in the capital. They were envoys from the Golden Tent Khanate, and their presence shattered the city's peaceful atmosphere. From high-ranking ministers to common citizens, everyone was speculating about their true purpose. Their arrival would determine whether Great Gabriel and the Golden Tent Khanate would be at peace or war. "Honored envoys," said Titus Dorsey, a senior official from the Ministry of Rights, "please rest in the guest house for now. His Majesty will receive you tomorrow." All foreign diplomatic affairs in Great Gabriel were handled by the Ministry of Rights, and Titus had been assigned to host them. "Tomorrow," one of the barbarian guards growled. "We want to see your emperor today. If we miss our chance, you'll pay with your worthless head." The lead envoy and his two guards were tall and powerfully built. Their hair hung long behind them with tight braids on either side. Golden earrings glinted coldly in the sun, and their faces were dark and grim. The one who shouted wore leather armor and a felt hat. He was clearly a warrior, not a diplomat. Titus flinched. He, like most officials, feared the barbarians deeply. His legs trembled as he tried to calm them. "Honored envoy, I'm merely delivering His Majesty's orders. There's nothing I can do. Please allow me to arrange a fine meal, and wine in the meantime. Would that be acceptable? And also bring some beautiful women. Or else be careful with your worthless life." The silent envoy glanced at Titus indifferently and spoke. Titus turned pale with fright, hurriedly apologized multiple times, and only then slowly retreated. Seeing Titus's submissive demeanor, one of the guards said, "Taiji, now that we've come to Nightblumen, we should enjoy ourselves before going back. It's said that not only is there fine wine here, but the women of Nightblumen are also exceptionally beautiful." "That's right. These southerners are scared to death when they see us, just like dogs encountering wolves," another guard said. The barbarian envoy sneered, "Sooner or later, I will turn this place into my palace. By then, I will select all the beauties of the world, just like that dog emperor of the southern people. When that time comes, Taiji, don't forget about us," the guard said with a lewd grin. The barbarian envoy laughed heartily and nodded, then suddenly turned serious. "It's a pity that Father Khan has grown old and lost his ambition. If I were the Heavenly Khan, why would we need to waste words with Great Gabriel?" Another guard, however, said, "But Bashan Taiji, the great Taiji has always been displeased with you. You should still be careful." The barbarian envoy nodded, his eyes narrowing slightly. "That coward is no match for me. What concerns me is someone else." As the three were speaking, Titus, who had just left, turned back and said, "Honored envoys, the wine, food, and women have all been arranged. Please follow me." Bashan snorted, shoved Titus aside, and strode out of the guest house. Titus staggered from the push but still maintained a fawning smile. Being one of Lark Wright's men, he dared not show any disrespect to the barbarians. Moreover, the moment he entered earlier, he heard a guard address this man as Taiji, which in the barbarian tongue meant prince. Judging from this man's appearance, it seemed that this envoy was none other than Bashan, the youngest son of the Heavenly Khan of the Golden Tent Khanate. Rumor had it that Bashan Taiji was a formidable warrior, feared across the western regions. During the barbarian westward campaigns, half of the small states in the western regions had fallen to his might. Realizing this, Titus put on an even more ingratiating expression. Perhaps in the future, even Lark Wright might have to rely on this Taiji. The next morning at court, Care finally met with the barbarian envoys who had come to Nightblumen. He had already heard of their arrival the previous day, but had deliberately delayed meeting them to curb their arrogance. However, whether out of displeasure or not, Titus reported early in the morning that the songstresses who had served the 3 envoys the previous night were all dead, each in a gruesome state. Upon hearing this, a surge of fury welled up within Care. Though these songstresses were mere entertainers in his eyes, they were still subjects of great Gabriel. These barbarians had slaughtered them as they pleased. It was a blatant slap in his face. But upon learning that the culprit was likely Bashan Teji, Care forcibly suppressed his anger. "Honored envoys, I apologize for any shortcomings in your reception," Care spoke first. The barbarian state was strong, while Great Gabriel was weak in comparison. Unless absolutely necessary, Care did not wish to go to war with them. "Thank you, Emperor of Great Gabriel. The hospitality last night was decent, though those songstresses couldn't handle the fun and died," Bashan said arrogantly. Bernard, upon hearing this, was furious and was about to step forward, but upon seeing Care's warning gaze, he reluctantly stepped back. The envoy is truly full of vigor." Care forced a smile. "May I ask the purpose of your visit to Nightblumen?" Bashan swept a disdainful gaze over the officials. Aside from a few showing displeasure, most of them had obsequious expressions. His contempt for Great Gabriel only deepened. "By the decree of the Khan, I present this national letter to His Majesty. Firstly, we request the cession of the 5 prefecture Kangju, Qingju, Yizhu, Dengju, and Leizhu. Secondly, an annual tribute of 1 million taels of silver must be added. Thirdly, Great Gabriel Princess must be sent to marry Bashan Teji, the Khan's most beloved son. If His Majesty agrees, the Khan guarantees that for the next 10 years, he will not wage war against Great Gabriel. Fourthly, from this day forth, the Emperor of Great Gabriel must address the Khan as his sovereign and refer to himself as the filial emperor under the Khan. If not, in 3 months, our Khan will personally lead his army to seize Kangju. By then, not only will Kangju be utterly destroyed, but so will the surrounding prefecture," Bashan declared, still unaware that his identity had been exposed. As soon as these words fell, the entire court erupted into heated discussions. Bernard clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth in fury. At the same time, however, many officials looked pleased, whispering among themselves and nodding subtly. Care was so enraged that he nearly fainted. Land cessions, indemnities, a forced marriage, all of this was an unprecedented humiliation to Great Gabriel. As fury overwhelmed him, he suddenly lost consciousness. Your Majesty, the eunuch attending Care panicked. At this moment, Ivor turned to Bashan and said, "Honored envoys, please return for now. His Majesty is unwell and will respond to your demands once he recovers." "No need. If you agree, send the princess over. If not, see you in 3 months at the gates of Kangju." With that, Bashan laughed wildly and left. After the barbarian envoys departed, rumors soon spread through the streets. It was said that the emperor had been so angered by the barbarian envoys that he had fallen gravely ill and remained bedridden. The people of Nightblumen sighed deeply at this news. What an utter disgrace. In the green water pavilion, Fiora was gently holding a bowl of lotus seed porridge and serving Care. "Your Majesty, no matter how angry you are, you must eat something." At this moment, Care's face was sallow, and his expression was filled with dejection. If the barbarian invasion had once been mere speculation, then the arrival of their envoy had now made it a clear and present danger. "How can I eat?" That day in court, the barbarian envoy openly demanded that I cede Kangju, Qingju, and Dengju, that future emperors of Great Gabriel must call the Khan their sovereign, increase the tribute by 1 million taels, and send a princess for marriage. In exchange, they promised not to attack for 10 years. If I refuse, in 3 months, the heavenly Khan himself will lead an army to seize Kangju. After a pause, Care continued, "But the most infuriating thing is that more than half of my court officials are now submitting petitions urging me to accept these humiliating terms." The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Fiora sighed softly and said, "These ministers, how could they agree to such humiliating terms?" "Exactly. Are there still any men of backbone left in Great Gabriel?" Care sighed. Then, as if recalling something, he asked, "Fiora, I remember Henry Wright sending a letter. What did it say?" For the past few days, Care had been bedridden, leaving Ivor to handle state affairs. Now, he suddenly remembered the letter that Aldous had sent 10 days ago. "Your Majesty, your health is most important. Please don't concern yourself with that matter," Fiora said with a melancholic sigh. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. is translated as filial emperor to reflect the humiliating subservience implied. Jade Water Pavilion was serene and elegant, peaceful and quiet, just like Fiora herself. Lately, Emperor Care found himself weary of the gaudy, painted faces in the harem. What he longed for now was this calm and tranquility. Here, he could almost forget all his burdens at least for a little while. Perhaps it was age, perhaps just exhaustion. These days, he found himself recalling his own youth as a prince. Back then, Prince Hardy, Prince Ning, and the other princes were still by his side. But now, all that remained was a cold and lonely throne, the very throne he had once pursued with madness and obsession. If Prince Ning were the emperor now, would the great Gabriel Empire suffer such humiliation? The terrifying thought flashed through his mind, but he quickly shook it off in alarm. Cold sweat soaked his back. Looking at Fiora's lowered lashes, Care seemed to make up his mind. Prince Henry is carrying a heavy burden now, he said. How could I turn a blind eye? His affairs are now state affairs. Fiora sighed. It doesn't seem like anything major, just that his fiefdom ran out of niter. Apparently, no merchants are delivering to Kingju anymore. Niter, Care frowned. He's making gunpowder. I didn't expect he'd be capable of that too. I was surprised as well, Fiora replied, as she gently fed him a spoonful of lotus porridge. Our Aldouser seems to have picked up all sorts of skills. I don't even know where he learned them. At least it's better than when he was just a lazy prince, the emperor chuckled. No matter where he learned it, it's useful now. Then his tone sharpened. The only major niter source in the empire is in Frederica Prefecture. Prince Frederica must be behind this. Those two have never gotten along, even back in Nightbloomin. Now that Prince Frederica knows Aldouser needs niter, he's obviously playing games. A father knows his sons well. Care understood Prince Frederica's petty nature all too clearly. Even now the princes are scheming against one another, Fiora muttered with a frown, clearly displeased. It wasn't often Care saw her lose her temper. He found it oddly refreshing but said, "Of course, I'm just speculating. Even if it's Prince Frederica's doing, confronting him directly would get me nothing but denials." "Then what can we do? This niter seems vital to Aldouser," she said worriedly. "No matter," Care replied. "I'll immediately order all niter and gunpowder from the armory to be allocated to him. I'll also demand that Prince Frederica deliver his niter stockpile to Nightbloomin. Let's see if he dares refuse." He had ruled for over 30 years. Court intrigue was second nature to him. Fiora nodded quietly. Neither of them fully understood how crucial gunpowder would become. They simply saw it as another resource like coal or iron. Sighing, Care sat up and swung his legs off the bed. "There are 20 fire lances left in the arsenal. I'll have those sent to him as well." "Your Majesty, where are you going?" Fiora asked with concern. "Aldouser's needs can't wait. Besides, I still have to deal with those nagging ministers." He dressed and stepped out of Jade Water Pavilion. Outside the Chenking Hall, a crowd of ministers were kneeling. "Your Majesty, we beg you to reconsider," they cried. "This is a rare opportunity for peace with the barbarians. Think of the people." Care's face was unreadable. "If that's how you feel," he said coolly, "then any of you with daughters send them into the palace. I'll adopt them as imperial princesses. We'll arrange the marriage alliance using your daughters." Care had not taken the throne merely due to Prince Lark's support. He was also sharp as a blade. In the past, he might have accepted the barbarians' terms for a decade of peace. But after witnessing the ambitions of the vassal lords, he saw the real danger. The imperial family's lands were shrinking, while these regional lords used defending the country as an excuse to demand money and grain. If this continued, the empire would fall into someone else's hands. So this time he passed the burden back to them. The ministers looked at each other in dismay. Sending the emperor's daughter was easy, it didn't affect them. But their own daughters, everyone knew how barbaric the nomads were. A daughter sent away like that might never live to see another day. Still stunned, the ministers said nothing. Then the emperor added, "And about the treasury, you all know we're stretched thin from annual tributes. Perhaps you ministers could recommend which vassal lord we should borrow silver from." Looking at their anxious faces, Care gave a cold snort and swept away, leaving them speechless. "This matter is settled," he declared. "If Prince Henry and Prince Hardy can't defend Kangju, so be it. It's a failure of the royal family. But if they do, and anyone dares suggest surrender again, I'll have his head." The ministers slowly rose to their feet. One of them asked Lord Rollins, "What do we do now?" "What do we do?" Maynard snapped. "You planning to send your daughter?" "Of course not," the other replied sheepishly. "Then we wait for Kangju to fall. Our emperor won't cry till he sees the coffin," Maynard sneered, then left humming a tune. The other ministers quickly dispersed. There was no point staying. It had been 20 days since the newspaper announced the niter buyback policy. With real silver being handed out, the people no longer hesitated. Homemade niter production was booming. Every day, government offices in towns and counties were lined with peasants carrying powder for sale. Even though shipments from Nightblumen had brought plenty of niter, Aldous refused to stop local purchases. Because the intelligence reports brought with those ships made clear, they had only 2 months left. 3 months, said Morley, standing in the command office, which means just over 2 months remain now. Aldous had received a letter from Care even before that. Supply ships arrived. The Emperor's anger practically leapt off the page, describing the barbarian envoy's arrogance in court. But from that, they could also confirm one thing: the barbarians would attack in 3 months. Now they had barely 2. Staring at the 20 fire lances delivered alongside the letter, Aldous said, "Exactly. We start now. In 3 days, the wheat outside the city will be ready for harvest. Send orders to every county, begin grain stockpiling. Also start organizing labor teams to transport supplies to Kangju." Morley nodded. "Leave it to me, Your Highness. I won't let these tasks slow down your greater plans." 20 fire lances were laid neatly on the ground. After assigning the logistics to Morley, Aldous turned his gaze toward the line of bronze tubes. Unlike the heavy cannons he developed, these fire lances were narrow at both ends and bulbous in the middle, primitive firearms, more like oversized metal muskets than true artillery. The bore was tiny and their effective range not worth mentioning. Clearly, the recent insult from the barbarian envoys had stung Emperor Care. He'd been furious enough to actually send these over. But to Aldous, the yellow-gold sheen of these fire lances didn't say weapon. It said coinage. No wonder some emperors in history had melted them down into currency. "Your Highness," Morley asked, "what should we do with these? Should we send them to Kangju?" Aldous smiled. "No need. 20 fire lances. That's enough raw brass to cast a real cannon. Send them to the machinery department instead." "As you command," Paxton replied. Aldous was rather pleased with how the Emperor had handled things this time. He'd expected a drawn-out affair, letters scolding Prince Frederica, delays, more letters, and endless waiting. But to his surprise, Care had acted swiftly, resolving the crisis first and dealing with Prince Frederica later. Apparently, getting humiliated by the barbarians really does light a fire under people. Having inspected the newly arrived supplies, Aldous and Morley made their way outside the city. Now, gunpowder and cannon production would be left to Henry and Riley. There was no point in hovering. But the grain fields, those were a different story. It wasn't just the peasants' crops that needed harvesting. The government-run estate farms had fields too. Aldous had once promised Orpheus that all the yield from those lands would go directly to the Kingju army. Now it was time to make good on that promise. By the Zyoking River, Aldous and Morley paused to take in the view. Across the river lay the army's farmland, an ocean of golden wheat that swayed in the breeze like waves on a sea of gold. Looking at the ripening grain, Aldous felt even more joy than when he'd cast his first cannon. Food is the foundation of the people. Agriculture is the backbone of the nation. If the people had enough to eat, they'd be content. If soldiers had food, they'd fight without fear. But if all a ruler did was wage war, the only thing he'd harvest was rebellion. Because the harvest was close, Orpheus had already posted guards to patrol the army fields to prevent theft. Most people were honest, but there were always a few who tried to cut corners. 3 days ago, someone had sneaked in at night and cut down a small corner of the crop. Orpheus had gone ballistic. To him, the estate fields were more important than his own life. He and the soldiers had tilled the soil and pulled the weeds with their own hands. He immediately dispatched guards to watch day and night, then went to the magistrate himself to demand a full investigation. It only took 2 days before the thief was caught. Orpheus gave the man a good beating himself. But even so, petty theft from farmland was still fairly common in the people's own fields. After this harvest, Morley said with a smile, the people should finally have some breathing room. Until now, Aldous's industrial zones had mostly benefited merchants. The peasants, not so much. After all, the factories were just a small pilot project in Kingju City. The other 5 prefectures hadn't seen much benefit yet. "That's the idea," Aldous said with a smile. 3 years of tax exemption this harvest, the government won't take a single grain. The people should finally have surplus grain at home. And when the people have grain to spare, they start selling. With extra income, they start to spend. And once money starts circulating, economic activity across all 6 prefectures would pick up. Still, Paxton said with a chuckle, it'll fall to your highness to keep doing business and filling the treasury. Everything Aldous had done these past months, Morley had seen it all. He knew that no other vassal in Great Gabriel cared for the people quite like Prince Henry. The more time he spent with Aldous, the more he sensed that this prince had ideas and values unlike anyone else. Ideas Paxton couldn't even fully understand. Truth is, I just don't want to die a miserable death here. That was Aldous's private thought. Of course he wanted to live like a proper prince, enjoy a life of luxury. But just like farming, if you want a harvest, you've got to work the land. That was the only reason he toiled over agriculture and industry. After all, in this world, all he had was technology. He didn't have a powerful birth family like other princes. He was no schemer either. He was raised in the modern world, where he was taught that love makes the world go round. So his path was clear from the beginning. Win hearts, push tech, grow the economy. Just then, hoofbeats echoed in the distance. Leroy rode up with Orpheus and Asa in tow. All three looked relaxed and content. Your Highness, Leroy called out cheerfully. What a coincidence, you're out here too, Orpheus added. The general wanted to see the army's estate farms, so I brought him over. We were just talking about the same thing, Aldous said. The harvest is close, you can't afford to get careless. Make sure it's brought in before the rains hit. Yes, Your Highness, that's why we're here, Orpheus replied. Leroy looked over the fields and nodded approvingly. Your Highness, not many rulers would give up their own land to feed the army. I'm impressed, truly impressed. You flatter me, General, Aldous said modestly. I had little choice. King Ju is strapped for resources. At least this way the troops won't go hungry. Plus, farming in the off-season and training in the slow season doesn't interfere with their drills. Leroy nodded. He understood the logic perfectly. Throughout history, border armies farming their own land was standard practice. They crossed the stone bridge and walked into the wheat fields. Leroy knelt, picked a stalk, rolled it between his fingers, then bit a kernel. Still a bit damp, he said. Give it 2 more days of sun, then mobilize 1,000 men, you'll get it all in. Aldous's estate covered 100 king, or 10,000 mu of land. In Great Gabriel, each mu yielded roughly 3 dan of grain. With the harvests from other estate farms as well, this season alone would bring in about 300,000 dan. The Kingju army only numbered 20,000 troops. That was enough grain to feed them for over a year. That wasn't even counting the second harvest later in the year or the newly cultivated fields in other areas. Which meant one thing, the army's food problem was officially solved. The scent of wheat mingled with the earthy aroma of soil. Wafting on the breeze. In the nearby river, gentle ripples shimmered under the sun. It was a peaceful and idyllic scene. Standing there amid the fields, one could almost forget the looming threat of war. If not for the barbarians, this would have been a picture-perfect moment of rustic tranquility. After chatting a bit more about the upcoming harvest, Aldous finally shared with Leroy, Orpheus, and Asa the news of the barbarian envoy's arrival in Nightbloomin. Just over 2 months. Leroy frowned slightly. Aldous noticed his expression and asked, "What is it, General?" Leroy replied solemnly, "Your Highness. The barbarian totem is the steppe wolf. They fight like wolves, cunning and treacherous. We must not trust their claim of 3 months before their attack." Exactly, Orpheus agreed, from our experience fighting the barbarians. It's clear they'll use any means necessary to win. They lie, deceive, and strike when least expected. Morley exchanged a glance with Aldous. They hadn't dealt with the barbarians enough to understand their tactics, but now their expressions turned grave. Leroy nodded. If they say they'll attack in 3 months, it's likely to lull us into a false sense of security. Their real plan is to strike early and catch us unprepared. From this point forward, Your Highness should dispatch scouts into the steppe to monitor their movements and prepare for a sudden strike on Kangju. They'll almost certainly send small tribes first. Orpheus added, a probing attack to test our defenses before committing their main force. Asa opened his mouth to speak, but with both of them covering the essentials, he simply nodded and said nothing. Aldous nodded slowly. This information changes everything. If the barbarians did launch a probing attack, he had to make sure not to reveal the cannons too early. The element of surprise must be preserved until the main army arrived. Very well, Aldous said. General Barton, I ask that you personally oversee Kangju's defense. Leave only enough soldiers behind to harvest the wheat. Leroy gave a crisp nod. Rest assured, Your Highness. With me in Kangju, the city will stand like a mountain. With the matter settled, Leroy and the others departed immediately. They needed to lead the Kingju army back to Kangju City without delay. Aldous and Morley remained. Their job was to ensure Kangju's supply lines stayed open. By midday, they had inspected all the government-run fields. Morley returned straight to the command office, already planning how to coordinate grain and supply deliveries. Kingju was now in a state of full military readiness. That afternoon, Aldous visited the machinery department. He instructed Henry to hand over the newly finished cannons to Morley for immediate transport to Kangju. One additional cannon would remain behind for training purposes. Plans rarely keep up with change. "Your Highness, will 10 be enough?" Henry asked, watching as slaves carefully lifted the cannons onto carts. "It won't be," Aldous replied grimly, "but we don't have a choice. Let's just hope the barbarians arrive late." He paused. "By the way, how's production going on the powder bombs I asked for?" At the mention of that, Henry looked rather puzzled. "Your Highness, I understand the rusted nails inside, but why are we packing animal dung into them? You wouldn't understand even if I explained." Aldous said, "Just follow instructions. Divert some laborers immediately to start mass filling those powder bombs. We'll make up in numbers what we lack in firepower." Henry scratched his head but nodded. The whole business with the powder bombs still baffled him. "And the catapults?" Aldous asked. "We've already built 30, Henry replied. "I had Doran call in extra carpenters. Since it's just a basic design, production is fast." He pointed toward a courtyard nearby. "They're assembling more right now." The catapults Aldous had requested was small and portable, range under 200 meters, easy to mount atop walls. Nobody knows when the barbarians will strike, he thought. We must prioritize speed. Sacrifice complexity for quantity. In the adjacent yard, hundreds of carpenters were hammering away. The design was a simple torsion catapult, modeled after a bow. A bent bamboo arm was tied with hemp rope on each side, forming a spoon-like scoop at the center. To fire, soldiers would pull back the scoop and release just like drawing a bowstring. It required 3 soldiers to operate, but was quick and easy to make. Aldous had found this design in the technology crystal the simplest, fastest solution to deal with the urgent threat. "Have Doran send more carpenters," Aldous said. "Kangju needs at least 50 of these. We'll need them there within the next few days." The urgency in his voice wasn't lost on Henry. "Your Highness, are the barbarians already on the move?" he asked. "Most likely," Aldous answered. "We must be ready." Henry nodded. "Then I'll push production even harder. Also, the 4th iron mold is almost done. By the end of next month we can produce another 16 cannons." Aldous let out a long breath. "That brings us to 26 total. Let's hope it'll be enough." If Leroy's hunch was correct, they wouldn't even get the full 3 months. It was like a boxer counting 1, 2, 3 before a match, except the punch came on 2. But such is the art of war. If the barbarians fought fair, the great Gabriel Empire wouldn't be in this sorry state to begin with. Henry scratched his head. "That's the best we can do for now." Then he remembered something. "Ah, Your Highness, the glass lenses you requested from the glassworks are finished. I have them here." "Excellent," Aldous said. "Give them to me right away. Leroy leaves for Kangju tomorrow. He'll need this for reconnaissance." Henry left and returned with a small wooden box. Inside were 3 pairs of circular lenses, thick in the center, thin at the edges. One set was a convex lens, a magnifier. The others were concave lenses. Aldous's plan was simple. Assemble a monocular telescope. It wasn't just a matter of slapping 2 magnifiers together. Without a prism, the resulting image would appear inverted. So instead, he combined a convex lens with a concave lens, producing a simple refractor that gave an upright image. The trade-off? Narrower field of view, lower magnification. But for now, that was more than enough. A single monocular scope, he thought, is worth 100 scouts. The lone moon hung high, its silver light blanketing the earth like morning frost. In a small grove opposite the Kingju army's official estate, dozens of shadowy figures shifted among the trees, black silhouettes in the night. "Big brother, what now? The estate is guarded day and night by the Kingju army. There's no chance to make a move," whispered one of the men. Through gaps in the trees, one could clearly see the glint of moonlight reflecting off the soldiers' silver armor. "Yeah, the wheat's almost ready to harvest. If we don't act now, it'll be too late." The man referred to as Big Brother was clad in black, the round silver moon reflected in his eyes. He spoke coldly. "Bashan Teji will soon launch his attack on Kangju. The merchants from the steppe brought word our mission is to disrupt the Leo Prince's supply lines. No matter what, tonight we burn those wheat fields. Finally, I've been waiting for this. When did this brat Aldous start calling the shots in Kingju anyway?" Since he's forced us into a corner, let's send him to hell first, one man spat. Exactly. The steppe merchant said Bashan Teji promised if we succeed tonight, once Kingju is taken, the 6 prefectures' lands will be divided among us. We'll each be little kings ourselves. We'll give Bashan Teji a proper gift, the black-clad leader said with a sneer. What's the plan, big brother? He paused, then said, the Kingju army is too alert. A head-on assault won't work. You take 10 men and create a diversion from the east. Don't engage them, just draw them away. The rest of us will use the opening to set the wheat fields on fire. Brilliant plan, brother. Let's move. One of the men led a team across the stone bridge toward the estate. When they got close, one of them pulled out a fire striker and blew on it. With a spark, flame ignited. He tossed it into the dry wheat. The weather had been hot and dry for days. The moment the flame touched the field, the wheat went up like kindling. Fire, saboteurs, saboteurs. A Kingju soldier roared as the blaze lit up the night. Panic swept through the guards. Some grabbed water buckets to extinguish the flames, while others charged toward the fleeing arsonists. The black-clad men didn't fight back, they kept just out of reach, drawing soldiers further away. Meanwhile, the rest of the saboteurs crossed Zioking River under cover of the chaos, infiltrating the estate and setting fires in dozens of locations. The Kingju soldiers were overwhelmed, put out one blaze and another sprang up behind them. Then came the attack. Grouped together, the black-clad men drew short blades and launched surprise strikes on the scattered soldiers. ZZZZT, the sickening sound of metal piercing armor. Clancy cried out as a blade stabbed into his back, but his training kicked in. Instead of turning, he rolled away and drew his sword, blood soaking through his armor. Thanks to his body armor, the blade hadn't gone deep. He grit his teeth, locked eyes on his attacker and shouted, "Assassins here." The saboteur was stunned. He had expected a clean kill, but Finch's shout brought nearby soldiers running. Realizing he had lost the advantage, the assassin turned to flee into the shadows, but Finch didn't give him the chance. With a predator's leap, he struck back, his sword cutting down in an arc. The attacker dodged, lacking Finch's protection. Finch's swing had been a feint midway through. He pivoted, slashing sideways. The blade bit deep into the assassin's arm. Blood sprayed as the man screamed. "Big brother," one of the saboteurs shouted, and the others rushed to shield him. Finch raised his sword, ready. "Retreat," the wounded leader ordered. Seeing more Kingju soldiers closing in, he chose escape. The saboteurs melted back into the darkness. The soldiers reached Finch. "Clancy, are you hurt?" Clutching his back, Finch grabbed a water bucket. "I'm fine." Put out the fire. As much as they wanted to hunt down the attackers, they knew if the wheat burned, the Kingju army's food for the year would be gone. Even knowing the assassins might strike again, the soldiers risked everything to fight the flames. Meanwhile, a detachment had already ridden to the Kingju garrison for reinforcements. But the flames were growing. Buckets weren't enough. Across the river, the saboteurs watched the inferno with smug satisfaction. "This is only one estate," the leader said coldly. "There are more. Let's see how long they can keep up." The flames rose higher, painting the sky red. Sparks flew. The smoke thickened. In the city, people looked up and gasped. In the Henry Prince's residence, Aldous was dragged out of bed by Keeley. He rushed to the window and saw the northern sky glowing red. That was the estate. Having grown up in the countryside, Aldous knew exactly what this meant. That kind of red sky only appeared during massive wheat fires. But in these times, no one burned straw. Every household saved straw for cooking fires, which meant someone had set the fields ablaze. "Ready the horses," Aldous shouted. "We already have them prepared," Mayo replied calmly. Aldous vaulted onto his mount and led his guards galloping out of the city. At the same time, the Kingju army had already mobilized. Nearby villagers also surged out of their homes, worried their own crops would be next. "The prince's estate field is on fire," someone shouted. "Get your buckets." From every direction, farmers picked up sickles, buckets, anything they could carry, and ran toward the flames. The pitch-black night was dyed crimson by raging flames, the acrid stench of smoke thick in the air. In front of the official granary, the pungent scent of scorched wheat stabbed at Aldous' heart like a blade. This was months of rations for the Kingju army, months of rations. A loud shout rang out, accompanied by urgent hoofbeats. Leroy and Orpheus arrived with the Kingju troops. "Those damn bastards, who did this?" Orpheus roared furiously, charging into the fields and stomping on the burning stalks. Leroy's face was like stone. Seeing Aldous so stricken, he said, "Your Highness, now's not the time for sorrow. We must stop the fire from spreading. If not, all the wheat will be gone and the blaze will reach the villagers' crops too." Aldous had only just arrived. Shaking off the haze of rage, he said, "Tell all soldiers to stop using water. Everyone start cutting the wheat along the burning edge. We'll make a fire break." Aldous noticed many villagers had been roused by the commotion. Approaching them, he said, "Everyone, I ask for your help to bring this fire under control." "Your Highness, this is our duty," one man said. Immediately, the villagers rushed into the fields, bending over and expertly swinging their sickles. Another shouted, "I'm heading back to the village to bring more people." This detachment of Kingju cavalry was only 1,000 strong. Infantry reinforcements hadn't arrived yet. If they waited any longer, more crops would be lost. Fortunately, nearby villages weren't far. Leroy said, "Get on the horse. I'll take you." To save the granary wheat, Aldous didn't stand idle. Grabbing a sickle, he too entered the fields. Soon the sound of running footsteps rang out. Villagers from nearby had arrived and plunged into the fire line. With so many seasoned farmers joining, the blaze spanning several hundred meters was quickly surrounded. Half an hour later, the Kingju infantry arrived and also joined the effort. By dawn, the flames had finally been extinguished, halted by the fire breaks. Blue-gray smoke drifted under the dim morning sun. Aldous's clothes reeked of scorched straw. "Your Highness, 500 mu of fields are gone," Orpheus said, face blackened with soot, his voice hoarse. The other soldiers and villagers looked much the same. The fire was out and they all let out a heavy breath. 500 mu, Aldous echoed quietly. 1,500 she of grain. But the real issue wasn't the lost wheat, it was the traitors who dared such madness. With enemy forces preparing to invade, someone still had the audacity to sabotage the rear supply lines. To him, it was treason, betrayal, treachery, a crime punishable by death. "Where are the soldiers who guarded the granary last night?" Aldous asked coldly. Orpheus stiffened. He felt a deadly aura emanating from Aldous, so unlike his usual approachable self. "If blame must be laid, then punish me, Your Highness. It was my negligence that allowed these rebels to burn the fields." Orpheus knelt on one knee. "This wasn't the captain's fault." "We were ambushed," shouted several soldiers, dropping to their knees as well. "Get up," Aldous said. "I'm not here to assign blame, I just want to know exactly what happened." The granary was massive. Soldiers had to patrol in scattered shifts. If someone deliberately planned this, it would be impossible to guard against it fully. "We were drilling last night when a group of black-clad figures snuck in and set the fire. We gave chase immediately, but didn't expect another group to be lying in wait. They set more fires while we were distracted. They even tried to kill us. Clancy was stabbed in the back, though he said he wounded one of them too." Aldous noticed one kneeling soldier with a blood-soaked back. He sighed inwardly. How could he blame a wounded man who still spent the night fighting fire? "This was my fault. I was too careless before a war." "You're Clancy, right? You're injured. Why haven't you gone to the physician? Don't you care about your life?" Aldous asked. "Captain Banks said the wheat is the Kingju army's life." Clancy replied with a blank but firm face. Aldous froze. With men like this, how could the Kingju army not become the Empire's finest force? He says nonsense like that all the time. "Go to the physician. The wheat's burned, we'll survive, but I don't want to lose a good soldier," Aldous said. Clancy's eyes grew moist. The prince's concern stirred something deep in his chest. Orpheus gave a sheepish grin. "What are you standing around for? Get to the doctor." Clancy nodded, helped by a few comrades as he walked away. Orley had arrived during the night too. "Your Highness," Clancy said, he wounded one of them. "We should search the area immediately for anyone with an injured arm. If we don't catch them, this will happen again." Aldous nodded. "General Barton, we can't wait any longer. Have the troops start harvesting the wheat today. Even if we have to dry it later, it's better than losing it." Just then a man dressed as a villager stepped forward. "Your Highness, if you're harvesting, let us help. After everything you've done for us, it's time we return the favor." "Yes, we can't let the army's food burn. Our own crops can wait a few days." Voices rose one after another. Aldous was deeply moved. "This is what General Barton meant. If you treat people like family, they'll treat you the same." He bowed deeply. "Thank you, everyone, truly." Morley smiled faintly. "Those who win the people win the world. These policies haven't been in vain." Leroy looked meaningfully at Aldous, then turned to the troops. "What are you standing around for? The villagers are harvesting. Are we going to let them beat us?" "Yes, sir," came the thunderous reply. The soldiers charged into the fields. Aldous watched it all with a heart full of resolve. "For these brave soldiers and kind-hearted people. Even if I'm broken to pieces, I will defend Kangju. Never let the barbarians set foot on our land again. Never again shall our people suffer under foreign rule." Quietly, he and Morley returned to the city. Aldous ordered all nearby prefectures to search for any man with a wound on his arm. Any useful tip would be rewarded with 1,000 taels. At the same time, he summoned Elian to the Prince Henry's manor. Elian, I order you to immediately send people to monitor all medical clinics. Not let anyone who buys medicine for bruises and injuries escape surveillance. In the Henry Prince's residence, Aldous spoke solemnly to Elian. Elian had already learned about the burning of the government estate on his way back. At present, Rafferty was in Kangju City, responsible for gathering intelligence on the grasslands, while Elian handled affairs within the fiefdom. This incident filled him with guilt because he had received no prior warning. Your subordinate has already arranged for a secret investigation. Upon arriving, Elian hesitated before continuing. By the way, Your Highness, these past few days, I've had the covert guards keep an eye on merchants returning from the grasslands. A few of them behaved suspiciously after entering Kangju City. They snooped around everywhere and even lingered near the workshop district and the machinery department. Are you saying these merchants are spies from the grasslands? Aldous asked. Wouldn't that make sense? These smugglers only care about profit. They'll take our silver to work for us, but they'll just as easily take the barbarians' silver to work for them, Elian replied. They take our silver, Aldous frowned. Do the covert guards also buy information about the grasslands from them? Double agents were not unheard of in reality, and Elian was right not to trust these merchants. Aldous said, in that case, secretly arrest those suspicious merchants immediately and interrogate them under torture. We don't have time to play games with them. Right now, it's better to kill 1,000 by mistake than let one slip away. Elian nodded, his expression darkening. As soon as Elian left, Aldous was about to head out when Caspar suddenly arrived, requesting an audience at the prince's residence. Recently preoccupied with preparing for war in Kangju, Aldous had left the Merchant Association's business to Caspar. Your Highness. In the main hall, Caspar bowed respectfully. No need for formalities. As the Merchant Association's deputy head, you're quite busy. What brings you here? Aldous asked. Caspar grinned. Your Highness, no matter how busy I am, I could never forget about you. Your Highness, I've come with great news. What news? Aldous asked, his interest low. The recent events had left him irritable. Noticing Aldous's mood, Caspar said, Your Highness, this will definitely make you happy. I've brought you 2 shiploads of saltpeter. 2 shiploads? Didn't have her say there's no saltpeter on the market now? Aldous asked, puzzled. Caspar explained, For this, Your Highness should thank William. A few days ago, on my way back from Jinling City, I happened to run into the Huxley family's merchant ships returning to Kangju. Unexpectedly, they were carrying saltpeter. Once back in the city and hearing of Your Highness's shortage, I remembered this and went to see William. He was very willing and said he had been planning to send the saltpeter to Your Highness. Oh, instead of being pleased, Aldous frowned. Your Highness, what's wrong? Isn't this good news? Caspar asked. Good news, it certainly seems so. But why would William pass up the chance to take credit and instead let you deliver it? Aldous said. Caspar froze, suddenly realizing something. You're right. That guy used to be even more eager than me to please you. Your Highness, what are you implying? Instead of answering, Aldous asked, Where did you see William? He was at the docks, seemingly preparing to leave town, Caspar said. Aldous's eyes narrowed. Connecting the 2 incidents, he grew increasingly suspicious of William. Go and call Elian back immediately, Aldous ordered urgently. Seeing Aldous's grim expression, Caspar didn't dare ask further and rushed out. Soon, Elian was brought back. After Aldous explained the situation, they immediately headed to the Chuo River docks with the covert guards. But by the time they arrived, William was nowhere to be seen. Shortly after, the city guards reported that apart from a few servants and William's concubine, all important members of the Huxley family had left the city. William, I treated you well, Aldous roared in anger. Elian cautiously said, Your Highness, William was still a nobleman at heart. I never expected him to be so patient. He deceived not only you, but also lulled me into lowering my guard. I have failed you. This isn't your fault, it's mine. Nobles will always be nobles. How could they ever be content living as commoners? Aldous muttered to himself. Caspar interjected, Your Highness, the situation isn't yet certain. Maybe William simply took his family on a trip. Look, the Huxley family's merchant ships are still here, and these 2 ships are filled with saltpeter. As they spoke, an old man suddenly emerged from one of the ships. Seeing Caspar, the withered elder said, Manager Sierra, William and his family have gone to visit relatives. Before leaving, he specifically instructed this old servant to deliver the goods on these ships to Your Highness to ease his urgent needs. Your Highness, see. Maybe you were overthinking this, Caspar said. The two docked merchant ships, each over 30 meters long, were standard Huxley family vessels. If their cargo holds were indeed filled with saltpeter, Kingju would no longer need to worry about gunpowder supplies. Frowning, Aldous boarded the ship with Elian, beginning to wonder if he had been too paranoid. After all, he couldn't accuse William based on mere suspicion. Your Highness, the saltpeter is right here, the old man said, leading them into the ship's hold, which was indeed packed with saltpeter. Caspar said, Your Highness, see, maybe William really did a good deed. The old man added, William bought this saltpeter at a high price from a merchant from Frederica. I heard the Frederica prince has sealed the saltpeter caves there no one can mine them without his permission. As he spoke, the old man rubbed his eyes. Standing close to him, Aldous caught a faint, familiar scent from the old man's hands. His face paled in horror. Gunpowder, get away from here now. Elian reacted instantly. With a swift slash of his blade, the old man clutched his chest and collapsed with a groan. The three of them rushed to escape. Before they could get 20 meters away, a deafening boom erupted. Aldous shoved Elian and Caspar to the ground as a shockwave blasted over them. Caspar, you idiot, I'll kill you. His body aching as if shattered, Elian scrambled up and punched the dazed Caspar. A chorus of ghostly wails rang in his ears. The memory of that explosion experiment came rushing back again. What a familiar experience, Aldous thought. As he stood and patted himself down, he was overcome with a surreal feeling he was alive. In front of him, Elian was straddling Caspar, punching his face over and over again. The dock was in chaos. Huxley family's merchant ship was slowly sinking in flames, and the violent explosion had affected nearby vessels as well. From time to time, cries of agony echoed from within the ships. Huxley, Chew, and Rurik, the steppe tribes, you succeeded in enraging this prince. Aldous's eyes were hollow, and his quiet voice sounded as though it had risen from the abyss. He kicked Elian. Enough, is this really the time for internal strife? I don't care how you do it, you must bring Huxley, Chew, and Rurik back to me. I want his corpse hung from the gates of Kangju City. Elian got up, seething. Had it not been for Caspar's words defending the Huxley family, they never would have entered the ship in the first place. Your Highness, I'll go now. If I can't catch Huxley, Chew, and Rurik, you can chop off my head and feed it to the dogs. Elian was nearly exploding with rage. This would ruin Aldous's trust in him going forward. He said nothing more, turning with the secret guards to rush back into the city. Caspar, his face battered and swollen like a pig's head, crawled over to grab Aldous's leg and sobbed, Your Highness, I really didn't know Huxley, Chew, and Rurik was so vicious. Your Highness. Aldous gave him a cold stare. Dealing with such an idiotic ally was exhausting. He kicked Caspar in the rear. Don't blame me for not trusting you. Until this is all cleared up, you'll have to spend a few days in prison. It's not just Elian, even I can't help but suspect you. He had to admit. It was Caspar who had led him step by step into that ship's hold. It was difficult not to be suspicious. I'm innocent, Your Highness, I only wanted to make you happy. Caspar wailed. Aldous couldn't be bothered with him. The royal guards immediately took Caspar away. Recalling what had just happened, Aldous still felt a lingering fear. On the adjacent ship, the explosion had shattered everything. It seemed the gunpowder had been ignited from that neighboring vessel. That was why they hadn't noticed in time. If not for the faint scent of powder on that old steward's hands, he truly would have died there. Aldous went straight to the prison. Elian had already arrested all the suspicious merchants and was subjecting them to intense interrogation. The man in charge of extracting confessions was one of Elian's men called Eldon. Your Highness, Eldon said, they finally talked. These bastards really wouldn't admit anything until we started slicing skin. They've been carrying messages for the local gentry. The barbarians gave them plenty of benefits in exchange for information. They were instructed to sabotage Your Highness's supply lines and even assassinate you. Whoever did the most would be rewarded with land in Kingju once the barbarians took over. He threw a bloodied knife on the ground, still clinging with bits of human flesh. This cruel punishment was one that Aldous had personally taught Elian. Clearly, Elian had been absolutely furious this time. Did you find out how Huxley, Chew, and Rurik got his gunpowder? Aldous's face flickered in the firelight of the torches in the cell. Yes, Eldon answered. The barbarians gave him the formula. Damn traitors, all of them. Don't let them die just yet, Aldous said with a chilly expression as he turned to leave the prison. I still have use for them. Guard against all dangers, yet still fall to treachery from within. Aldous had taken a heavy blow this time, But what enraged him the most wasn't even the loss, it was the traders willing to sell their souls for foreign gold. These dogs, these traders. They ate Slade Gabriel's rice, drank Slade Gabriel's water, walked on Slade Gabriel's land, and yet, just for a few scraps from foreigners, they were willing to see their people slaughtered and their homeland ruined. He could endure many things, but not this. The explosion at the dock had also alarmed Leroy and the others. They entered Kingju City on horseback at full speed. In the governor's office, they saw Aldous looking worse for wear. "Your Highness, what happened?" Orpheus asked in shock. Leroy, too, uncharacteristically showed concern. "Your Highness." Morley had already been briefed. He explained how Huxley, Chu, and Rurik had set a trap in an attempt to kill Aldous. "That bastard Caspar," Orpheus shouted. "I'll go finish him right now." "Don't make trouble," Leroy said sternly. "This is the time for unity, not vengeance. That's exactly what the enemy wants. This whole thing just shows how deep Huxley, Chu, and Rurik's deceit runs, one step after another. No one could have seen it coming." "Exactly," Asa added. "First they burned the grain depot, then used Caspar to lure His Highness into a trap. They knew how much hope His Highness had placed on the Huxley family. Of course he would come personally, and they were waiting." Aldous, now calmer, said, "Enough with hindsight. Elian is already on his trail. The rest of you don't sit idle. Bring Huxley, Chu, and Rurik back." Leroy nodded. The three men saluted and left. Morley turned to Aldous. "Your Highness, the gentry will never stop, and with more traders appearing by the day, we can't just keep reacting. We have to strike first. That's why I came to find you. Today, draft a decree to announce to all 6 prefectures, traders will die. From this day forward, any suspicious individuals can be apprehended by the people and turned over to local authorities. Anyone found to be a spy for the barbarians, those who report them, will be rewarded handsomely. Also, villages are permitted to form local militias to defend their land and keep order." Militias? Morley's eyes lit up. "That's a new one. Brilliant, that way each village has its own self-defense force." Aldous sighed. This wasn't his preferred approach, but against those who would betray their country for glory, he had no choice but to involve the people. He then explained how the militias would work. In short, they were to be locally organized self-defense groups. In wartime, they'd repel invaders. In peacetime, they'd patrol and maintain order in their own areas. "Think of it as a wartime strategy," Aldous said. "We're mobilizing the strength of the people. With this, we'll have the support of all 1 million households across the 6 prefectures." Morley nodded, eyes shining. "And it'll suppress those rebellious gentry as well. Truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Father, I want to join the militia." Bastian held a hoe in his hand, his face brimming with excitement. "You cowardly brat, join the militia my ass. I'll go for our family," Slade snapped back. In the Finch family courtyard, Bastian was protesting to his father. The latest newspaper had just come in, announcing that each village would organize a 100-man militia to patrol, maintain order, and catch barbarian spies. And apparently, militiamen would even be given their own uniforms. "Why not me? I want to catch barbarian spies too. Those bastards dared to harm our Prince Henry. I'm gonna smash their skulls with my hoe," Bastian declared. "Why not you? Because I'm your father, that's why. I'm the squad leader. This squad listens to me. Now scram." Slade glared fiercely at his son. At that moment, Bastian's mother walked over and said, "Your father's right. When you've married a wife and had a child, then we'll stop interfering. For now, just behave and stay home. Tomorrow you still need to thresh wheat at the drying yard. Once we sell some of our wheat, we'll prepare the betrothal gifts," his mother laughed. Then she turned to her husband and asked, "Is it true the county office is buying grain this year? How much per dan?" "Of course it's true. When our village head went to the Yemen, the magistrate himself said it. 6 prefectures are all purchasing grain, 50 wen per dan. That much." Finch's wife grinned from ear to ear. Slade was also very pleased. With 50 mu of land, they'd harvest at least 150 dan of grain. Keeping 20 dan for themselves, selling the remaining 130 dan would earn them over 6 taels of silver. There would be another harvest this year too. 10+ taels of silver annually was no small sum. Just thinking about it made Slade laugh in his dreams. When had he ever had this much silver in hand? But the county said once they have enough, they'll stop buying. "We better thresh quickly," Slade instructed. Saying this, he headed out. Since the founding of the farmers' cooperatives, village elders like the Lejang had gradually lost their influence. Nobody listened to them anymore. Instead, the co-op became the new authority in the village, with a dozen squad leaders managing everything. Now that new orders were printed in the paper, he had to meet the other squad leaders to discuss how to implement them. Many villagers, once long-term laborers under the aristocracy, now owned their own land and saw a better future ahead. Grateful to Prince Henry, they never dared to delay implementing orders from the paper. Today's matter is organizing the militia. Someone had tried to assassinate Prince Henry. That was a matter of grave concern. Villagers feared that if something happened to him and a new prince replaced him, their hard-won peace and prosperity would vanish. So when the village reader read the newspaper aloud, the entire village became outraged. Every household demanded the militia be organized immediately, or else the squad leaders would be replaced with someone more capable. In your dreams, I, Slade, am more than capable, he thought, striding toward the co-op. At the same time, the militia edict spread like spring wind beyond Kingju into surrounding counties. Militias began to appear on roads around every village. They maintained local security, questioned suspicious passers-by, escorted any dubious figures to the authorities. Everywhere, militia could be seen patrolling with all manner of farming tools in hand. Deep in a forest in Yizhu, dozens of silhouettes moved through the trees. Exhaustion weighed heavy on them. Their clothes were torn and muddy, shredded by brambles. William looked down at the wound on his arm. Untreated for too long, it had become inflamed and festering. After plotting the assassination of Aldous, he had fled south along the Chuo River by boat, trying to escape the prince's lands. But Prince Henry's response had been swift. Every dock along the Chuo was soon under inspection, checking all ships. With no other choice, they abandoned their boats and took to the footpaths. Soon after, even country lanes swarmed with villagers conducting patrols. These villagers questioned every traveler, inspecting arms for injuries. Huxley's party was forced to flee into the mountains. A month passed. They had eaten through all their rations and were utterly worn out. "Father, I can't walk anymore." Wilfred collapsed to the ground. He was a scholar even weaker than William. Huxley glanced at his 70-year-old mother, his wife, and younger brother. All of them looked utterly exhausted. For the first time, he felt true regret. One moment of recklessness had ruined everything. Prince Henry hadn't died. Only he could have pulled off such a countermeasure. "We can't stop. If we're caught, none of us will survive," William roared. His voice echoed through the forest, disturbing a flock of birds. Outside the woods, a young shepherd boy napping in the shade jolted awake. He looked toward the sound, then ran off shouting, "Father, there's someone in the woods." A fisherman nearby heard and immediately abandoned his net and cattle, rushing home with the boy. He had to alert the militia something suspicious was going on. William was alarmed. The boy had been hiding in the brush. He hadn't seen him at all. Wilfred scrambled to his feet, the rest of the group panicking. "Run deeper into the forest," William shouted. Everyone obeyed, vanishing into the trees. Not long after, hundreds of villagers arrived at the edge of the forest. A leader turned to the boy and asked, "You're sure one of them had an arm injury and was wearing silk?" "Yes, hurry. If another village catches them first, we won't get the reward," the boy cried. The militia men nodded. They spread out into the forest. These villagers were strong and agile, used to climbing and trekking through the hills, far fitter than William and his pampered companions. Among them were experienced hunters skilled in tracking. It wasn't long before they spotted Huxley's group. Hundreds of villagers closed in, surrounding them from all sides. Back in Kingju City, Rafferty had returned from the steppe with urgent news. "The Huyan Chuo tribe is on the move toward Kangju," Aldous asked. The recent explosion had left him only minor injuries, nothing serious. For the past month, he'd been focused on 4 things: boosting production at the machinery department, organizing militias, harvesting wheat, and weeding out spies. 16 more cannons had just been completed and sent to Kangju, along with 50 catapults and 2,000 powder bombs. They were producing at full speed. Rafferty's face was weathered and tanned. Clearly, he'd endured much during his travels. "It's likely Huyan Chuo plans to probe Kangju's defenses," he reported. Aldous nodded. The barbarian assault was imminent. It was time for him to head to Kangju himself. Just then, Morley entered, laughing heartily. "Congratulations, Your Highness, that old fox William has been caught. The net of heaven is wide, but it lets nothing slip through. William, in the end, you could not escape this prince's grasp." Aldous's spirit surged. That bastard had nearly gotten him killed, and this was a debt he had never forgotten. Rafferty had already heard of the Huxley family's betrayal during his return and said, "Such a heartless traitor should be hanged at the city gate to serve as a warning. The entire Huxley clan should be executed to prevent future troubles." Morley did not object. Attempting to assassinate Prince Henry was high treason, and by law, punishable by execution of the entire clan. The Hardy family, co-conspirators with the Huxley family, had all been thrown into prison and was set for execution after the autumn assizes. The rest of the Huxley family had already been beheaded. In the Eastern market, the once dominant four great noble houses of Kingju had now completely vanished. Only a few days ago, Aldous had still held some naive hope for the nobility, showing leniency and mercy. But after the Huxley family's assassination attempt, he would never again feel sympathy for them. He now understood that the conflict between himself and the aristocracy was irreconcilable. It was either them or him. He said, "Send William and the others involved in burning the state granary, along with those merchants who acted as spies, to Kangju. As a warning, I want them strung up along the city walls. Let every traitor see what awaits them." With the Huxley and Hardy families dealt with, Kingju was now free of noble clans. From this moment on, it was Prince Henry's domain alone. The intelligence brought by Rafferty signaled that the storm of war was finally descending upon Kangju. For Aldous, this was a fated battle. The barbarians could afford to lose, but he could not. If he lost, he would lose everything. But if he won, not only would it elevate his status among the princes of Great Gabriel, but his territory would finally enter a period of stable development. And that was exactly what he needed. With the technology crystal in his possession and himself as a builder of civilization, his mission was to spark an explosion of progress. In the modern world, it was the scientific explosion in 15th century Europe that allowed Western civilization to defeat the East for the first time. Here in this world, he would never allow his country to once again be bombarded open by foreign cannons. "Your Highness, please take good care of your health when you go to Kangju. Do not act recklessly. Your safety now concerns the lives of 1 million people under your rule." After the probing attack by the Huyan Chuo tribe, a full-scale barbarian assault was inevitable. Kangju was too important. Aldous had to go in person to oversee the defense. He gently squeezed Myrle's hand as she adjusted his cloak. She blushed slightly but did not pull away. He smiled and said, "I haven't seen you and Luluo perform the startled swan dance yet." "How could I bear to die now?" Luluo laughed. "That's right, sister. Just stay here in the palace. With me there, His Highness's daily needs will be well taken care of." Myle nodded and sighed softly. This time, Aldous was only bringing Luluo with him to Kangju. Myle would stay behind in the palace as he needed a trusted confidante in Kingju. He gently rubbed Myle's hand once more, then turned to Luluo and said, "Let's go. Time is tight." Luluo nodded and followed him obediently out of the palace. Outside the gate, the 500 cavalry who would escort Aldous to Kangju were already assembled. Aldous glanced back at the worried Myle and gave her a reassuring smile. The two girls were originally handmaids gifted to him by Fiora. In this era, they were considered his personal property. He could do whatever he wanted with them, and they would have no choice. The only question was whether he felt like it or not. Though now a prince, Aldous still disliked forcing others. Servants should be nurtured and won over, he thought. Clearly, over time, the two girls had become more comfortable with him, and their little gestures had become quite natural. With that command, the cavalry began their slow march toward Kangju. 3 days later, they arrived at the city. By then, Leroy, Orpheus, and Asa had already been garrisoned there for over a month. Theodore had also nearly completed renovations on the city walls. As they rode through Kangju, Aldous immediately felt a sense of desolation. Unlike Kingju, Kangju spanned only 10 li in width and length, and the surrounding area was sparsely populated. Even within the city, only a few scattered civilians could be seen. The residents were yellow-skinned and emaciated, dressed in rags, their eyes filled with fear about the impending war. Within the city, Aldous could still see the ruins left by the war 3 years ago. Most of the population had either been killed or abducted during the invasion. Few had returned. The city was filled with abandoned homes and broken walls, and no one had repaired them. His administrative residence had already been prepared. After entering the city, he went directly to the compound. As soon as he arrived, Leroy came charging in. Aldous said, "No need for formalities, General. Thank you for arranging such a fine residence for me." The compound was a traditional courtyard house, complete with rock gardens, flowers, and pavilions. While not as grand as the royal palace, it was still charming in its own way. "As long as your Highness is pleased," Leroy replied with a grin. "There are still a few decent houses in the city, but since you asked for one near the gate, I chose this." Aldous nodded, then asked, Any movements from the barbarians in recent days? Leroy's face turned serious. That's the very matter I came to report. The Huyan Chuo tribe is now less than 100 li from Kangju. I expect them to arrive tomorrow. What's the status of our city defenses? As per our plan, the cannons have not yet been deployed. We're still using traditional defenses like rolling logs, boiling oil, stones. The catapults are in place but loaded with rocks only. We're not using the powder bombs yet, Leroy reported. Good. Send some of the powder bombs up anyway, but don't use them unless it's absolutely necessary, Aldous instructed. From the William case, he'd learned that the gunpowder formula had been given by the barbarians themselves. That meant they knew how to use it. This wasn't surprising. Gunpowder had existed for centuries. Even the great Gabriel Empire used fire tubes and gunpowder weapons against the barbarians. There was no way the barbarians were unfamiliar with them. That was what worried him. The methods he used to deal with them might be learned and replicated. This was why he emphasized cannons. Gunpowder was easy to copy. Cannons without the technology could not be replicated. Now that he had arrived in Kangju, he wasn't here to enjoy the scenery. He stood up and said, "It's still early. Let's go up to the city walls. I'd like to see how Theodore has done with the repairs." The scent of green grass and damp earth drifted in from the land north of Kangju City. Outside the city, golden sunlight poured across the boundless prairie. A narrow trail led into the distance, and the occasional collapsed thatch hut by the roadside whispered of a past long gone. After the barbarians took Yuju, they burned homes and forests, captured civilians. What was once a flourishing land turned into a wilderness of weeds within 10 years, now reduced to grazing fields for the Huyan Chuo tribe, Leroy said as he stood on the city wall, gazing across the vast prairie with a voice tinged with melancholy. 10 years ago, he had stood on this very wall, watching barbarian cavalry sweep across the land. Flames had raged for months, painting the sky crimson like fresh blood. Theodore stood beside him. After working tirelessly for over 2 months, he had grown visibly thinner. But with tens of thousands of slaves laboring day and night, a majestic wall had risen from the earth. It's a shame. Prince Brandon guarded Yuju and was once the most powerful among the princes, yet even he couldn't hold off the barbarians, Barker said. Aldous gazed at the fertile land beyond the walls. From Kangju to Yuju, it was about 400 li. Yuju was where the Forbidden City stood in modern Aldous dynasty history. The Aldous, once known for the Son of Heaven guards the gates, and the monarch dies for the country, had crumbled like dust after losing Mountain Sea Pass. Prince Brandon's territory had been completely overrun by the barbarians. In that sense, the Ottomans had inadvertently delayed the downfall of the great Gabriel. "Don't boost the enemy's morale and dampen our own spirit," Aldous said calmly. Now, with great Gabriel trembling at the mention of the barbarians, what they needed most was morale. Aldous had no path of retreat left if he didn't hold Kangju. Death would be his only fate. Barker snapped out of his thoughts. He had fallen into the same fatalistic mindset as many scholars of great Gabriel. Leroy nodded. "There's nothing to fear about barbarians. They bleed just like we do. What we should worry about is our soldiers losing heart before the battle even begins." Barker looked embarrassed. "I've brought shame upon myself before your highness and the general." Aldous patted his shoulder. "Still, your point isn't entirely wrong. Tactically, we must respect the enemy. Strategically, we must view them with contempt." "Ha ha ha. That's a classic line, your highness. It should be written into our military doctrine," Leroy exclaimed. Theodore, thoughtful, nodded slightly. Aldous smiled. "I didn't come up with that. It was spoken by a great man, but it certainly applies to our situation with the barbarians." As the three of them conversed, they continued their inspection along the city wall. The section facing the prairie was 500 meters long. Aldous had now gathered most of the territory's forces in Kangju, totaling 50,000 troops just as planned. Among them, only the Kangju army had been equipped with the new style plate armor and weapons. The rest of the newly raised forces had inferior equipment and served mainly as reserves. After completing the inspection of the walls, Aldous could see that Theodore had fulfilled his vision. On the ramparts, a watchtower stood every 10 meters, and every 50 meters there was an extended bastion. These bastions jutted out perpendicularly from the wall, giving soldiers more protected positions from which to defend. Each bastion was equipped with repeating crossbows and catapults. Archers were already stationed and ready. Outside the bastions, the walls were lined with logs, stones, iron caltrops, long spears, and other defensive tools. The long spears were meant to push back enemy siege ladders. The rest were for hurling down on attackers. Inside the walls, rope baskets had been installed leading into the city. Below each basket was more defensive material. Once the logs and stones on the walls ran out, reinforcements could be hoisted up by supporting troops. At the base of the walls, every 20 meters stood large iron cauldrons filled with oil intended for pouring onto climbing barbarian soldiers. Outside the wall was a very different scene. A trench 3 meters deep and 3 meters wide had been dug along the perimeter. Inside it were sharpened bamboo stakes sticking upward. Barbarian soldiers in this era wore soft leather boots. The thin soles couldn't withstand such sharp traps. Beyond the trench were dense half-height poles, each driven into solid foundations underground. Their purpose was to hinder large-scale charges and bunch the enemy together, making them perfect targets for the cannon. Your Highness, we've also placed traps outside the trench. They're hidden beneath sod and won't be easy to spot, Barker said. The entire defensive strategy had been developed by Theodore. Trenches, pillars, everything. Leroy said, "This young man is quite the schemer. The barbarians are going to suffer this time." Barker laughed bitterly. "General, are you praising me or insulting me?" "Of course, I'm praising you." Leroy roared with laughter. Like Morley, he appreciated talented people. In his eyes, Theodore far outshone most of the aristocratic youths. Aldous was also satisfied with Barker's layout. Between the stone pillars, Barker had tied vine ropes soaked in tung oil. Once soaked, the vines became incredibly tough, and even blades took time to cut through them. During that time, archers atop the walls would be free to rain down arrows. "Good work," Aldous said approvingly. Siege warfare was always difficult. Even with 5 times the numbers, attackers often failed. And the more obstacles placed in their way, the heavier the losses for the attackers. After touring the wall, Aldous realized he hadn't seen Orpheus or Asa. He asked, "Where are Orpheus and Asa?" At this, Leroy gave a wry smile. "Ever since receiving your Highness's telescope, those two haven't rested. Every day they take soldiers out to scout. With the telescope, they can spot barbarian scouts long before being seen. They've become obsessed." Aldous shook his head with a helpless smile. "It's like the far-sighted bullying the nearsighted. No wonder they can't stop." Just as they were speaking, a group of riders appeared in the distance. At the front were none other than Orpheus and Asa. As they neared the city, the two quickly dismounted and climbed the walls. Orpheus, breathless, reported, "Your Highness, the Huyan Chuo tribe has picked up their pace. They'll likely reach the city by noon tomorrow." This time, the entire Huyan Chuo tribe is relocating to Kangju. It looks like they intend to set up camp here. I suspect their army is not far behind. They're bringing livestock to feed the main force. Leroy asked, "What about their numbers?" "Just the Huyan Chuo tribe alone has 20,000 cavalry and countless slaves," Asa replied gravely. Morning smoke curled over Kangju City. If not for the soldiers running back and forth through the streets, Aldous would have almost thought he'd returned to the mountain village of his childhood. Having lived here for some time now, he felt this place wasn't so different from the countryside. In the past, he'd imagined imperial life to be like those shown on television dramas. Only after coming here did he realize that royal meals were no different from those of an average household in the modern world. It wasn't just a matter of resource scarcity, it was the level of technology. Aldous hadn't slept all night. With a massive cold weapons battle looming, he wasn't yet strong enough to remain completely unshaken. He quickly ate the bowl of rice porridge and meat pie that Keeley brought him, then donned his custom-made armor and ascended the city wall. At that moment, every soldier was already stationed in position. Many townspeople had also gathered at the foot of the wall, ready to assist if needed. "Your Highness, they're coming." Before noon, a black cloud rolled over the northern horizon. Leroy pointed toward the north as he called out. Aldous raised his telescope and looked. A magnified image revealed a sea of barbarian cavalry. Orpheus and Asa immediately headed to their respective posts. Since the wall stretched far and wide, each section was under the command of a separate captain, with Leroy overseeing the entire operation. "Our traps are probably useless now." Aldous sighed as he lowered the telescope. Theodore, standing beside him with his own telescope, said, "They're driving forward a huge number of slaves. The traps are finished." In front of the barbarian cavalry were rows of slaves, bound together with rope. They looked just like the people of the Great Gabriel because they were once our citizens, Barker said bitterly. Leroy said, "It can't be helped. Barbarians always drive slaves ahead of them before attacking. Your Highness, now is not the time to show mercy. Yes, they are people of Great Gabriel, but behind you are also the people of Great Gabriel." Back when Prince Brandon defended Mountain Sea Pass, He faltered at the last moment and let these driven slaves into the city. Didn't realize that some of them had already pledged loyalty to the barbarians. That's how the gate was lost and the cavalry charged in, he added. Aldous nodded slightly. In the wars of history, such tragedies had happened more times than one could count. The barbarians grew closer 1,000 meters, 800 meters, 500. Finally, at the 500-meter mark, the cavalry came to a stop. Silence blanketed the battlefield. The defenders on the wall stared intently at the enemy, while the barbarians glared right back at the silver-armored soldiers. After a long moment of stillness, a sharp horn echoed from the barbarian ranks. The cavalry dismounted, and the slaves began unloading gear from the horses with practiced ease. "They're setting up camp," said Leroy. The Huyan Chuo tribe was a purely nomadic people. Wherever their herds roamed, they followed. This time, they had brought slaves and cattle along. Looks like they planned to lay siege to Kangju. Aldous glanced toward the cannons wrapped in black cloth on the walls. The cannons he'd produced this time had a range of 3 to 4 li, and the enemy was currently well within range. One shot could send them scrambling, but no matter how itchy his fingers were, he had to restrain himself. The key players hadn't arrived yet. When the barbarian Khan himself appeared, that would be the time to unleash hell. The barbarians leisurely pitched camp. The soldiers on the walls could only watch. They had no choice. Mounted, the enemy were cavalry. Unmounted, they were infantry. If they sent their own cavalry out now, they'd be facing 20,000 mounted archers. It would be suicide. "Slaves are approaching," Leroy said suddenly. Aldous looked again. From the barbarian camp, a number of slaves were being herded toward the city. The slaves walked in single file, step by step, drawing closer. Theodore clenched his jaw. "These barbarians have no humanity at all. They don't even treat our people as people." "They don't. Do you know what they call the people of Great Gabriel?" Leroy asked. Aldous' brow furrowed slightly. He had heard that term before in modern history. The two-legged sheep were, quite literally, sheep with 2 legs. During the 5 barbarians' invasion of China, Greenwood people were not only enslaved, but also eaten. That's where the term originated. When the barbarians invaded Yuzhou, they faced food shortages. They turned to eating Greenwood people. That's how the phrase came to be, Leroy explained. Theodore's hands clenched into fists. He had never imagined the barbarians could be so savage. A scream echoed across the plains. One of the slaves had stepped into a trap and fallen. Cries of pain followed from the pit. Laughter erupted from the barbarian cavalry behind them. On the wall, the soldiers clenched their weapons so tightly their knuckles turned white. They knew what the barbarians were laughing at. Their painstakingly dug traps had only served to kill their own. Aldous stared in silence. This was war, a battlefield devoid of mercy, where every method was fair if it meant killing the other side. The slaves, panicked, began to hesitate. They stopped. The barbarian cavalry were furious. They swung their curved blades and hacked at the unwilling slaves. Shrill cries rang out across the empty field. And the slaves began marching again, trembling. Trap after trap was destroyed. By the time the barbarians halted 200 meters from the walls, only about 100 of the 500 slaves remained. The cavalry then took out their bows and forced the slaves forward once more. "Your Highness, we can't let them continue. If we do, every single trap will be lost," Barker gritted through his teeth. This was barbarian cruelty at its peak. Staring at the cavalry standing just 200 meters away, Leroy took a bow and arrow from a nearby soldier. "Your Highness, now is not the time for mercy. A single trap can determine the course of a battle." "Do what you must, General." Aldous' voice was solemn. "So this is what it means to defend a city." Swish. An arrow sliced through the air. A scream rang out. Aldous clearly saw blood explode from the chest of the lead slave. Screams echoed across the battlefield, one after another. Leroy's lips trembled, but the bow in his hand struck like the scythe of death. Cold and merciless. With each life he took, a deeper weight of guilt pressed upon his heart. But he knew behind him stood millions of people from the Great Gabriel. He could not afford mercy. These conflicting emotions tore through him like brambles around his soul. Aldous' heart fared no better. Killing one to save 10,000 in reason, it was right. But to carry it out with his own hands filled him with overwhelming guilt. These were defenseless civilians, once tormented by the barbarians. And now, it was their own brothers in arms cutting them down. But Aldous understood. They had to bear this burden. Even if history would spit on their names for 1,000 years, they had to endure it. One by one, the slaves collapsed, and the laughter from the barbarian cavalry only grew louder. They were mocking Leroy for his futile efforts. Another group of slaves was already being driven forward. "This isn't right, let us go fight. Otherwise, what are we cavalry good for?" One of the soldiers behind him shouted. "Silence!" Leroy's roar boomed like a great bell. "You only have 1,000 men. And how many of you are better riders or archers than the barbarian cavalry? Do you want to die? So we just stand here and watch our own people be slaughtered? They're our citizens too." Orpheus's eyes were bloodshot. Sack came forward and grabbed his arm. "Captain Banks, don't be reckless. Don't the lives of our soldiers matter too? Don't the lives of civilians matter? To you pampered nobles raised in Nightblumen are commoners nothing more than disposable filth." Orpheus threw off Asaz's hand. Leroy glared. "If you keep this up, don't blame me for punishing you under military law." "I don't care, just let me charge out once. When I return you can take my head if you want," Orpheus shouted. "Orpheus," Aldous' voice rang out from behind. "I knew you'd be the one to cause trouble. Want to know why, despite all your merit, I never let you become governor of Kingju?" He stepped forward, pointing directly at Orpheus. "If you were in charge of defending this city, the 20,000 Kingju troops would already be lying dead beneath the barbarians' arrows. You think you're brave, but you're just a reckless brute. Wouldn't only throw away your own men, you'd also doom millions of civilians. Use your damn head." Orpheus froze. Only then did he come to his senses. "Damn those barbarians. When the time comes, I'll rain hell on them." He stomped and slammed his fist against the battlement before storming back to his post. Leroy sighed. "That hothead. He won't learn until he takes a real fall." By now, another group of slaves had reached the battlefield and were again marching toward the trench line. Aldous clenched his teeth as he gave the order. "These traps were meant for barbarians, not for these people. For Kangju's sake, I'm sorry. Next year at Kingaming, I'll pour you each a cup of wine at your graves." Arrows poured down from the battlements. Driven forward by the barbarians, the slaves fell in pools of their own blood. But the enemy kept forcing wave after wave of them forward. Their aim was not only to trigger the traps, they also sought to destroy the stone defenses. From noon until dusk, the defenders remained on edge. Only when the sun dipped beneath the horizon did the barbarians finally stop sending slaves. Dismantle the city's defenses. There was no moon that night. Darkness cloaked the world. Campfires slowly rose in the barbarian camp, and the smell of roasting lamb wafted across the plain. After tonight, the real bloodbath would begin. After resting in his command post for the night, Aldous was awakened at dawn by the deafening cries of war. He rushed up to the wall and saw thousands of slaves charging with ladders, spears, and clubs. Behind them, the barbarian cavalry stood watching, like overseers monitoring a slave revolt. The attack was focused on the city gate, and that was exactly where Aldous stood. Yesterday, the enemy had revealed most of the outer traps. Today they were repeating their strategy, driving slave soldiers to storm the wall. These slave soldiers were also people of Great Gabriel, now turned into tools of the enemy. "Loose arrows," Leroy bellowed. The archers unleashed a deadly rain. Slaves carrying ladders fell one after another, yet more stepped up, pushing forward relentlessly. There were 3,000 of them in this wave, dense enough to shake the ground beneath their feet. In Aldous' eyes, the sight was more overwhelming than an entire school doing synchronized drills on a football field. The Kingju army had 5,000 crossbowmen among its 20,000 troops, a decision Aldous had made to ensure long-term defense. They now showed terrifying effectiveness. Within 100 meters, the bolts tore through bodies like paper. But the slaves seemed trained. Soon, a front line emerged with shields raised, slowing their pace but greatly reducing casualties. Theodore frowned. His sympathy for the slaves was fading fast because they now charged like deadly enemies. 60 meters, Barker suddenly shouted. As he did, the front rank of slaves disappeared, swallowed by a pit. Screams erupted as they tumbled into the traps. One after another, every pit at the 60-meter line was triggered. Just like that, all of Barker's traps were gone, yet the attackers didn't stop. To them, survival meant taking the city. Faced with that choice, they pressed forward. "Are you certain this Prince Henry has some kind of powerful weapon?" Inside the barbarian camp, a shirtless warrior with a white cloak asked, eyeing a smirking trader in a blue collarless robe. Orville Woodward replied, "No doubt about it. I didn't see it directly, but when Prince Henry attacked Merton's Black Fortress, many heard a massive explosion. And when I passed by later, there was a huge hole in the wall. The Khan will arrive soon with the main force. Before that, we need to probe this weapon's strength. If it really exists, I'll speak well of you in front of the Khan." Orville bowed obsequiously. "Many thanks, Banner Chief Gult. If the Khagan captures Kangju and kills Prince Henry, that would also avenge my Merton clan." The clash of weapons and furious roars intertwined. Across the battlefield, blood soaking into the grass below. Corpses of slave soldiers began to pile up across the land, yet wave after wave still surged forward without fear of death. Behind them were the arrows of the barbarians. In front of them were the arrows of the defenders of Kangju. There was still a sliver of hope for survival if they could capture Kangju. If they failed, they would all be slaughtered by the barbarians. This was the order given by Huyan Chuo's banner chief, Gerdai, before the siege. To survive, the slave soldiers could no longer care that the ones standing atop the walls were their own countrymen, or that behind the walls lay the land of Great Gabriel and the people of Great Gabriel. No. They weren't just fighting for survival anymore. Deep in their hearts, they carried hatred for Great Gabriel. Hatred that when their wives and children were violated by the barbarians, Great Gabriel had not sent its army. They hated that when their homes were burned to the ground, Great Gabriel had not intervened. They hated that when Prince Brandon committed suicide in his own palace, Great Gabriel had still done nothing. If we must die, then let's all die together. Gerdai looked upon the slaves storming the walls of Kangju with a satisfied smile. The tactic of using slave soldiers as the vanguard was widespread among the barbarians, and a string of victories had elevated this strategy to a revered status. To them, the other nations were weak. The threat of death and the longing to survive made these slaves willingly submit to barbarian control. Most importantly, the slaves saw no hope of returning home. No army could challenge barbarian cavalry on the grasslands, and occasionally they would be indoctrinated with the belief that their king had abandoned them. This further extinguished any hope in Great Gabriel they might have held. Orville was also watching the desperate struggle of the slave soldiers. His expression was complicated, a mix of sympathy and sorrow, though these feelings quickly gave way to hatred. In the Golden Tent Khanate, there were many from Great Gabriel who advised the barbarians. Some were frustrated scholars, others merchants who traveled between the two nations. Most were descendants of former slaves, already fully assimilated into barbarian life. To them, Great Gabriel was nothing more than a distant name. Like many merchants who frequented the grasslands, Orville believed it was only a matter of time before the barbarians conquered Great Gabriel. To him, the term barbarian was nothing but a biased label from Great Gabriel. The so-called barbarians were a people whose governance, civil affairs, commerce, and craft rivaled those of Great Gabriel, a nation with a full bureaucratic and military system. Controlling the Hexi Corridor and the ancient Silk Road, the barbarians profited massively by taxing merchants along the route. Great Gabriel's elites believed that the war between the barbarians and the Ottoman Empire stemmed from bloodlust, but they were blind to the true reason: control over this vital east-west trade route. After all, the Ottomans had grown strong from this same trade. They taxed Western merchants heavily, inflating the cost of Eastern goods. As a result, many Western traders began to abandon the overland route in favor of opening new sea routes to the east. This had greatly frustrated the barbarians and triggered the war with the Ottoman Empire, yet the Ottomans were strong. In defeating 1,000 enemies, the barbarians lost 800 of their own. Orville snapped out of his thoughts and looked once more at the battlefield. The slave soldiers had already crossed the stone barricades and begun setting up scaling ladders. What caught his attention next were the soldiers atop the city wall, all clad in full silver armor. He turned toward Gerdai, who wore a curious expression, and said, "You noticed it too, didn't you? I've seen similar armor in the Great Khan's palace. They say this kind of armor comes from the west. This is my first time seeing it. I haven't returned in a long while," Orville replied. Gerdai frowned. "This armor won't be easy to deal with. Regular blades won't do much to them, and forging even one suit requires a lot of silver. When did they not only learn how to make it but produce so many of them? According to what I've heard, Prince Henry supposedly has the forging technique. That prince is no ordinary man," Orville warned. The barbarians were nomads. A tribe was a banner. Small ones were minor banners, middle ones were central banners, and large ones were great banners. Their leaders were called banner chiefs. The Huyan Chuo tribe was only a central banner within the Golden Tent Khanate. For their meritorious role in the capture of Mountain Sea Pass, the Heavenly Khan had granted them all the lands within. That made this war critical for Gerdai. It determined whether he could further expand his tribe's holdings. In recent years, Huyan Chuo's population had grown rapidly. If he could conquer the fertile lands inside the pass, he believed becoming a great banner chief was only a matter of time. Great Gabriel's princes are all useless. So what if they're wearing fancy armor? Can they block our arrows? Ready armor-piercing arrows, Gerdai scoffed. Seeing the slave soldiers reach the base of the wall, he waved to his cavalry. 2,000 barbarian archers immediately formed up and advanced toward the city wall. Meanwhile, atop the wall, the soldiers of the Kingju army were hurling stones and logs down at the climbing slave soldiers. Bodies fell continuously from the ladders, yet more climbed up behind them. Boiling oil, bellowed Leroy, watching the battlefield unfold. The slave soldiers charged with no thought for their lives. Arrows flew like a forest of thorns. The wounded lay groaning, only to be trampled by the next wave. Inside the wall, boiling oil had already been prepared. At the order, support troops carried the burning cauldrons up to the ramparts. These were meant to destroy the ladders. As long as the ladders held, the slave soldiers would continue to climb. Prince Henry had been studying the battlefield closely. At that moment, he noticed the barbarian archers advancing. But this wasn't what concerned him most. He had also spotted slave soldiers digging at the base of the wall. "You four, take out those diggers." Prince Henry ordered a team of crossbowmen to fire on the slave soldiers beneath the wall. Their aim was clear plant explosives to breach the defenses. The crossbowmen obeyed, and with screams rising from below, the diggers fell one by one in pools of blood. At the same time, the barbarian archers drew nearer, clearly aiming to cover the ongoing assault. Prince Henry drew in a sharp breath and shouted, "Trebuchets, load the gunpowder jars." Blood splattered as Orpheus pulled his sword out from a slave soldier's chest. By now his whole body was stained red with blood. Even though rocks and logs were being thrown down again and again, slave soldiers kept climbing up the 500-meter city wall in the chaos. "Push down the ladder," Orpheus gave the order. 2 soldiers used forks to push the ladder away. The slave soldiers climbing on it screamed as they fell. Orpheus looked ahead and saw barbarian archers about to shoot. He quickly shouted the warning. The shieldmen on the wall raised their shields just in time. A loud pattering sound echoed as arrows hit them. "They're using armor-piercing arrows." "Be careful," Orpheus shouted after seeing the arrowheads. And he let a captain take his place and walked toward Aldous. "Your Highness, let's use the catapults now." Orpheus was frustrated. So far, only the slave soldiers had died. The barbarian archers were still far enough, about 100 meters away, that they were safe. Several soldiers held up their shields to protect Aldous. Aldous said, "I was just about to tell you. Have the men throw the gunpowder jars. Light all 3 fuses at once." "Got it," Orpheus replied and ran back, shouting, "Blow these bastards to pieces." This time, Aldous had ordered the gunpowder jars to have 3 fuses, each to make sure they exploded properly, since they often went out when thrown. The soldiers quickly loaded the jars into the catapults and aimed at the barbarian archers. The barbarian archers, standing about 200 meters away, kept shooting at the Kingju soldiers from a distance. Many soldiers were hit and injured. With that command, 50 catapults launched the lit jars into the sky. The archers saw black dots flying toward them and thought they were just stones. They tried to dodge. The jars, covered in thick straw, hit the ground with heavy thuds. Some archers couldn't escape in time and were killed instantly. Those who dodged looked at the round jars on the ground and started laughing, feeling proud of themselves. But their laughter stopped when a loud boom shook the area. A huge explosion and thick smoke covered the nearby barbarian soldiers. Anyone within 10 meters fell to the ground. The jars burst into deadly pieces, ceramic shards, nails, and even foul-smelling filth. Those at the center of the explosion were blown apart. Others nearby were badly hurt and screamed in pain. The barbarian soldiers were terrified and started retreating. Then the second wave of jars came flying. The injured who hadn't escaped yet were blown to bits. "Nice shot, ha-ha-ha," Orpheus laughed loudly from the wall. Surprise attack made the barbarians retreat, and the slave soldiers left behind were hit by a rain of arrows from above. Gerdai barely kept his horse from running away in panic. The continuous blasts made all the barbarian warhorses uneasy. Their riders struggled to control them. "Is this the secret weapon of Prince Henry?" Gerdai's face went pale. Even from 300 meters away, he could feel the ground shake. "Must be," Orville said. "First the fire lances, now this." Gerdai sneered. "Soon they'll see we barbarians can use gunpowder too. Then I blow up their walls and soldiers together." Orville nodded. He knew they had hidden barrels of gunpowder ready to blow up the city walls. They had learned this tactic from fighting the Ottoman Empire. This siege wasn't just for attack, it was also a test of the Kingju army's strength. Their second goal was to dig tunnels under the walls. When their main force arrived, they'd use explosives to destroy the walls and wipe out the defenders. Thinking of this, Orville felt confident about winning. He said, "And I heard Bashan Teji brought cannons that can shoot stones over 500 meters. Those Kangju defenders won't stand a chance." Gurdai laughed. "Yeah, let's give these southerners a few more days to live." And he ordered his archers to retreat. He didn't care about the lives of the slave soldiers. The battle lasted from morning until night. The barbarians kept sending waves of slave soldiers. Now bodies were piled up at the foot of the wall. The sunset looked like blood, making the scene even more tragic. The trench was filled with corpses. Aldous slammed the wall in frustration. "After all that fighting, we haven't even scratched the real enemy. Damn it." Leroy comforted him. "Your Highness, this is how the barbarians fight. They wear down their enemy before launching a real attack." Aldous looked at the cannons under the black cloth and nodded. "When their main army comes, I'll make them pay." As the day's fighting ended, Leroy ordered the soldiers to prepare more rocks, logs, and supplies. This was just a test. The real bloody battle was still ahead, and he knew it. But from today's fight, his confidence grew. The Kingju armor had protected the soldiers well, and casualties were few. The only real injuries came from the archers' arrow volleys. Back at the camp, Lu Luo helped Aldous remove his armor. Seeing the bloodstains, she asked worriedly, "Your Highness, are you hurt?" "I'm fine," he replied, exhausted. His nerves had been tight all day, and now he could finally relax. Green Keeley sighed in relief. Her heart had been pounding. Then she said, "By the way, Chief Secretary Paxton left a message for more cannons are on their way to Kangju." "Really? That's the best news I've heard all day," Aldous smiled. With those 4, they'd have 30 cannons in Kangju, and soon the main barbarian army would arrive. Last night, Aldous fell asleep as soon as he finished eating. All night his dreams were filled with images of the bloody battle at Kangju City, the terrified eyes of slave soldiers, splattering blood, and the crimson mist rising from exploding fire jars. Just half a year ago, he had been a shut-in researcher comfortably working in a lab. Now, he had to face the brutal reality of ancient warfare just to survive. This was 1,000 times more terrifying than witnessing a street fight. The sheer psychological pressure of seeing a dark mass of roaring enemies charging at you was overwhelming. But he had to endure it. He had to get used to it. Because this might very well be his life from now on. On the city walls, the supplies consumed yesterday had been replenished. The rookie soldiers, who had never experienced war before, seemed to have matured overnight. Yesterday's victory taught them that as long as they stood united, the barbarians weren't so fearsome. "Your Highness, I doubt the barbarians will attack again in the next couple of days," Leroy said, peering through a monocular telescope at the enemy camp. Aldous was also observing. Campfires still burned in the barbarian encampment, where slaves scurried about, forced to rebuild siege ladders and other equipment. Meanwhile, the barbarians roasted cattle and sheep over the fires, the rich aroma making many soldiers swallow their saliva. "Don't drool. Once we win, I'll make sure you all eat meat too," Aldous said to the soldiers. Leroy grinned. "His Highness is right. All these years, the barbarians have been stealing from us. After we win, we'll raid their cattle and sheep, let you eat until you're sick of it. Better yet, I'll lead the cavalry out and bring back barbarian wives for you." Orpheus chimed in crudely, having appeared out of nowhere. The laughter grew even louder. In the military, flowery words meant nothing. These soldiers were mostly illiterate. Practical promises worked best. Aldous pointed beyond the walls. "Do you see that land out there? Is it fertile?" "Fertile." The soldiers shouted in unison. "Good. From now on, for every barbarian you kill, I promise you 10 mu of land outside Kangju. The more you kill, the more land you get. And when we retake Mountain Sea Pass one day, every one of you will become a damned landowner." "Your Highness, do you mean it?" a soldier suddenly asked. "My word is iron." "Captain Banks and Commander Barton are both witnesses," Aldous replied, the soldier's face flushed with excitement. "Your Highness, I'm originally from Yuju. I fled to Kangju as a refugee. If we reach Mountain Sea Pass, can I pick land in my hometown?" The soldier nodded firmly. "Your Highness, many of us in the Kingju army are from Yuju. Your promise, we'll fight to the death." Aldous and Leroy exchanged satisfied glances. In warfare, a soldier's motivation was crucial to victory. Most soldiers had little desire for distant campaigns. The reason the Kingju army fought so fiercely for Kangju was simple. Behind these walls were their homes and families. But if they were to push north and retake Mountain Sea Pass, that motivation would wane except for those who had once called Yuju home. This gave Aldous an idea. "Commander Barton, I want to establish a special cavalry unit, the Frontier Iron Cavalry." Frontier Iron Cavalry. Leroy's expression turned thoughtful. "If I'm not mistaken, Guan refers to Mountain Sea Pass and Ning is Ningyuan. Your Highness's vision is far-reaching." Aldous nodded. In his past life's history, the Frontier Iron Cavalry had been one of the most elite forces of the late Aldous dynasty. Their strategy had been simple. Let Liao people guard Liao lands, let Liao lands feed Liao people. By recruiting the toughest natives of Liaodong, they forged a cavalry that even the Manchus feared. Aldous's plan was the same: to form a cavalry from the remnants of the Brandon Prince's forces and displaced Yuju refugees. Such men would fight desperately to reclaim their homeland. "Exactly." He explained his thoughts to Leroy. Leroy nodded approvingly. "Your Highness is farsighted, but the great Gabriel lacks warhorses. Where will we get enough mounts?" "If we don't have horses, we'll take them from the barbarians," Aldous said, eyeing the herds in the enemy camp. Leroy shook his head skeptically. With their current defensive stance, launching raids for horses seemed impossible. As Leroy predicted, the Haiyanchuo tribe didn't attack for the next 3 days. Then, on the third evening, a massive army appeared north of the Haiyanchuo camp. Through his telescope, Aldous saw banners emblazoned with a wolf's head, the royal standard only the Great Khan was entitled to carry. At the same time, the machinery department delivered 4 more cannons to Kangju, along with 500 fire jars and a supply of granulated gunpowder. That night, Aldous ordered all cannons mounted on the artillery platforms. The barbarian host stretched beyond the horizon. There was no telling how many troops had arrived, but the sheer number of slave soldiers alone was daunting. As the battle loomed, the atmosphere in the city grew tense. Every face was grim. That question weighed on every mind. Soon they would have their answer. Barbarian Command Tent Gerdai and Orville entered the royal tent together, where a towering man sat like an iron pagoda. Gerdai's expression darkened. "Taiji Bashan, has the Great Khan not come?" The man Bashan, the same envoy who had visited Nightblumen, smirked. "Why would my father bother with a minor outpost like Kangju? Then why does Taiji bear the royal standard? Isn't that disrespectful to the Great Khan?" Gerdai's voice was hoarse. Bashan stood. "By my father's order. The banner is just to intimidate these great Gabriel dogs." "Or do you question the Khan's command, Banner Chief Gerdai?" "I would never defy the Khan's word," Gerdai said stiffly. Bashan sneered. Gerdai had always favored his elder brother, the heir apparent, while looking down on him, the second son destined for some remote territory. The flames flickered inside the tent. Black shadows danced in the candlelight. Bashan looked at Gerdai and said, "For this attack on Kangju City, the Huyan Chuo tribe must follow my orders completely." Gerdai didn't like it, but he still nodded. Bashan then asked, "How is Kangju's defense?" Gerdai explained everything from the previous few days of attacks. "Exploding gunpowder jars?" Bashan asked. Gerdai nodded. "Yes, those jars are powerful. Hundreds of our archers were killed by the blasts." He added, "Also, the defenders are wearing very strong armor. It looks like they are Prince Henry's elite troops." This time, Bashan had personally led 50,000 elite barbarian soldiers. Alongside them were 80,000 slave soldiers, and with Gerdai's own troops, the total number of slaves reached over 100,000. That number alone would be enough to keep Kangju's defenders constantly rushing around. A loud rooster's crow broke through the sky as the first light of morning fell on the battlefield, still covered with bodies. And came deafening shouts of battle, mixed with the sounds of exploding gunpowder jars. Outside the city, a flood of slave soldiers surged toward Kangju. They carried hundreds of ladders, placing them every few meters along the wall. Facing such a massive siege, every soldier on the wall tightened his grip on his steel blade, ready to strike as soon as the enemy climbed up. The defense followed a routine. Throw rocks, drop rolling logs, pour burning oil. But this time the gunpowder jars were used immediately. 50 catapults kept launching the jars into the dense formations of slave soldiers. Thick smoke rose, blood splattered. Wave after wave of slave soldiers fell before they could even reach the wall. Arrows, stones, logs, and oil rained down from above. Soon, another thick layer of corpses covered the battlefield. "They are retreating," someone shouted as the explosions of the first wave ended. The slave soldiers began to fall back. Leroy looked puzzled. "Another test attack," Aldous said as he looked toward the barbarian camp. His eyes fell on a tall figure who looked like a leader, and beside him stood a merchant with a Greenwood Chinese face. Aldous touched the cannon beside him. He really wanted to fire at them, but he knew the cannon's accuracy was poor. It was unlikely to hit its mark. Besides, now wasn't the time to reveal the cannon as a secret weapon. "How did your highness know?" Leroy asked. Aldous replied, "I heard that the Heavenly Khan himself is leading the army and Bashan is here too. According to Rafferty, the Hyantu tribe always supported the Grand Teji Wajugu. Bashan won't fully trust Gerda. He wants to see everything for himself." "I didn't expect your highness to have such detailed intelligence," Leroy said, nodding in agreement. Aldous smiled. "It was luck. We just caught some shady traders from the steppe who gave us the info." "Your highness, look there. The barbarians seem to be assembling something big in their camp." Luffy came over and said. From where Aldous and Leroy stood, they couldn't see anything clearly, so they followed Orpheus to his post. Looking through the telescope, they saw many slaves in the middle of the barbarian camp moving parts and assembling something. It had a massive base, at least 10 meters long. "That might be the Huahui cannon. They say the barbarians learned to build these from the western regions," Aldous said with a frown. What he feared had come true. The barbarians had brought the Huahui cannon. From what he had learned, not only did the barbarians know how to use gunpowder, but if they had these cannons too, it would be a huge threat to Kangju. Leroy, already briefed by Aldous on the cannon's power and range, said, "Looks like they're determined to take Kangju this time." Orpheus cursed, "I don't care what kind of cannon it is. As long as I'm alive, they'll have to step over my dead body to take this city." Asa walked over at some point, excited. "Your Highness, let me fire the first shot. I want to blast their camp to pieces." "Not yet. Let them build it a little more. Once it's halfway assembled, we'll give them a real surprise," Aldous said. It seemed the barbarians were stalling the attack while waiting for the Huahui cannons to be assembled. The two sides remained in a standoff for the next 2 days. By the third day, large machines over 3 meters tall were visible in the barbarian camp. They rolled the half-assembled Huahui cannons forward until they were just 500 meters from the wall, lining them up in formation. "Your Highness, Bashan is clearly provoking you," Leroy said. Aldous nodded. Bashan was known to be arrogant and proud of his talent, just like many other so-called geniuses. Setting up the cannons right in front of them was clearly a taunt, as if saying, "Watch me break your city step by step." "If that's the case, it's time we responded in kind," Aldous said. "Cannons ready." The soldiers snapped to attention. Finally, they were going to use the cannons. They had been waiting for this moment to blast the barbarians into bits. Asa grinned. "Let's see where these cowards run now. They always hide behind slave soldiers." Then he shouted, "Everyone to your positions, clean the barrels." Ever since Asa lit the first cannon, he had taken charge like the official artillery commander. He also led the team to train at the machinery department. Even though it had only been a month, Asa was now an expert on cannon operation. The soldiers pulled back the canvas covering the cannons, revealing the black metal barrels. They aimed them directly at the Huahui cannons being assembled 500 meters away. Bashan thought his Huahui cannons would give him a tech advantage, but he had no idea Aldous was about to flip the script. "Load the gunpowder." Asa gave the second order. "Cannonballs," came the third order. Once everything was ready, Asa looked to Aldous, waiting for the final command. "Target the 5 Huahui cannons," Aldous ordered. The goal of the first attack was to destroy those cannons. If they were fully assembled, they would cause massive casualties. "Tien, please read at gravity tails for support. Aim at the Huahui cannons," Asa shouted. Every few meters, a soldier repeated his command down the line. Along the 500-meter-long city wall, 30 cannons had been set up, one nearly every 10 meters. Orders had to be relayed one by one. Once everything was ready, Aldous nodded at Asa. "Fire!" Asa roared. "Fire!" Voices echoed along the wall. Boom, boom. Thunderous explosions rang out as the cannons shot flames. Black cannonballs flew like dark arrows straight toward the barbarian camp. Bashan and Gerdai were looking at Kangju City, while Bashan discussed the next step of their siege. Once the Huahui cannons were fully assembled, they would launch jars filled with fire oil onto the walls. When those jars shattered, they would ignite entire sections in flames. At the same time, slave soldiers would charge again. One group would dig a tunnel beneath the walls. Once the tunnel was complete, another group would carry in barrels of gunpowder and set them underneath the wall, ready to explode. This would blast open a hole in the wall, and the slave soldiers would pour in like a tidal wave. If they captured the city gate, the barbarian cavalry would storm in and wipe out the defenders. Bashan and Gerdai were fully aligned. Everything depended on the Huey cannons suppressing the wall defenders. Just then, they saw flashes of fire from the city walls. Thunder roared, and suddenly, with a sharp whoosh, a group of cavalry lined up beside Bashan was flung backward. One cannonball tore through 16 riders before stopping. Cries of pain followed. Bashan looked at the first soldier. His chest was mangled with a bloody hole in the middle. The soldiers behind him were just as badly injured, arms bent unnaturally, heads smashed. Bashan broke into a cold sweat. And that was only the beginning. He saw more soldiers around him get thrown into the air in the same way. 30 cannon blasts echoed from the city walls. Soon, bodies littered the barbarian camp. 300 to 400 cavalry had died horribly. "What's going on?" Bashan demanded, turning to Gerdai. Gerdai looked at Orville. Sweat poured down Orville's face. "Something's wrong. This is Prince Henry's secret weapon. We've been tricked." Secret weapon? Bashan was furious. He felt Gerdai had misled him. He never trusted Gerdai in the first place, and now he felt proven right. A cavalry soldier ran over and handed Bashan a blood-soaked iron ball. "Teji, this is what hit us," the soldier reported. Bashan took the ball and examined it. It was a solid iron cannonball. He frowned deeply. "Gerdai, you owe me an explanation." Bashan's tone turned icy. "You misled me. Hundreds of soldiers died because of your mistake." Gerdai opened his mouth but hesitated. "Teji Bashan, the Kangju defenders are just too clever. I did everything I could to probe their strength." Another blast. A cannonball struck one of the Huey cannons mid-assembly. It exploded in a roar and shattered the machine completely. Then the ball bounced across the ground, smashing into more cavalry. Screams rang out again. The barbarian cavalry panicked. Even at 500 meters from Kangju, they were still getting killed. It felt like they were targets on a shooting range. The cannon fire also scared the horses. They stomped nervously. Only the soldiers guarding Teji Bashan stood still, like statues. At the same time, hundreds of barbarian soldiers lifted their shields and formed a protective wall around Bashan. They stood in 30 horizontal lines, shields planted in the ground, faces grim. Staring at the blazing city wall, Bashan said to Gerdai, "Tell your men to attack with everything they've got. I want that weapon." "Teji Bashan," Gerdai hesitated. "What, are you refusing my order?" Bashan barked. "This attack on Kangju was ordered by the Khan himself. Disobeying me is disobeying him." Not just Gerdai, even his soldiers were shaken by the terrifying way their comrades had died. They had never seen anything like it. Even the great Gabriel Empire's fire lances could only shoot about 200 meters, and they fired stones. But this new weapon, which spat fire just like a fire lance, could kill dozens of people from 500 meters away. Though he didn't want to waste more forces, Gerdai gave the order. 20,000 slave soldiers charged toward Kangju. The cannons roared again. The Huey cannons would destroy one after another under the barrage. Seeing the chaos in the barbarian camp, Asa laughed loudly. "Now you see how strong we really are, you damned barbarians." Orpheus stared through his telescope at the camp. Every time a cannonball hit and killed a line of enemies, he shouted, "Nice shot." But when one cannonball landed uselessly on open ground near him, he turned and kicked the soldier who fired it. "Idiot! Why the hell are you aiming at the dirt?" The soldier stumbled back. "But, sir, you were the one who aimed that one?" Orpheus's face turned red. He raised his hand. "Say that out loud and see what happens." Leroy stroked his beard and smiled. "Your Highness, I'm truly convinced now. With these cannons, the barbarians will never take Kangju." Cannonballs tore through the barbarian camp like skewers through candied fruit, cutting down soldiers in rows. The morale of the city's defenders soared. Their faces were full of joy and excitement. But when the next wave of slave soldiers surged forward like a tide, their expressions turned grim again. The Huey cannons were reduced to piles of broken parts. Alda said, "Free fire." Receiving the command, Asa shouted, "Everyone, aim carefully. Hit where the crowd is thickest." "Yes, sir," the artillerymen responded, adjusting their aim toward the densest clusters of slave soldiers. To them, anyone attacking Kangju was the enemy. Defending the city was their only purpose. Dozens of solid cannonballs were launched. Blood sprayed into the air in misty arcs. Half of the cannons kept targeting the barbarian camp. They wouldn't get to sit back and watch quietly. The thunderous blasts terrified the slave soldiers. For the first time ever, they began to retreat before even reaching the city walls. "They are retreating. They are retreating." On the city wall, the soldiers cheered excitedly as they watched the wave of slave soldiers collapse and scatter. Leroy smiled slightly. "Your Highness, the cannons have really frightened them." Aldous said, It's normal to be afraid the first time they see such a powerful weapon, but once they get used to it, that's when the real bloody battle begins. Leroy nodded silently. He understood. Up to now, they had only fought slave soldiers, not the real barbarian warriors, and it was the barbarian soldiers who were the true threat in this war. The enemy was using slave soldiers to wear down the Kingju army, draining their soldiers, ammunition, and defensive resources. Your Highness, maybe we should save the gunpowder jars and cannonballs for the final moment, Leroy said with hesitation. It was like the famous strategy of matching horses. While the great Gabriel Empire used elite soldiers, the barbarians were throwing out low-tier troops to exhaust them. Cease fire, Aldous ordered. Orpheus, who had been thrilled by the cannon fire, walked over in confusion. Your Highness, why? We finally made those barbarians suffer. Aldous didn't reply. He turned to Asa. How many gunpowder jars and cannonballs do we have left? Asa, still riding the high of excitement, felt a chill down his spine. We have about 500 jars and 300 cannonballs left. Orpheus understood immediately and stomped the ground in frustration. Those idiots Havar and Henry, why didn't they prepare more? Now what? Just these slave soldiers alone could burn through all our ammo. The Huey cannons are destroyed. From now on, we must conserve gunpowder and cannon fire, Aldous said. The machinery department didn't have time to make more. Now our goal is to stall for time. Leroy nodded. That's right. The barbarians marched a long way. Their food supplies are a nightmare to manage. Just feeding such a huge army every day eats through tons of resources. The Huyan Chuo tribe will drain itself dry. Meanwhile, our wheat harvest is ready. Supplies are coming soon, and the longer this goes on, the more ammo we'll have. Orpheus and Asab both nodded. But I doubt the barbarians will give us the time we need, Orpheus muttered. As they spoke, an arrow suddenly flew over from the barbarian camp. It landed weakly near the city wall. Leroy quickly caught it in mid-air. Your Highness, there's a letter attached, he said. Aldous glanced toward the retreating barbarian cavalry. Open it. Leroy opened the letter, skimmed it, and handed it to Aldous. As expected, it's from Bashan Teji. He's trying to persuade you to surrender. In the letter, Bashan wrote, considering the friendship between the great Gabriel Empire and the Golden Tent Khanate over the years, I do not wish to see Kangju's people suffer. If Prince Henry surrenders, I guarantee your safety. But if you continue to resist, I will ensure nothing of Kangju remains. Aldous laughed. This Bashan is amusing, so, who wants to go out and negotiate with the barbarians? Orpheus exploded. If your Highness plans to surrender, I'll be the first to oppose it. Asa yelled, Aldous, I must have been blind to follow you here from Nightbloomin. We've almost won and now you want to surrender. I won't allow it. Leroy sighed. You fools. Don't you know what a delaying tactic is? Aldous shook his head helplessly. Just then Theodore stepped forward. Your Highness, I think I'm the right person to go. You're really willing to go? Bashan is unpredictable. You may not come back alive, Aldous warned. Theodore's expression remained calm. I serve my lord. If I fear danger, I'm no true man. In that moment of crisis, Theodore's spirit shone. Though he looked frail, in Aldous' eyes he now stood tall like a mountain. Orpheus and Asa, realizing what was really happening, looked at Theodore with newfound respect. Orpheus said, Commander Barker, I've offended you in the past. Please forgive me, I didn't expect you to be a true hero. Theodore bowed slightly. We all serve His Highness. You fight on the battlefield, I just talk. Then he turned to Aldous. There's no time to waste. Let me go. This was a risky mission. Aldous didn't truly intend to surrender, he just wanted to trick Bashan. That made it even more dangerous. He nodded and patted Theodore firmly on the shoulder. Leroy called for paper and ink. Aldous wrote a reply saying he was open to surrender, but only after negotiating the terms. Using the same method, Leroy attached the letter to an arrow and shot it back across the battlefield. In the barbarian camp, Bashan's face was dark. The destructive power of the cannons and gunpowder jars was still fresh in his mind. After this last retreat, the slave soldiers' morale had collapsed. Even though the barbarian officers executed runaway slaves to scare the others, the army was still in chaos. They had to reorganize before they could attack again. Drawing on his experience from the western regions, Bashan decided to try persuading the defenders to surrender. He didn't really believe they'd surrender, especially when they had the upper hand, but there was no harm in trying. He never let a potential opportunity go to waste. After sending his message, he noticed something. The cannons had stopped firing from the city wall. Soon, a scout brought back a reply. Negotiation. Bashan's expression changed. Prince Henry actually agreed to surrender. Orville looked completely stunned. Teji, this Prince Henry is cunning. This must be a delaying tactic. Bashan smiled. If it is, that's fine. If not, it's still fine. We're both playing the same game. After a pause, he turned to Gerdai. Take advantage of tonight's darkness, blow up the city wall. Yes, Teji, Gerdai said. His slave soldiers had already suffered massive losses. He didn't want to push them further. He didn't dare disobey Bashan's orders. Many banner chiefs had been executed by Bashan for disobedience on the battlefield. A while later, Bashan saw a figure coming down from the city wall. It must be the envoy. He turned to Orville. You Greenwood people understand each other best. You go handle this. If Prince Henry really wants to surrender, bring him to me. When Theodore came out of the barbarian camp, the surrounding barbarian soldiers whistled at him mockingly. He had gone to negotiate with the barbarians, but he never got to meet Bashan Teji himself. Instead, he met a Greenwood man named Orville. Theodore immediately stated Prince Henry's conditions for surrender. The barbarians must withdraw from Mountain Sea Pass, give control of U Prefecture and nearby lands to Prince Henry, and in return, Prince Henry would recognize the barbarians as his overlord. Of course, this was an outrageous demand, and just as he expected, the negotiation ended with no agreement. The barbarian side offered their own terms, opened the gates of Kangju City, and they promised not to harm Prince Henry. They would grant him one prefecture as a fief. Naturally, Theodore also refused. He didn't reject them outright. He said he needed to return and ask Prince Henry for instructions. Your Highness, this buys us 3 to 5 more days before we need to negotiate again, Theodore reported, but from what I could tell, the barbarians didn't seem too upset either. I think they are also stalling. Then he turned to Asa. Don't sit idle tonight. Fire a few rounds at their camp. Make sure they don't get a good night's sleep. Leave it to me, Your Highness, Asa said with a bloodthirsty grin. This negotiation was never serious. Aldous only meant to mess with Bashan, but he also knew Bashan might be doing the same to him. Since both sides were bluffing, it was fair game. After all, it's the attacker who's anxious, not the defender. As night fell and the barbarians lit their campfires to cook, cannons suddenly roared from the city wall. One after another, black solid-shot cannonballs flew into the barbarian camp. Through his telescope, Asa watched the chaos unfold. The barbarian soldiers were eating when the cannonballs hit, injuring many of them. Bashan was eating too. The explosions startled him so much that he ran out of his tent and hid behind his shield, terrified he'd be hit by a cannonball. Gerdai was hopping mad, yelling and pointing at the city wall. They never expected that right after sending their envoy. The defenders would launch an attack. Barbarians scrambled to regroup, but when no second shot came for a long while, they cautiously returned to their meals. As darkness fully set in, the barbarian campfires glowed brightly. What they didn't know was that Kangju's defenders could see them much better than they could see the wall. Asa remained on the wall with his telescope, constantly watching. Every so often, he fired another shot into the camp. Each explosion sent the barbarians into chaos. No one wanted to be killed by a cannonball in their sleep. The fear kept many of the cavalrymen awake, their eyes locked on the glowing walls. They realized that the cannonballs always came right after the flashes of fire. Every time they saw fire, they panicked and scattered. Bashan couldn't sleep either, even though he was surrounded by guards holding shields. He was waiting for news that the city wall had been breached. But then he noticed light at the base of the wall. Kangju's soldiers were pouring fire oil down. Stay alert tonight, someone shouted. His Highness said the barbarians might try to sneak in and plant explosives. If they succeed, we'll all be blown sky high. Tonight, Orpheus was on night watch. He poured the oil, setting fire to the piles of corpses and broken ladders beneath the wall. Since Aldous figured out the barbarians wanted to blow up the wall by planting gunpowder, he had ordered his soldiers to keep a close eye on any slave soldiers digging tunnels. Every time they spotted one, the defenders would shoot them immediately. Yes, Captain. The soldiers were startled by Orpheus's warning. Even the tired ones quickly snapped awake. Just then someone shouted, "There's someone down there." Immediately, arrows rained down. Cries of pain followed. One intruder fell, but more came running from the shadows. Orpheus frowned and threw a torch down. The flames lit up a swarm of slave soldiers. Taking advantage of the night, the enemy had launched another surprise attack. "Throw the gunpowder jars now," Orpheus shouted. The barbarians were cunning. To avoid being targeted by the cannons, they attacked under cover of night. Boom, boom, the sound of explosions rang out again. The entire city woke up. Aldous jumped out of bed and rushed to the wall. He could already hear the shouting and clashing outside. At the same time, the sound of arrows whistled through the air. Barbarian archers were hiding in the darkness, firing at the city. The defenders couldn't see them clearly in the dark and had to fire blindly. Casualties rose far faster than during the day. "Throw the jars below the wall," Aldous shouted as he arrived. Bashan's goal was clear. He wanted to bury explosives under the wall. They had to stop him at all costs, so there was no more holding back on the gunpowder jars. Shieldmen quickly formed a wall in the darkness while the defenders kept hurling jars down. Screams and explosions echoed. More and more bodies piled up below the wall. Staring into the pitch-black barbarian camp in the distance, Aldous looked grim. Bashan was indeed a tough opponent. With no visible targets, the cannons couldn't be used effectively. It was going to be a long, miserable night. The battle raged until morning. Over 600 gunpowder jars were used up that night. Beneath the wall, the bodies formed a thick layer, but it wasn't for nothing. The slave soldiers' corpses had filled the trenches and blocked the holes being dug to plant explosives. Digging again wouldn't be so easy now. "Your Highness, at this rate, we'll run out of gunpowder jars," Asa said anxiously. They had hoped to conserve ammo, but Bashan's tactics had shattered that plan. If he launched a few more night raids like this, the wall might really fall. Seeing Aldous' concern, Leroy spoke calmly. "Your Highness, don't worry. Cannons may be powerful, but in the end, it's the people of the great Gabriel Empire who will win this war. Even without cannons and gunpowder jars, we can still fight with our own flesh and blood to stop the barbarians." Aldous paused, then looked at the soldiers on the wall. Yes, when all else fails, he still had these brave, fearless warriors. So what was there to fear? Cruel wars are always prolonged and grueling. After the night raid, Hangzhou City and the barbarians entered a tug-of-war each day, repeating the same cycle of attacks, retreats, and fresh assaults, leaving the ground littered with corpses. Theodore went out and returned, negotiated and renegotiated, spouting nonsense back and forth. And every time he left, either the defenders would bombard the barbarian camp or another night raid would follow. By the 5th day, Aldous' firepots were completely exhausted, and the cannons had fewer than 300 rounds left. Yet the expenditure of ammunition had achieved its purpose. The barbarian regular troops, who had been hiding behind the slave soldiers, finally stepped forward after the expendable fodder had been whittled down. Soldiers of Kingzhou army had fallen forever, but the auxiliary troops silently donned the armor of the dead, picked up their weapons, and took their places on the walls. Now, every soldier's face showed exhaustion, but their eyes burned with a ferocity never seen before. The crucible of war had transformed them from ordinary civilians into true warriors. "They're finally here, TCH. Orpheus glared at the barbarian soldiers charging toward the walls. These warriors were cold-eyed, their battle cries thick with killing intent. Unlike the slave soldiers, these true barbarians were vicious and dangerous like starving wolves. Now they held the advantage. For days, the slave soldiers had died in their place, allowing them to rest and conserve their strength. But the defenders of Kangzhou had fought relentlessly for over 10 days. This was the barbarians' cunning, using tactics despised by the great Gabriel Empire. They had conquered city after city, nation after nation. Leroy too set aside his bow and drew his sword, waiting for the moment the barbarians scaled the walls. Stones were gone, logs were gone, boiling oil was gone, even arrows were exhausted. All they had left were the blades in their hands. The barbarians seemed to know this, and now they bared their fangs. In the camp, Bashan Teiji smiled, though the expression was bitter. A mere 20,000 defenders had held them off for 10 days, at the cost of nearly 100,000 slave soldiers. This was the hardest battle he had ever fought. In the past, he might have ordered a retreat, but not this time. An instinct told him this 7th prince of the great Gabriel Empire had to die. If he could achieve so much now, what would happen when he truly matured? For the barbarians, it would be a nightmare. And Bashan craved the weapons inside the city. With such arms, no fortress of the great Gabriel Empire could stop him. Snow Wolfguard, kill! His thoughts crystallized into a single command. Raising his scimitar, he sent his most elite troops charging toward Kangzhou. On the walls, Leroy roared as the barbarian tide surged forward. Form ranks. Instantly, the Kingzhou army shifted formation, sword and shield men at the front, spearmen behind. The cannons fired again. Solid shot tore through the barbarian ranks, bouncing and carving bloody paths through their lines. But the barbarians were too many. 30 cannons seemed insignificant now. After 300 rounds killing 1,000 enemies, the artillerymen grabbed their weapons and joined the fight. Siege ladders slammed against the walls. Barbarians swarmed upward, and the first warrior reached the top. Shout rang out. The first barbarian was impaled by multiple spears and sent screaming to his death, yet more followed, their numbers growing. Some dodged the spears and leaped onto the battlements, slashing at the Kingju soldiers with their scimitars. The blade struck armor and the soldier was unharmed. The barbarian froze in shock. With a furious roar, the soldier decapitated him. Aldous fought alongside his men in full armor. He refused to hide in the city because he knew his presence was a banner that would never fall. Seeing their lord fighting with them, the Kingju soldiers fought like demons. As more barbarians poured onto the walls, close quarters combat erupted. Now the invaders realized their mistake. The most terrifying thing on these walls wasn't the fire-spitting weapons, it was the Kingju army's seamless, impenetrable steel armor. Their scimitars couldn't kill in a single strike, and before they could swing again, the Kingju soldiers cut them down. Throughout the siege, most Kingju casualties had come from arrows. In melee, their losses were minimal. These metal cans now formed an iron wall atop the battlements. A barbarian lunged at Aldous. Jack and Cody were locked in combat elsewhere. But Aldous, though he hadn't trained much still, had the muscle memory of his predecessor, who had been skilled in archery and horsemanship. Instinctively, he dodged the scimitar, kicked the barbarian down, and drove his sword through the man's heart. Blood gushed from the barbarian's mouth. Aldous's expression was icy. The battlefield had hardened him death, whether his or his enemies no longer fazed him. As he pulled his blade free, his gaze flicked toward the city where several horse-drawn carts raced toward him, piled high with sacks. Auxiliary troops below quickly unloaded the cargo and hauled it up the walls. "Your Highness, look out," Jack's voice shouted. Aldous ducked just as a blade whistled over his head. He rolled to the side and stabbed the attacker in the ribs. More barbarians surged onto the walls, but Aldous could see it clearly in melee. The Kingju army held absolute superiority. Their plate armor gave them an edge, and the high ground made them unstoppable. No wonder the ancients said, "Never attack a city without 5 times the defenders' numbers." In the barbarian camp, Bashan Taji's face darkened. He had thought scaling the walls would mean an easy victory. Instead, every wave of his soldiers was swallowed by a silver tide of steel. He turned to Gerdai. "What are you waiting for? Send your men with the powder keg, blow open the gates." Gerdai nodded and barked orders. Soldiers hoisted a massive wooden barrel and rushed toward Kangju. Bashan's next command was colder. "Cavalry, prepare." He was beginning to understand. Without their cavalry's advantage, they could not win. "Your Highness, Kingju City has sent 10 more cannons." And the messengers said, "They've also brought something called grapeshot." An auxiliary soldier shouted to Aldous from the city walls. "Grapeshot, finally here." Aldous felt a sudden urge to cry. Producing grapeshot was an extremely tedious process. Despite the machinery department working tirelessly, the output had been minimal. Though grapeshot were also solid projectiles, they were much smaller. Each cannonball contained dozens, even hundreds, of tiny iron pellets. When fired, they spread like shotgun pellets, reducing range but vastly increasing the kill zone. This was why producing a single grapeshot round was as labor-intensive as making dozens of regular solid shots, even though the material cost was similar. Now that the grapeshot had arrived, it was the perfect weapon to repel the besieging forces. But just as Aldous was about to rejoice, his expression suddenly changed as he looked beyond the walls. "Set up all the newly arrived cannons on either side of the city gate now," he barked urgently. Aldous then spotted Asa amidst the chaos and shouted, "Take 10 artillery crews and follow me down quickly. There's no time." Asa, who had been lost in the frenzy of battle, snapped back to focus. A glance outside the walls made everything clear. The two of them hurried down. Below, over 2,000 reserve troops stood ready. Aldous ordered, "Form hollow square formations at the gate." The soldiers swiftly rearranged themselves into 5. Interlocking hollow squares, 2 ranks of spearmen at the front, 3 rows of crossbowmen behind. These were the last of their arrows. Meanwhile, the artillery crews positioned the cannons on either flank of the formations. They loaded the barrels with tightly bound cloth sacks, each filled with small iron pellets, collectively forming the grapeshot. From the walls, Aldous and Asa had seen barbarian soldiers carrying over a dozen powder kegs toward the gate. Originally, the area before the gate was the deepest part of the moat, sheer as a cliff, impossible to climb. But after days of relentless fighting, The trench had been filled nearly to the brim with corpses. Now the barbarians were using even more bodies to finish the job. Once the path was clear, they brought out the powder kegs to blast open the gate. And knowing the barbarians' tactics, cavalry would charge in the moment the gate fell. That was why Aldous had prepared this simplified hollow square formation, a tactic developed in the age of firearms to counter cavalry charges. The square's open center allowed crossfire from all sides, preventing flanking maneuvers. Any cavalry that broke through would be met with volleys from multiple directions. Now, with cannons added to the flanks, the formation's firepower was complete. A thunderous explosion shattered the gate, sending wooden splinters flying. The massive doors collapsed inward. Through the smoke, Aldous saw barbarian cavalry scimitars raised charging straight for the breach. At the forefront were riders with blood-red wolf tattoos on their arms. Bashan Taji's elite. 500 meters, 300, 200. The cavalry closed the distance in seconds. The moment the first riders crossed the threshold, Aldous roared, "Fire!" Cannons roared in succession. The charging cavalry dissolved into clouds of blood and gore, riders and horses torn apart in an instant. Those behind froze in horror, but momentum forced them forward. 3 cannons fired together, wiping out hundreds in a single salvo. The survivors rushed headlong into the hollow squares only, to be met with volleys of crossbow fire, dropping them mid-charge. The few who reached the spearmen found their mounts skewered on steel-tipped pikes, horses screaming as they collapsed. Wave after wave of cavalry surged in. 3 more cannons fired. Grapeshot erupted into deadly shrapnel, shredding another wave into crimson mist. A third wave came. 4 cannons answered. By the time the next group charged, the first cannons had already reloaded. Corpses piled higher and higher, riders and horses forming a grisly barricade. Soon, the barbarians could no longer ride through. They dismounted, clambering over the mountain of dead to press forward. The Kingju army shifted formation again, tightening into a dense rectangular phalanx. Their disciplined ranks and impregnable armor turned them into an unstoppable steel tide, slowly pushing the barbarians back toward the gate. Gradually, the corpses at the entrance piled so high that the breach was nearly sealed. "The barbarians are retreating, they are retreating." Someone on the walls shouted the words first. Then, like wildfire, cries of victory spread across Kangju. "They are retreating, they are retreating." Asab blinked, then joined the cheers, but soon his shouts turned to sobs. This battle had been too brutal. Every soldier had fought on the brink of exhaustion, many going days without sleep. Aldous stood as if in a dream, murmuring, "They retreated." His gaze drifted to the river of blood flowing from the gate. And like a madman, he sprinted back up the walls. From above, he saw it, the barbarian army, once an overwhelming tide, now in disarray, pulling back from the walls. At the gate, thousands of riderless horses wandered aimlessly. "Your Highness, they've retreated." Leroy, drenched in blood, stood beside him, his eyes red-rimmed. This time it was real. The barbarians were fleeing in genuine panic, their camp's cavalry slowly withdrawing northward. A full day of fighting from dawn till dusk, and at last, the barbarians had broken. "We can't let our guard down." "Bashan is cunning, this could still be a trick," Aldous said. Leroy shook his head. "No, Your Highness, this is no ruse. I can swear to it, their losses are too severe. Even Bashan wouldn't dare continue this gamble." "Even so, we remain vigilant tonight," Aldous insisted. Leroy nodded. "As you command." As they descended, the sight at the gate made even the veteran general suck in a sharp breath. The mountain of corpses, what in heaven's name had happened here? Before he could ask, Aldous issued another order. "Use the bodies to seal the gate." Silently, Leroy studied the prince. War had changed him. At the city gate, the mountain of corpses silently told the story of what had happened. Dreams of blood flowed together, and the thick smell of blood mixed with the stench of death filled every corner of Kangju City. Even after the barbarian troops retreated, the defenders dared not relax. No one could be sure if the retreat was real or just another trap. The city gate had been blasted open by barbarian explosives, and the damage was severe. Theodore immediately organized slaves to begin repairs. Meanwhile, other soldiers stacked the corpses of barbarian soldiers to block the gap in the gate. "This one's still alive," a voice would occasionally shout, followed by the final scream of a dying enemy. After 10 days and nights of brutal fighting, the Kingju army had become calm and composed. When they saw barbarian soldiers, there was no fear, only the steady swing of their blades. That was Aldous's order. The barbarians had long used terror tactics, slaughtering cities, killing captives to frighten the great Gabriel Empire. Now, Aldous would repay them in kind. He would show them he was a wolf 100 times more savage than any barbarian. Your Highness, these grape-shot rounds are amazing. That one blast must have killed 40 to 50 barbarian cavalry. Asa said, gently stroking the metal canister as if it were a precious treasure. Aldous, finally calming down after the bloodbath, nodded. Grape shot is made to counter dense cavalry charges. We were lucky the cavalry came charging through the city gate in tight formation, so the shot hit them at the perfect moment. Orpheus was itching with excitement. Your Highness, let me try firing one. I want to see this grape shot in action. But when he came down from the wall and saw the massive pile of bodies at the gate, even he was shocked. The sight was overwhelming. No wonder the barbarians had retreated, who wouldn't be terrified by this. No way. Asa snapped, guarding the ammo like a mother hen. You only have 300 grape shot rounds left. What if they come back? You can't just fire one for fun. Orpheus scowled. Asa, you looking for a beating? You think you own the artillery now? Don't forget you're not even from around here. The artillery belongs to the Kingju army and oh. Before he could finish, Leroy smacked him across the backside with a whip. Orpheus yelped and jumped. When he saw Leroy's dark expression, he realized he'd just insulted another outsider, and Leroy was one too. He laughed awkwardly. Commander, I'll go check on the wall defenses. And he ran off. Asa grinned smugly. Leroy said, don't get too proud, Asa. Orpheus wasn't entirely wrong. This artillery belongs to the Kingju army. Once the war ends, you're going back to Nightbloomin. Asa's smile faded. He looked at the silver-armored soldiers cleaning the battlefield. He touched the cannon before him, suddenly reluctant to leave it. After all, he was technically an Imperial Guard commander, loyal to Care, not Prince Aldous. There was still a difference between a sovereign and a prince. Aldous noticed his expression and said softly, Asa, I won't forget you. Your Highness. Commander. Asa looked conflicted. Clearly, they were pushing him to make a choice. Aldous and Leroy exchanged a glance and laughed. There was no denying Asa had talent in commanding artillery. After this war, he had grown even more skilled in using cannons strategically. Losing him would be a shame, but they couldn't force him to stay. The choice had to be his. This battle had also changed Leroy's outlook on fighting the barbarians. Your Highness, Leroy said, now that we have artillery, Theodore's fortress advance strategy actually sounds brilliant. Thank you, General, Theodore said, approaching an armor streaked with blood. In a moment of crisis, even this scholarly civil officer had picked up a sword. Leroy laughed and clapped him on the back. It was his way of showing respect. In the great Gabriel Empire, civil and military officers rarely got along. Leroy had always looked down on strategists like Barker. But after fighting side by side, his view had changed. These scholars might be readers, but now they were soldiers too. This plan won't be completed overnight, Aldous said, but it has to start now. If the barbarians truly retreat, begin building fortresses across the steppe using slave labor layer by layer, push outward. Even with a retreat, Aldous had no intention of chasing the barbarians into open field battles. Their cavalry was still too fast, and he had no way to counter it yet. Plus, the Kingju army had suffered heavy losses. It would take a long time to recover. Just like Theodore had said, their current strengths were cannons and walls. Use your strengths to strike the enemy's weaknesses. That was the wisest move. While the barbarians were gone, the commanders continued planning. But no one knew if the retreat was real. In war, it was common to fake a withdrawal to lure the enemy into a trap. So as night fell, the defenders of Kangju remained on full alert. Only when dawn came and no barbarians appeared did the soldiers finally breathe a little easier. Your Highness, it looks like they really pulled back. Orpheus reported, excited. We counted the bodies. Yesterday's attack cost them over 20,000 men. A lot of them were Bashan's elite snow wolf guards. The barbarian Taiji are always fighting among themselves. Bashan probably didn't want to lose all his best troops here. He still doesn't know how many more it would take to actually break Kangju. Orpheus was clearly the happiest of them all. Outside the city, many of the barbarian warhorses had refused to leave, still loyal to their fallen riders. Orpheus had rounded them up, 3,000 warhorses. That was enough to form another 1,000-man cavalry unit, bringing the Kingju army's total cavalry to 2,000. Leroy nodded slowly. Your Highness, I think so too. I've already sent scouts to confirm. Aldous nodded in return. Outside the city, soldiers were cleaning the battlefield. They piled up the bodies of slave and barbarian soldiers and burned them with firewood. They collected fallen crossbow bolts and weapons from dead soldiers. Other soldiers were busy retrieving cannonballs from the ground, precious resources that could still be reused. On the steppe, only about 40,000 barbarian cavalrymen remained, slowly heading north. Gerdai walked among his people, and from time to time he could hear the quiet sobbing of women. This time, the Huyan Chuo tribe had been tasked with leading the siege. More than half of their tribe had gone to war and never returned. One more battle like this and the Huyan Chuo tribe will cease to exist. That one sentence from Orville made Gerdai finally decide he would no longer send his tribesmen to fight the steel-armored soldiers. It was madness, there was no hope of victory. Bashan, too, had lost 6,000 of his elite snow wolf guards after breaking through the gate. They never came back. After a long silence, he ordered a retreat. Like Gerdai, Bashan also couldn't see how many more lives it would take to capture Kanju. Still, half his objective had been achieved. To Bashan, this meant one of his rival's arms had been cut off. Even though Gerdai eventually realized this, it no longer mattered. A tribe with only 5,000 cavalry was no longer important. But to Bashan, the most important part of this battle wasn't the Huyan Chuo tribe or even the losses of his snow wolf guards. It was the new weapon of the Great Gabriel Empire. He needed to inform the Khan that Great Gabriel had mastered cannon technology. The moment the first cannon fired, he understood everything. His snow wolf guards, who had fought the Ottomans, stayed calm in the face of artillery only because they had seen it before. Even the shield formation that protected him had been designed for those battles. How does Great Gabriel have cannons? Bashan kept asking himself. The Golden Tent Khanate's cavalry ruled the steppe. Only the fortified cities and cannons of the Ottomans had ever stopped them. Now that same threat had appeared again in Kanju. Fools, why does no one ever believe me? Bashan cursed aloud. He had led countless campaigns through the western regions. He had seen firsthand what cannons could do to cavalry. And since then, he had long wanted to acquire such weapons. After returning to Chengdu, he had suggested building cannons, but the Grand Taiji mocked him harshly. Everyone claimed he was just scared. The cavalry of the Golden Tent Khanate doesn't need to hide behind walls and fire cannons. After all, no one would be stupid enough to fight the Golden Tent Khanate on the open steppe. Remembering all this, Bashan clenched his fists. This time he would blame everything on the Huyan Chuo tribe and on the cannon. "Brother, don't blame me," a voice echoed in Bashan's mind. "For the future of the Golden Tent Khanate. I won't let someone who only knows how to play with women in his tent become the Khan." He looked back toward Kanju. His eyes were sharp and cold. One name burned into his memory, the 7th Prince of Great Gabriel. "Kanju, I'll be back." Bashan's voice echoed across the empty steppe. The snow wolf guards let out a collective powerful roar. Gerdai watched Bashan's back with cold eyes. His heart was bleeding. He would go to Chengdu and meet with Wajugu. He wouldn't sit still. He would seek justice for his dead people. In Kanju, scouts soon brought back news that the barbarians were retreating toward Mountain Sea Pass. "The barbarians have retreated. We've held Kanju." This time, the shout came from Aldous himself. As soon as his voice rang out, the city wall erupted with deafening cheers. "Mother, I'm still alive." The soldiers shouted, cried, laughed. After 10 days and 10 nights of brutal battle, they had finally driven off the barbarians and protected Kanju. They wept tears of joy. The barbarians' retreat gave him a precious chance to breathe. Even if they returned, it would take months to regroup. And in that time, Kanju's walls would be armed with even more cannons. Supplies would keep pouring in. Next time, the barbarian army would face an even fiercer barrage. Kanju would become a mountain they could never climb. Leroy laughed heartily. Since joining the Kingju army, he had kept a stern face, but now he finally laughed with joy. From disgraced official to commander fighting alongside Aldous, he had slowly adapted to this new life. He looked at Aldous cheering with the soldiers. This was a man worth following. "Your Highness, I'm so happy." The always tough Orpheus broke down crying. The first time he cried was when they retook Kanju surrounded by the bodies of the Kingju army. This time, he cried with joy surrounded by the corpses of their enemies. The Kingju army had also suffered heavy losses. But most were wounded, not killed, thanks to the protection of their armor. Even though the barbarians lost this battle, Aldous understood. It was just a small wound for them. Most of the dead were slave soldiers. Only around 20,000 of the real barbarian warriors had died. Now he finally understood what Morley had once told him. The barbarians can afford to lose again and again, but you can't lose even once. Because Aldous was fighting a vast northern empire with only 6 prefectures at his back. Let them cry their hearts out. Aldous said, the soldiers deserve to let loose. Then he told Leroy, gather all the wine and meat in the city. Tonight let the soldiers eat and drink their fill. Long live His Highness, a soldier shouted. We get meat, the others quickly joined in. Leroy chuckled. Your Highness, you've just created a huge problem for me. Where am I supposed to find that much meat? If we must, we'll buy from the people, Aldous said. These soldiers have put their lives on the line. Don't tell me we can't even fulfill this simple wish. Leroy nodded. I was waiting for you to say that. Aldous was slightly stunned. This old fox was just making sure he wouldn't have to cover the costs himself. The cheers continued, wave after wave. The sound of victory drowned out everything else. Theodore's eyes grew misty, but he stayed clear-headed. Your Highness, we should send out the victory report. By now, every official in Nightblumen was probably waiting for news from Kangju. Kangju was safe. The royal bloodline had held firm. Now it was time to leave the rest of the political headaches to those distant vassal lords. How should we report it? He asked. Kangju's great victory, of course, Barca replied. You led only 20,000 soldiers and killed 100,000 barbarians. Wasn't it only 20,000? Aldous asked. Barca rolled his eyes. Your Highness, now's not the time to be honest. If this were Prince Lark, he'd say he killed 300,000. Besides, slave soldiers still count as soldiers. Clancy and his companions were dragging the bodies of dead war horses out from the pile at the city gate. Aside from the 20,000 elite Kangju soldiers, over 30,000 auxiliary troops had supported the defense of Kangju. To Finch and others, those soldiers had fought just as hard and deserved to enjoy the victory too. But there were too many people and not enough meat. Even after searching all of Kangju, the chickens, ducks, cattle, and geese brought in by Leroy were far from enough. So they began digging through the corpses, looking for usable horse meat. Someone had heard that Captain Banks said horse meat tasted really good. Since sunrise, when they received news that the barbarians had retreated, Kangju had been filled with an electric sense of celebration. Clancy felt the same excitement. Crowds of civilians had entered the city, cheering alongside the soldiers. During the siege, these civilians had been even more afraid for Kangju than the soldiers because their homes were within the city. A young soldier handed him a peach. This soldier, Lou Quinton, was around Finch's age and served in the local garrison. During the battle, Finch had saved him from being pushed off the wall by a barbarian. Now, ever since the retreat, Lou Quinton had treated Finch like a big brother. And once his family arrived safely, the first thing he did was offer Finch some fruit. Young man, thank you for saving my son. Lou's father said. We don't have much, but please take these peaches as a token of thanks. Finch looked at the father's ragged clothes. It was clear this family lived in poverty. He said, no need for thanks. We're all fighting for His Highness. Saving Quinton was just what I had to do. His Highness told us always protect your comrade's back. If I'm behind him, of course I'll protect him. Lou Quinton, with his sharp, energetic face, said with admiration, His Highness really said that. I wish I were part of the Kangju army, then I could see him more often. Finch chuckled. Sometimes he's kind of scary. Quinton still pushed the peach into Finch's hand. Just take it, these are wild mountain peaches. My dad came just to share them. The town folks really appreciate what you did. This year, the harvest won't be stolen by barbarians again. Finch took a bite, then slung a horse leg over his shoulder and started walking back toward the army camp. I was also worried about my family's harvest getting taken, so. How much land do you all farm? They chatted as they walked back toward the camp. All around them, soldiers were carrying chunks of exploded horse meat back to camp. From a distance, bonfires lit up the entire area, and the scent of roasting meat filled the air. In the camp, Asa and Orpheus were bickering again. Orpheus was scolding Asa for buying up local farm oxen. He was trying to get him to return them. Aldous and Leroy were watching the argument by a campfire, laughing silently. They didn't step in. It was time to let the others enjoy themselves a little. This barbarian horse meat really is delicious. Leroy munched away, all while sneaking glances at the wine flask in front of Aldous. Aldous had only brought one jar of drunken Kangju wine. During the intense battle, it had stayed sealed. Now that the war was over, he brought it out. Last time at Prince Henry's residence, Leroy had gotten completely drunk off this wine and never forgot it. Now he was eyeing it hungrily. He sipped from his cup while longing for the flask. When Aldous poured himself another big cup, Leroy immediately did the same, then filled his cup again just in case he got shorted. Asa and Orpheus, after their fight, noticed the drinking and quickly joined in. Orpheus reached for the wine flask. Leroy slapped his hand away. "Your Highness, Commander, you're hogging it." Orpheus complained. "We're not hogging anything," Leroy snapped. "There's only one jar. If it gets to your hands, there'll be nothing left. Put your cup down, I'll pour." Letting the commander pour. "Isn't that out of order?" Orpheus said with wide eyes. Leroy wasn't fooled. He poured Orpheus only half a cup. Orpheus pouted and looked pitifully at Aldous, silently begging for help. Aldous ignored him at first, drinking by himself, reluctant to share, but Orpheus's sad eyes were too much. "Once we get back to Kingju," Aldous said, "I'll send you 10 full jars." He, I was waiting for you to say that." Orpheus cheered. Leroy stayed quiet. Aldous had promised him 20 jars. As night deepened, all the soldiers who had defended the city gathered except for those on watch. The camp was full of noise and joy as soldiers laughed loudly, releasing the pressure built up over the past 10 days. After a few drinks, Aldous suddenly stood up. The wine, the victory, it all made his heart surge with pride. His territory had been defended. He had made his mark. "Commander, I think our army needs its own marching song," he said. "A marching song?" Leroy squinted. "What's that, Your Highness?" Orpheus, half-sober, laughed. "Your Highness must be drunk." "I'm not drunk," Aldous said. "Every army needs a soul. A song can lift the spirit of the troops. Don't believe me? I'll sing one for you. In the great Gabriel Empire, it wasn't strange for nobles to sing or dance, especially at banquets in Nightbloomin'. It was much like the balls of Western nobles. Orpheus, always one for fun, jumped up. "Everyone quiet down. His Highness is going to sing." All the soldiers turned, surprised. Feasting and drinking was one thing, but true celebration came from shared spirit. Aldous wasn't joking. He wanted his soldiers to remember this battle, this indomitable will. Then he began to sing a song from a future era, from a television drama called Drawing the Sword. "If our homeland is invaded, hot-blooded men must rise. Drink this cup of hometown wine, a hero never returns alive. The Yellow River roars, the Yangtze surges. They gave me life, they gave me strength. Let blood stain the brightest flower, let it bloom on my chest. Red flags wave, war horns blare, blades drawn, thunder in the air. When two paths meet, the brave will win, march forward, march forward." A hoarse voice echoed across the empty Kangju camp. Aldous's blood burned with passion. This song was the unyielding will of a nation facing foreign invaders. This song was the soul of an army daring to draw its sword. At this moment, the Kangju camp fell silent, leaving only the crackling of the bonfire. The soldiers stared at Aldous, who stood before the flames. Suddenly, one soldier began singing along. "If our homeland is invaded, hot-blooded men must rise." Another voice joined in. Soon, the soldiers slowly rose to their feet, learning the lyrics from Aldous line by line. By the end, they stood together, singing loudly. The fierce and heroic song, carried by the soldiers' roars, surged like hot blood into every heart. The scene perfectly captured the emotions they had struggled to express. Their pent-up feelings burst forth at this moment. This victory was bought with the lives of their comrades. How could they forget those who had fallen, their eyes forever closed, even in this moment of celebration? Leroy slowly stood up and began repeating the song. This song carried too much emotion. Remembering his decades of battles, he couldn't help but sing along. Orpheus and Asa also stood. Aldous wasn't just singing a song, he was voicing the fiery passion buried in all their hearts. Then, as if by unspoken agreement, the singing suddenly stopped. Aldous raised his wine cup and shouted, "To our fallen brothers, cheers." Cheers, the soldiers raised their bowls of rice wine. Clang, after downing his drink, Aldous smashed his cup to the ground. Soldiers followed suit, smashing their cups in a release of emotion. Tonight they saw a different side of Prince Henry, a flesh and blood leader who shared their feelings. At this moment, they had never felt closer to him. Leroy's eyes burned with admiration. He had to admit this army was Aldous's, and it would always be Aldous's. The lively celebration lasted late into the night. Eventually, the soldiers returned to their tents to rest. After 2 more days of recuperation, they would march back to Kingju. Many Kingju soldiers couldn't wait to return. Meanwhile, news of the great victory at Kangju reached Kingju. Upon receiving the report, Herbert immediately organized the newspaper office to print the news. By the time the army returned, he wanted everyone to hear the good news. The next day, newspapers spread across Kingju, while reporters carried copies to their assigned regions. Extra, extra, great victory at Kangju. Our army slaughtered 100,000 barbarians. Extra, extra, major news. Even in the early morning, the streets of Kingju were filled with the voices of children, no older than 7 or 8. Since the newspaper office stopped using professional newsboys, this task had returned to ordinary children. With the spread of newspapers in Kingju, more literate people began accepting them. Selling newspapers had become a new trade, with many poor children picking up copies early in the morning to sell on the streets. What? A victory at Kangju? A scholar rushed out of his house, still unwashed. Do you want a paper? A newsboy asked. The news of Kangju's victory is right here. Without hesitation, the scholar handed over a few copper coins and began reading on the spot. The more he read, the more excited he became. He ran back inside, shouting, "Father, Kangju held. The barbarians lost 100,000 men and retreated to Mountain Sea Pass. We don't have to flee." "Really? Let me see." An excited voice called from inside, followed by cheers. At the machinery department, Havar and Henry exchanged smiles. "His Highness is truly His Highness. With this victory, the barbarians will never break through Kangju again," Havar said. Henry let out a deep sigh of relief. "Luckily, we sent the canister shots in time. Otherwise, His Highness would have had my head." "Hey, Father, do you think he'll promote me again when he returns?" "Promote you?" Havar's face darkened. "The next rank is Chief of Military Affairs. What, you want to replace me?" Cold sweat dripped down Henry's forehead. "Father, I'd never dare. I was just joking." Meanwhile, the news spread rapidly across Kingju. Every citizen rejoiced. 3 years ago, barbarian cavalry had pillaged and slaughtered here. Now, they no longer had to fear the enemy reaching their gates again. "Long live Prince Henry!" A scholar suddenly shouted in the streets, waving the newspaper excitedly. The report had stirred his blood. Like many educated men, it wasn't that he didn't care for his country, it was that the endless humiliating defeats had shamed them into silence, especially after the barbarians breached Kangju 3 years ago. They had desperately needed a victory. And now, Aldous had given them one like rain after a long drought. "Long live Prince Henry!" Another voice rose, followed by a chorus across the streets. In the following days, nearby towns became seas of celebration. On the 5th day, news arrived the Kingju army was returning. The citizens prepared food and drink to welcome them. Soon, crowds gathered outside Kingju, lining the roads to greet the victorious soldiers. "Orpheus, how do I look?" Asa adjusted his armor on horseback, afraid that dirt might ruin his image. "Perfect, dashing and heroic," Orpheus said, secretly wiping his nose on Asa's back while using the few fancy words he knew. Asa grinned, lifting his chin higher. Back in Nightblumen, they had fought barbarians before, but never had citizens welcomed them with food and drink. After all, the people knew they lost more than they won. But this time, with 100,000 enemy heads taken and the defeat of Bashan Teji, it was an unprecedented feat for the great Gabriel Empire. This victory meant safety for the people, so their joy was natural. With the recent harvest leaving them with plenty of food, their gratitude toward Prince Henry grew even stronger. They were still far from Kingju, but scouts reported crowds waiting outside the city, ready to reward the returning soldiers. "They are here. They are here." A young woman's voice rang out from the main road leading into Kingju City. Everyone turned northward. The Kingju army was marching back in neat formation. Among the crowd waiting were men, women, elders, and children. Even many young women had come. While noblewomen of the great Gabriel Empire rarely appeared in public, common folk didn't follow such strict rules, especially on a day of celebration like this. As the soldiers saw how many citizens had come out to greet them, they immediately straightened up, walking with pride and purpose. But beneath their serious expressions, their eyes flicked toward the young women in the crowd. Some girls accidentally met a soldier's gaze, then quickly blushed and looked away. As the Kingju army entered, the citizens rushed forward, handing out buns, fruit, and food from their baskets, stuffing them into the soldiers' hands. In the center of the formation, Aldous rode on horseback, surrounded and guarded by soldiers. Leroy rode beside him, keeping a careful watch on the people lining the road, ready to stop anyone who might pose a threat. Looking at the joyful faces all around him, Aldous smiled. He had never imagined that commoners would line the streets to welcome him like this. The warmth in his heart confirmed it fighting to protect Kangju had been worth it. Up ahead, Asa and Leroy walked straight back like wooden poles, waving proudly to the citizens. Aldous shook his head with amusement. Those two always found a way to compete even in this, but not every sound in the crowd was cheerful. Amid the joy were heart-wrenching sobs. Some families searched desperately for their sons. Those who found them alive rejoiced. Those who learned of their deaths collapsed in grief. The wailing voice reached Aldous' ears. He turned and saw a woman in her 40s, dressed in ragged clothes, weeping uncontrollably. A young girl was holding her, also crying silently. When the girl saw Aldous, she suddenly called out, "Your Highness." "Your Highness, stop," Aldous ordered. The army halted at once. He and Leroy dismounted and approached the girl. Surrounded by his soldiers, Aldous was easy to spot she had called out intentionally. The girl tried to kneel. Aldous gently stopped her. "There's no need for that. Are you looking for me?" Through her tears, she said, "Forgive me, Your Highness. I just learned that my older brother died in battle. I ask for nothing, just to know where he's buried so we can visit and honor him each year." Aldous felt a sharp ache in his chest. Around him, the weeping grew louder. "Don't worry," he said gently. "Every fallen soldier has been brought home. They may have died far from home, but I will ensure they rest in their homeland." "Thank you, Your Highness. That is all I could ask for," she sobbed. A nearby citizen muttered, "How tragic. Her only son is gone. Now it's just the mother and daughter. How will they survive?" Hearing this made Aldous even more uneasy. Victory had been bought with blood, and he couldn't allow the spirits of the dead to carry regrets. "Young lady, your strength humbles me. The families of fallen soldiers will receive compensation from the government. If there's anything more I can do, please don't hesitate to ask." "There's no need, Your Highness," the girl said softly, helping her mother away. Leroy sighed. "Your Highness, don't be too hard on yourself. War always means death. In time, you'll get used to it." His tone was heavy, his eyes full of pain. He had been through this many times. He had watched countless comrades come and go. How many of his old brothers in arms were still alive? Aldous watched the mother and daughter walk away. The only way he could repay the people was to make sure they lived better lives going forward. The brief stop had changed the mood. Smiles faded from the soldiers' faces as the sorrowful cries reminded them of fallen brothers. How could they fully celebrate, knowing so many friends had died? And they reached the city gates. Kingju's officials were already there to welcome them. Morley stood at the front. "Congratulations, Your Highness, on your great victory at Kangju," he said, but Aldous was still somber from earlier. "This isn't the place to talk. Let's go to the command center." Morley was taken aback. Seeing Aldous' expression, he assumed something bad had happened. He nodded quickly and followed with the others. Inside, Morley asked, "Your Highness, did something go wrong in Kangju?" "No, the city was defended successfully," Aldous said. Morley sighed in relief. Then Aldous continued, "I want to speak with you about compensation. The families of fallen soldiers must receive their money. If there's any mistake, I'll hold you personally responsible." Morley scratched his head. It wasn't the kind of talk he expected on such a joyful day. Aldous left shortly after. Leroy turned to Morley. This was His Highness's first time facing such brutal war. It affected him deeply, but he's right, the aftermath must be handled well. If not, we'll break the soldiers' hearts. Morley nodded. "I understand." The army returned to the Kingju military camp to rest. At the same time, news of Kangju's great victory was spreading across the Great Gabriel Empire by newspaper. The day the battle was won, Theodore had sent word to Nightblumen. Now, that news had reached Care. Kangju victory 100,000 barbarians slain, Bashan fled in defeat. Care read the message with trembling hands. He whispered to himself, "After decades of weakness, finally, Prince Henry has cut down their arrogance. This is a blessing for Great Gabriel, a blessing for the royal family." He immediately called a palace attendant. "Quick, spread the news of our great victory in Kangju. I want to see the look on my ministers' faces." The young eunuch had never seen the emperor so joyful. He sprinted outside, jumped on a horse, and rode through the streets yelling, "Kangju victory! Prince Henry has slain 100,000 barbarians. Great victory at Kangju! Prince Henry slayed 100,000 barbarian soldiers. Great victory at Kangju! Prince Henry slayed 100,000 barbarian soldiers." Along the Juk Avenue in Nightblumen City, a young palace attendant galloped at full speed, shouting the news at the top of his lungs. It wasn't just Emperor Care who was thrilled. Even though he was just a eunuch, often looked down upon and incomplete in others' eyes, he too carried the fate of the empire in his heart. From the beginning of the battle for Kangju, Emperor Care had been unable to sleep at night. If Kangju fell, and the fiefs of Prince Henry and Prince Hardy were lost to the barbarians, then the imperial court would no longer be able to rein in the ambitions of the non-imperial princes. But now, Kangju stood firm. The seventh prince of Great Gabriel, Aldous, had slain 100,000 000 barbarians and forced them to retreat to Mountain Sea Pass. From now on, the great Gabriel Empire could proudly say no to tribute demands, no to territorial concessions, no to political marriages. Even commoners entering the city stood still. Great victory at Kangju. The words exploded in their ears like thunder, shocking and stirring. Did I hear that right? A great victory at Kangju. Prince Henry killed 100,000 barbarians. A scholar asked his companion. That's what it sounds like, Prince Henry, killing 100,000. That's ridiculous. Even Prince Lark, the Tiger of the North, never pulled that off. This eunuch must be mad. Another scholar frowned. Wait a second. That eunuch used to serve directly under the emperor. He's even delivered edicts to my home before. He's from the palace. The group went silent. One whispered, so it's true, Prince Henry really won. Before they could answer, another eunuch rode by yelling the same message. Then came palace guards on horseback shouting the news too. Emperor Care, overflowing with joy, wanted the entire city to know. He sent wave after wave of messengers to announce the news. They say His Majesty loves glory, one scholar remarked. I guess that's true after all. Come now, another scholar replied. Decades of weakness, and now a true victory. His Majesty has every right to be joyful, but you, my friend, seem less thrilled. Why is that? The first scholar went quiet. His father served under Prince Lark. His feelings were complicated. Haha, regardless, this is worth celebrating. Who would have thought that the once disgraced Prince Henry would hold off a 100,000 strong barbarian force? I'll pay for everyone's meal today. Cheers to Prince Henry. Another scholar declared. The others looked puzzled. How generous, Shao, that's rare. Looks like we're lucky to know Prince Henry. Scholar Shao replied with a deep voice. You don't understand. Like others, I know Prince Henry well. We were like brothers back in Nightbloom, always together. I always believed he was destined for greatness, and now I was proven right. If only I had stood beside him in this battle. The group looked at him with envy. If this was true, then just having a connection to Prince Henry was a great honor. Shao basked in their jealous looks, already thinking about writing a letter to Prince Henry, reconnecting over their old Nightbloom days. At the Keeley residence, home of the great General Bernard, one eunuch was stopped by none other than the general himself. Startled, the eunuch pulled hard on the reins and just barely avoided crashing. General Riddle, what are you doing? He asked, face pale. Bernard didn't answer. He stormed forward, yanked the eunuch off the horse and roared. What did you just say? Say it again. Terrified, the eunuch stammered, Gee, General, what's the matter? Say the first part again. Keeley shouted. Finally understanding, the eunuch answered, Kangju was defended, General. Prince Henry slew 100,000 barbarians. It's a great victory. Bernard had heard the rumors earlier, but thought they were hallucinations. When he heard it shouted again and again, he finally realized it was real. Victory, victory, victory. He trembled, repeating the word over and over. Even though he hadn't fought in the battle. Intelligence reports from the court had kept him updated. He and other war hawks had been extremely tense. Now joy surged through him. Then he asked, What about my son Asa? Any news? I'm afraid not. The message Prince Henry sent to the emperor was brief, just the news of victory, but he promised a full report would be published soon and delivered to Nightbloom. I see. Bernard's joy turned to concern. There was still no word from his son. I must keep going, General, the eunuch said. Go borrow a horse from my stables, Bernard ordered. Then he jumped on the eunuch's horse and sped off toward the palace. The eunuch gave a bitter smile. This victory has driven the general mad, he muttered. Then, walking toward the Keeley residence stables, he resumed shouting. Great victory at Kangju. In the Eastern Market, the center of commerce in Nightbloom, a group of merchants were gathered, excitedly discussing the news. With Kangju safe, Prince Henry's lands are secure. Our business can continue without fear. One merchant sighed in relief. He had been selling soap between Nightbloom and Kangju, and the war had nearly ruined the supply chain. Now that Kangju was safe, their livelihood was safe too. Praise be to Prince Henry. My entire family depends on my trade in Kangju. Another merchant wiped away tears. A third added, No time to chat, we should go to Kangju and personally thank Prince Henry. Right, he defeated Bashan, the best barbarian general. That proves Prince Henry is truly capable. Kangju will be a safe haven from now on. Just then, another merchant passed by, his cart packed with belongings. Where are you going? They asked. Now that Prince Henry has secured Kangju, his land will be the safest place in the empire. It's the perfect place for business. I'm moving to Kangju. Wait for us, we're coming too, the merchants cried. Late August, under the blazing sun. Nightbloom felt hotter than ever. The news of the great victory at Kangju made the heat even more intense. In every alley and courtyard, from markets to manors, everyone was talking about it. The common people were ecstatic. The hawkish ministers, the ones who always advocated for war, were overjoyed, rushing to the palace to offer their congratulations to Emperor Care. Their long-held stance had finally been proven right. Of course, while some celebrated, others were miserable. The peace-favoring officials, upon hearing the news, looked as if they were attending a funeral. Still, a victory was a victory for great Gabriel. Even they had no choice but to enter the palace and offer their congratulations to the Emperor. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The victory at Kangju is a tremendous achievement. Prince Henry has humbled the barbarians. Their envoy's ridiculous demands can now be completely ignored, General Riddle Jacob declared loudly in the Chenking Hall, brimming with confidence. The other hawkish ministers stood proudly behind him, puffed up like triumphant roosters. Their eyes swept over the peace faction with open disdain, silently mocking them. You see, the barbarians aren't so terrifying after all. Emperor Care laughed heartily. So many officials coming to congratulate him, he couldn't be more pleased. Thank you, thank you. This is a day for the entire nation to celebrate. Across the hall, Minister Rollins Maynard and his fellow civil officials forced smiles that looked more painful than grief. The barbarians had been thoroughly defeated at Kangju and wouldn't dare make trouble there again anytime soon. But this meant Lark King and Doran King's territories would be the next targets. If the barbarians decided to vent their frustration on those lands, the officials who lived luxuriously off those princes' wealth would soon find their silver cut off. Your Majesty, please consider this carefully. The peace faction chimed in. A bunch of cowards, traitors, Bernard roared. This is the perfect time to cut off the tribute and demand the return of Yuju. How can we shamelessly send envoys to apologize? Care's smile faded. He said coldly, I've already said if we win this battle, I will no longer tolerate talk of tribute, land concessions, or peace deals. Today I'll let it pass because you're from the Rollins clan. Say it again and I won't be so forgiving. Maynard shivered with fear. The Emperor's tone was icy, and he knew it wasn't a joke. After the humiliations from the barbarian envoy, Care clearly held a deep grudge. Behind the ministers, the princes had also arrived at Chenking Hall. The Crown Prince and his brothers stood silently, all feeling complicated emotions. Even a fool could see how delighted their father was. It was obvious that their seventh brother, Aldous, was now in favor. The Crown Prince felt especially conflicted. On one hand, his grandfather Lark King had hoped Kangju would fall to ease pressure on his own territory. On the other hand, winning Aldous's support would greatly help solidify his claim to the throne. With this victory, Aldous's standing among the princes would rise significantly. Gaining his favor would be a major boost. And yet, because of Lark King, the Crown Prince simply couldn't bring himself to like Aldous. Still, after a moment of hesitation, he stepped forward and said, Father, our seventh brother has accomplished a great feat. He deserves to be generously rewarded. Indeed, that's what an elder brother should say, Care replied with satisfaction. Encouraged, the Crown Prince continued. Given his contribution, I think it's time to lift the travel ban from years ago. That way, our seventh brother can return to Nightblumen to visit family whenever he wishes. There's no need to even say that, the Emperor responded warmly. Prince Henry has proven himself capable of leading. On his own, he's become a pillar of the royal family and deserves this privilege. Care felt more pleased with his heir than he had in a long time. The second prince and others couldn't help feeling sour. They had never taken Aldous seriously. To them, he was a distant feudal prince, someone easily forgotten, yet here he was, suddenly at the center of everything. This one victory alone was worth more than all their accomplishments combined. Still, they knew better than to speak poorly of Aldous now. Maynard had just been publicly scolded after all. The second prince said, Father's foresight is unmatched. Sending our seventh brother to Kangju was a stroke of genius. This victory belongs to him, but also reflects Father's great judgment. It will surely be remembered in the history books. Care laughed heartily. He knew the second prince was flattering him, but it worked. In front of the court, it made him look brilliant. The third prince shot a glance at his brother. He had planned to say the same thing, but had been beaten to it. Everyone knew their father loved to be praised. Linking this victory to him would surely win favor. But the third prince wasn't about to give up. He added, Father, I've already ordered your words from that day in court where you firmly rejected the minister's advice to be recorded by the scribes. This triumph at Kangju will be written alongside them. History. Actions speak louder than words, and this remark earned the third prince the upper hand. The second prince's smile stiffened. The crown prince, meanwhile, was fuming inside. Once again, he'd laid the groundwork only for others to take the credit. Care looked fondly at the third prince, then turned to the fourth prince, who had remained silent the whole time. "Fourth, why haven't you said anything?" The fourth prince replied, "I have no words, father. I am simply in awe." That made Care laugh even louder. Since ascending the throne, he hadn't laughed so much in one day. Bernard and the other War Hawk officials were beaming. Still, Keeley couldn't help but say, "It's a shame we don't have the full details of the Kanju battle yet. We'll have to wait for the newspapers to reach Nightblumen." At this, Care's face lit up with anticipation. That Prince Henry always keeping us in suspense. Looks like he's waiting for the papers to arrive in the capital so everyone can see his achievements at once. It's understandable, Bernard chuckled. It's a major victory after all. Even as he smiled, his thoughts returned to his son. He still hadn't heard whether Sa was safe. Noticing his concern, the emperor reassured him, "Don't worry, General. If anything had happened to Sa, Prince Henry would have mentioned it in his letter." Then, with a sweep of his sleeves, Care stood up, invigorated. "Once the newspapers from Kingju arrive, let us hold a grand banquet in the palace to celebrate." General Riddle Jacob was walking toward Ivor's residence, a newspaper from Kingju in hand. Like before, the price of this issue had actually gone down instead of up. Bernard still vividly remembered what the merchant selling it had said. "Though I am a merchant, I am first a citizen of Great Gabriel. How can I care only for profit at a time of national celebration?" As he walked, Bernard couldn't help but reflect Aldous' victory had come at the perfect time. When the people of Great Gabriel had nearly grown numb to humiliation at the hands of foreign enemies, this sudden triumph was like a thunderclap that woke the entire nation. In the past, no one wanted to talk about politics. Now, even the street vendors selling sesame pancakes were passionately discussing the Kangju victory. Soon he arrived at the Orpheus residence, where the butler was already waiting at the door. "The master knew you would come, General," the butler said with a smile. "He told me to wait outside and welcome you in." "Oh, that sly old fox," Bernard chuckled and followed him in. "You beat me to it this time," Bernard laughed as he sat down. In recent days, the peace faction had fallen completely silent, while the pro-war ministers were full of momentum. As the leading voice of the war faction, Bernard was naturally in great spirits. Ivor smiled. "I had to move quickly. This victory at Kangju finally helped our people vent their anger. I just finished reading the paper and still feel my blood boiling with excitement." "No kidding," Bernard nodded. "I read it on the way here and I almost shouted out in joy. The report is incredibly detailed. Winning that battle wasn't easy." Ivor narrowed his eyes. "You're this happy because of Asa, aren't you? The paper specifically praised the commanders who performed best in the battle, and Asa was listed first." "You can't say that. The real number one should be Leroy," Bernard replied modestly. "If it weren't for his leadership, Asa wouldn't have had the chance to shine. But Leroy's a convicted man, so I guess Prince Henry left his name out on purpose to avoid giving people like Maynard an excuse to stir trouble." Still, the joy on his face was impossible to hide. After all, the Keeley family had contributed to this major victory, and as a father, how could he not be proud? With such a feat under his belt, Asa's future career in the military was as good as guaranteed. Ivor, who knew Bernard's character like the back of his hand, understood exactly what this visit was about. He had come to brag about his son. "I see," Ivor said. "Well, if you're too shy to ask for credit, I'll do it for you. I'll speak to His Majesty on Asa's behalf. How's that?" "You really shouldn't," Bernard replied with false humility. "Asa only benefited from following Prince Henry. His Majesty will make the right decision." Ivor smiled knowingly. Compared to Leroy's bluntness, Bernard was clearly more politically savvy. That's why he was still a top-ranking general despite his strong stance in favor of war. First, he had real battlefield achievements. Second, he knew when to advance and when to hold back. He wasn't rigid. If Asa were promoted now, the Keeley family's influence in the military would rise again, and Bernard's voice would carry even more weight against those who pushed for peace. "That may be so," Ivor said. "But credit must be given where it's due." Bernard grinned. "Then I owe you a drink, Orpheus." After a bit more chatting, Bernard lowered his voice and changed the subject. "I heard His Majesty is personally arranging a marriage proposal between Prince Henry and your daughter. What are your thoughts?" Ivor's smile faded. He sighed. To be honest, His Majesty did bring it up again. His tone was much firmer this time. He seemed determined to see it through. "But you know about Stoneharter's health." I really don't want to send her far away to Kingju. This victory put His Majesty in a great mood, Bernard said. Naturally, he wants to reward Prince Henry. And arranging this marriage is the best way to honor such a merit. It's also His Majesty's way of ensuring Prince Henry's long-term security. Ivor nodded. That's true, but I'm still worried. Prince Henry's recent fame will inevitably attract jealousy from the other princes, and the barbarians will surely see him as a threat now. More importantly, he destroyed the noble clans in his fief. The rest of the aristocracy won't forget that. His future won't be an easy one. Bernard, who had been basking in happiness, now grew serious. You're right. I hadn't considered all that. Prince Henry's merits are impressive, but his support base is still weak. He has no powerful maternal relatives, and the throne has always followed the order of seniority. It'll be hard for him to claim it. Exactly, Ivor said with a furrowed brow. That's what troubles me. Based on this merit alone, he deserves to marry into the Orpheus family, but I worry he'll meet the same fate as Prince Ning. At the mention of Prince Ning, Bernard's expression changed drastically. He looked around cautiously before whispering, Orpheus, are you out of your mind? How could you even mention that name? His Majesty hates hearing about him. Many ministers who pleaded for Prince Ning were executed. Isn't that warning enough? Ivor's face went pale. If a royal spy overheard this conversation, it would be easy for a court official to accuse him of sympathizing with Prince Ning. Even as head of the Orpheus family, he could end up stripped of his title and sent home in disgrace. He bowed slightly. Thank you, Keeley, that was careless of me. I only meant to draw a comparison. Every new emperor is wary of powerful brothers with battlefield glory. I just don't want my daughter to suffer for it. Bernard sighed. That might not be the case. Prince Henry isn't like others. Think about it, how long has it been since Kangju fell? And now he's taken Kingju's army and avenged that loss. That alone proves he's incredibly talented. Maybe he was just lazy before. Now that he's on the right path, perhaps one day he'll be like Prince Hardy, guarding the borders for generations to come. Ivor didn't seem convinced. He rubbed his temples and said, Let's not talk about this anymore. I'm tired of sitting around. Let's go for a walk. With that, the two men left the hall. As they exited, Ivor glanced toward the corner beside the main room. As soon as they were gone, two shadows slipped out from that corner. Ziohyun giggled and said, Miss, did you hear that? His Majesty is arranging a marriage between you and Prince Henry. Congratulations on your engagement. Orpheus Stoneharder's face turned crimson. She glared and snapped, You silly girl, stop saying nonsense. I'm not making this up, it's what the master said. Della dodged Orpheus Stoneharder's pinching fingers. You wretched girl, stop it. Orpheus Stoneharder's face turned even redder, burning with embarrassment. Matters between men and women had always been too shameful for her to discuss. Della teased, Miss, I'm not joking. You and Prince Henry are the same age, you should have been married long ago. It's only because the master pampers you and worries about your health that he hasn't arranged anything. But now that the emperor himself is proposing the match, how can the master refuse? Besides, all of Nightblumen is praising Prince Henry's achievements. Dreamy young girls call him a hero, and since he's still unmarried, many ministers' wives are rushing to visit Fiora, hoping to marry their daughters to him. News of Kangju's victory had spread widely in Nightblumen, and Orpheus Stoneharder was well aware of it. Then she remembered the poem Prince Henry had once written. Now, with Kangju's triumph and the emperor's marriage proposal, her heart began to pound uncontrollably. Her eyes drifted to the newspaper on the table. Ignoring Della, she picked it up and started reading. The entire front page was dedicated to the Battle of Kangju, how they defended the city on the first day, how the barbarians attacked on the second, and how the city gates were breached on the final day. What young maiden doesn't dream of love? Though Orpheus Stoneharder had lived a sheltered life, she had often lost herself in romantic tales, secretly weaving fantasies of her own. Now, faced with this reality, she couldn't help but freeze in thought. Miss, Della waved a hand in front of her face, giggling. Are you wondering if Prince Henry is ugly or handsome, tall or short, flat or round? Nonsense, what do you mean flat or round? Orpheus Stoneharder shot her a glare. Who knows, maybe he's flat, how else could he block the barbarians so well? Della mused. You silly girl, stop this. Prince Henry is a celebrated hero now. If you mock him, you might get beaten. Orpheus Stoneharder pinched Della's cheek. Della's eyes sparkled mischievously. Oh, defending him already, miss. If you really marry him, I won't survive. You little. Orpheus Stoneharder raised her hand to swat her. Della darted away, laughing. A cough interrupted their play. Della turned and immediately bowed. Young master. Orpheus Stonehearter looked up to see an elegant young Atlas robes watching them her cousin, Stephen Owens. "Cousin, what brings you here?" Stephen's heart ached. He had overheard everything. His gaze lingered on Orpheus Stonehearter, full of longing. Since childhood, Orpheus Stonehearter had been frail and rarely seen in public. Yet despite her seclusion, her beauty was legendary in Nightbloom, making her the dream bride of noble sons. The Orpheus family's prestige played a part, but more importantly, every noble who had glimpsed her fell instantly under her spell. Once, a smitten admirer even painted her portrait from memory. When it leaked, it drove countless poets and scholars wild with admiration. Skilled in music, poetry, and calligraphy, Orpheus Stonehearter's talents only added to her fame, ranking her as Nightbloom's second greatest beauty. To Stephen, Orpheus Stonehearter's peerless grace could never be matched by a painted doll like Camilla. His mind spun, fixated on the name Prince Henry. Staring at Orpheus Stonehearter's flawless jade-like face, he suddenly spat. "Cousin, don't be fooled by this newspaper's lies. You know what Prince Henry was like before, a tyrant who bullied men and harassed women, arrogant and shameless. 3 years ago, he fled back to Nightbloom in fear. How could he change into a noble gentleman in less than a year? If you marry him, not only will Uncle worry, so will I. Who knows if he's still a beast in disguise? Look, the paper credits Asa with the victory." Clearly, it was Asa's doing, not his. His twisted expression made Orpheus Stonehearter step back, her face paling. She had never seen Stephen look so vicious. Della quickly steadied her. She had never liked this cousin he visited too often under the pretense of seeing Ivor, though his real target was Orpheus Stonehearter. Sheltered and naive, Orpheus Stonehearter didn't notice, but Della saw right through him. Stephen was all looks and no substance. "Cousin," Orpheus Stonehearter said softly, though her voice carried quiet anger, "Prince Henry's character is judged by the court and the people. Even a rogue can turn over a new leaf. The entire court acknowledges his role in Kangju's victory. How can you slander him so? Even if he was once wicked, saving countless lives surely redeems his past. And if he were truly vile, would the people have welcomed him with cheers?" Stephen's heart twisted in agony. "Cousin, do you want this marriage? Do you think he is worthy of you?" Orpheus Stonehearter lowered her eyes. "Marriage is decided by parents and matchmakers. Whoever father chooses, I will obey. That is a daughter's fate. As for Prince Henry, if father accepts the emperor's proposal, even if he were a monster, he would still be my husband." Stephen felt as if a boulder had lodged in his chest. He let out a cold laugh. "If only my father were the emperor, but don't worry, Aldous won't always be a prince." "Cousin, what do you mean?" Orpheus Stonehearter gasped. "Such words are treasonous if overheard." Stephen opened his mouth, then hesitated. Finally he muttered, "Cousin, I only want what's best for you. Prince Henry's path won't be smooth." The scorching sun blazed overhead. The relentless chirping of cicadas from the treetops grated on the nerves. Orpheus Stonehearter frowned slightly. Having studied history since childhood, she was well aware of the humiliations inflicted by foreign invasions. Though a woman, she shared the same fervent hope for her nation's strength as any man. Regardless of whether she would marry into Prince Henry's household, Stephen's slanderous words about Prince Henry displeased her deeply. No matter how heartless a person might be, they should never disparage the great victory at Kangju, nor the prince who had personally defended its walls. She spoke softly but firmly, "Cousin, you should leave now. Prince Henry's future is in heaven's hands. I am unwell and must rest. I hope you will devote more time to your studies in the future, rather than idling here." Stephen's face paled further. Orpheus Stonehearter was dismissing him, telling him not to return. "Cousin, believe me, I only want what's best for you." Once he was out of earshot, Della muttered, "Even if Prince Henry were flawed, he's still better than you. Everyone knows about your wild escapades outside." "Della." Orpheus Stonehearter's voice carried a warning. Though Della was her personal maid, she was still a servant. If such words were overheard, she could face punishment. Gently placing the newspaper back where it belonged, Orpheus Stonehearter shook her head slightly and led Della away. The uproar caused by the newspaper in Nightbloom had only just begun. Now, copies were so scarce they were practically priceless. Merchants from Kangju were swarmed by scholars, officials, and traders alike. "Don't push, don't push." A Kangju merchant grinned from ear to ear. Originally a poor scholar, he had turned to business to support his family. When Prince Henry returned victorious, all of Kangju had erupted in celebration, decorating their homes as if for New Year's. The next day, when the newspaper detailing the Battle of Kangju was published, it was instantly sold out. Realizing that this battle wasn't just Prince Henry's triumph, but a national milestone, especially for Nightbloemen, he borrowed a large sum of silver to purchase 1,000 copies and bring them to the capital. Standing by the bustling Twist River pool, he had barely cried out Kingju newspapers before being mobbed. At first, he nearly fled in fear. But seeing the eager hands clutching silver, he steadied himself. Even if I'm crushed by coins, it'll be worth it. Despite the demand, he dared not overprice them. In Kingju, newspapers sold for just 3 or 4 coins each. Here he settled for 1 tael of silver per copy, yet even at that price, his 1,000 copies vanished in moments. Some scholars bought hundreds at once. As the last paper was snatched up, the scholar stared at the pile of gleaming silver before him. This was real wealth, and for the first time he fretted over money. 1,000 taels wasn't just banknotes, it was 100 pounds of solid silver. How could a frail scholar like him carry it all? A luxurious problem indeed, but more precious than the silver was the sudden respect he felt. Nightbloemen scholars had always looked down on those from Kingju, mocking them as country bumpkins during imperial exams. Now these same scholars gazed at him with envy, pressing for more details about Kangju's victory. Pride swelled in his chest, pride in being Prince Henry's subject. For the first time, he questioned whether he should still sit for the exams. Perhaps staying in Kingju wasn't so bad, even if he never rose high in office. He glanced at the silver. At least he could earn a comfortable living. His thoughts were interrupted by a heated argument among noble youths, nearly coming to blows. Eavesdropping, he nearly laughed aloud. They were debating who had been closest to Prince Henry during his time in Nightbloemen, each claiming intimate friendship with him. He shook his head. I wonder how Prince Henry would feel, knowing all of Nightbloemen is buzzing about him. But knowing Prince Henry's independent nature, he likely wouldn't care at all. And indeed, as the scholar guessed, Aldous had no time to dwell on Nightbloemen's reactions. After the brief celebrations, Kingju was now shrouded in a solemn atmosphere. Unlike Nightbloemen's scorching sun, a light drizzle fell over the city. In the past, such weather would have kept people indoors, but today the muddy streets were packed with citizens. Kangju's victory had safeguarded the city, the people's grain, the merchants' wealth, and the stability of the 6 provinces. Yet behind the triumph lay countless lost lives, soldiers who would never return, parents who had buried their children. Victory was worth celebrating, but the fallen soldiers also deserved remembrance. After a short rest, Aldous decreed that the martyrs be buried in a dedicated military cemetery, ensuring their sacrifice would never be forgotten. Such a practice was unprecedented in this era. But Aldous deemed it necessary. This was not just mourning, it was about fueling the soldiers' hatred for the barbarians and reminding the people that these deaths were honorable. History must never forget those who shed blood for their nation. They were gone, but their spirit endured. On the streets, Kingju soldiers marched in solemn silence, carrying the bodies of their fallen comrades in 2 orderly lines. Families of the deceased wept bitterly, their grief moving every onlooker. Aldous, Leroy, Orpheus, and Asa led the procession, clad in the same armor as their men. On their shoulders they too bore the bodies of fallen soldiers. Here, rank meant nothing. They were all brothers in arms. The soldiers clenched their jaws, watching their commanders with burning pride. And had common soldiers ever received such honor, they thought, even if we die on the battlefield, we will have no regrets. And among the young men yet to enlist, fury toward the barbarians simmered. Many clenched their fists. When the army next recruited, they would join to avenge these fallen heroes. The fine drizzle continued to fall. At this moment, Kingju City felt like a silent film stifling. As if choking on unspoken rage, it was a fury long suppressed in the hearts of the people. In their eyes, Aldous saw that anger once buried deep, now rising to the surface. 3 years ago, they had endured the barbarian invasion. They suffered under the cruel exploitation of noble families who colluded with the enemy. The people had borne these pains silently. Now that anger had erupted into hatred for the barbarians, for the corrupt nobles. And it was precisely because of this that the people, freed from their shackles, had firmly supported Aldous in crushing the noble families and resisting the barbarians. He also understood clearly. If he wanted to survive safely in this world, he could only rely on the people of his fiefdom. Him, only a kingship built on the people's trust was truly stable. Otherwise, he would remain a puppet in the hands of the noble families. But Aldous wasn't a fool. Trying to compete in their arena would be idiocy. His advantage lay in his knowledge technology far ahead of this era, and that was the edge he planned to expand. In the face of absolute power, all schemes were paper tigers. The barrel of a gun would teach his enemies one truth: bullets are harder than words. The military funeral for the fallen soldiers had been Aldous' idea. It was the act of him, Leroy, and the others carrying the coffins. To him, this funeral was not just respect for the dead, it was essential to forging the army's soul. Dying wrapped in a horse's hide was tragic, but too desolate. This was what would bring peace to their hearts. By noon, thousands of soldiers had been laid to rest. The Battle of Kangju had taken a heavy toll on the Kingju army. Had the barbarians not retreated, Aldous couldn't say for certain whether Kangju would have held. This defense had been a gamble for him and for the people of his fiefdom. But luckily, they had won. The victory bought them breathing room. From now on, any enemy attacking Kangju would pay an even bloodier price. As the funeral ended, Leroy's voice rang out. The Kingju army turned in unison and slowly marched away from the graves. Orpheus's eyes were red. He hadn't cried on Kangju's walls. He hadn't wept upon returning to Kingju. But today, at this funeral, tears had fallen. He looked at Aldous and said, "Thank you, Your Highness. With such honor, our brothers on the road to the afterlife can rest in peace. They deserved this. Every soldier who dies for this country should be remembered." This funeral had surprised Morley and even Leroy and the others. In all of history, no ordinary soldier had ever received such rites, and for a prince to carry their coffins, if word spread, it would surely stir controversy. But to the people, to the soldiers, their hearts were warmed, and for Aldous that was enough. Assa's gaze was solemn. Over these months, Aldous had given him too many surprises, and this was the most shocking of all. He had to admit, in the eyes of nobles, commoners were expendable, so were soldiers. In war, generals scrambled for credit. Who cared about the lives of foot soldiers? Beyond the Great Wall, countless nameless bones still lay unburied. Yet Aldous had not only brought every fallen soldier's body back, he had given them a collective burial. To every soldier, this was glory. Glancing back at the memorial standing tall among the graves, the four men left the cemetery. Leroy spoke up. "Your Highness, news of Kangju's victory must have spread like wildfire in Nightblumen by now. Soon, His Majesty will surely summon you to the capital for rewards." "I think it's best if you don't go," Orpheus shook his head. "With such achievements, the other princes will be green with envy. If they plot against you, we won't be able to protect you from so far away." Assa disagreed. "But if the imperial decree arrives, can you refuse? Not only would His Majesty be furious, but the other princes and ministers would seize the chance to accuse you, even claim you harbor treasonous thoughts. Those courtiers have twisted minds." Leroy nodded. Assa understood court politics far better than Orpheus. "Assa is right, you have to go. I'll guard Kingju in your absence. You too," he pointed at Orpheus, "and Assa will escort His Highness to the capital." "Why us? You were the one who led the defense," Orpheus protested. A bitter smile crossed Leroy's face. Aldous noticed and said, "General, this trip is unavoidable. My mother also wrote asking me to return. When I see His Majesty, I will plead for your exoneration." "No need," Leroy refused. "This arrangement suits me fine. Life in Kingju is relaxed and free. If I'm clear, those ministers will pressure His Majesty to recall me to the Imperial Guard. That would be troublesome." Aldous thought it over. Leroy knew the Empire's political landscape far better than he did. He nodded in agreement. Leroy added, "For your safety, take all 1,000 Kingju cavalry with you to Nightblumen, better prepared than sorry." Truthfully, Aldous had no desire to return to Nightblumen. To him, it was a cesspool of intrigue, its power struggles far too convoluted, and there were few people there he missed. But in her letter, Fiora had mentioned something else. Before the Battle of Kangju, Emperor Care had promised that if Aldous held the city, he would propose marriage to the Orpheus family, securing Orpheus Stonehearter, the youngest daughter of Ivor, as his bride. In his past life, Aldous had remained single. No one had ever arranged a marriage for him. Now his mother had found him a wife. The thought left him uneasy. After all, he'd never even seen this Orpheus Stonehearter. In the great Gabriel Empire, brides and grooms typically met for the first time on their wedding night. What if she turns out to be a shrew? My life would be over. As for the Orpheus family's status, Aldous had no strong feelings. He understood his mother's intentions to ally him with a powerful clan, but Aldous had always believed in self-reliance. Depending on others would only lead to downfall, so he didn't care about the Orpheus family's influence. With a sigh, he resigned himself. He lived in this era now. Some things could be changed, but others required conformity. Arranged marriages, dictated by parents and matchmakers, were hard to overturn. Even in his past world, many were forced into blind dates by their families. Your Highness, many villagers are now purging corrupt local officials. Should we intervene? After the military funeral, the Battle of Kangju was finally concluded. With the momentum of the great victory, the remnants of the noble families in the 6th prefecture were in despair. Encouraged by their success, the civilian militias, high in morale, launched a sweeping campaign to eradicate the remaining noble factions. Many who had hidden in remote mountains and forests were hunted down and eliminated by the militias and local garrisons. At the same time, the militias arrested village chiefs who had once served the noble families, parading them through the streets in a clear effort to completely dismantle the nobles' influence. Currently, Aldous was in the governor's residence, where all 6 prefectural governors, their deputies, Morley, Theodore, Leroy, and other Kingju army officers had gathered with the war over. Aldous believed it was necessary to hold a debriefing to summarize the lessons of the battle and turn them into case studies and training materials. Only through practical experience could they continue to improve. Crushing the remnants of the noble families isn't a polite dinner party. It doesn't require gentleness. On the contrary, this is another kind of war. The people have been oppressed by these nobles for years. Now that they've finally risen up, they need to vent their grievances to completely shatter the mental shackles the nobles imposed and ensure they can never regain a foothold. After a pause, he added, "So not only should we not stop this, we should encourage the people to dig up old grievances, drag the imprisoned nobles out, and let the masses denounce them. The government must support this movement. Only then can we ensure the noble families never return." Morley nodded, jotting down Aldous's words. On this matter, he agreed with Aldous. They couldn't allow the noble families to revive. The 6th prefecture must become infertile soil for them, turning the nobles into outlaws, despised by all. After addressing Morley's question, Aldous turned to Havar. The machinery department's timely delivery of ammunition during the crisis was also a great achievement, worthy of reward. You and your son will each receive 1,000 taels of silver. Havar and Henry bowed in delight. "Thank you, Your Highness." Aldous nodded. "Henry, you've made significant contributions, yet I didn't promote you." "You must be confused, right?" Henry, always unkempt and more devoted to machinery than social niceties, answered bluntly. "Yes, Your Highness, I wanted to ask, but my father wouldn't let me." Havar nearly facepalmed. "This blockhead has no sense of humility." The others chuckled. Henry's straightforwardness was refreshing. Aldous, however, appreciated his personality. As a former researcher himself, he understood that such minds were pure, obsessed only with their work. That was also why he kept Havar as Henry's superior. The older man was far more experienced. "You won't get a promotion this time, but something bigger is coming for the machinery department." Henry and Havar perked up with interest. Aldous continued, "I plan to establish a dedicated military arsenal, responsible for the production and development of weapons. Henry, I want you to oversee it. What do you think?" "Your Highness, really?" Henry's eyes lit up. Ever since the cannons were developed, he had been fascinated by their production. Now that was a real technical challenge. "Would I lie to you? But taking charge means heavier responsibilities. You'll be solely in charge of weapons production and R&D for the military." "No problem, Your Highness, but I'll need to take skilled craftsmen from the machinery department with me." Given the unstable environment, Aldous couldn't afford to prioritize the economy over the military. He had decided to develop both simultaneously. "Take whoever you need, craftsmen, slaves, your choice." Henry grinned excitedly. Havar, however, looked worried. "Your Highness, if Henry leaves, what happens to the machinery department?" "Don't worry, the military arsenal will remain under the machinery department's oversight. It's just a new branch. At the same time, the department's functions will expand. Alongside the arsenal, we'll establish a research institute, selecting top students from the broad learning academy to specialize in chemistry, physics, machinery, and other technical fields." Havar sighed in relief. This was effectively a promotion for both of them. Though terms like chemistry and physics made his head spin, these were broad learning academy subjects. The research institute will be located within the broad learning academy. "Henry, you'll also be part of it." Aldous added before Henry could ask. Henry relaxed. The military arsenal and the research institute wouldn't conflict. For example, Riley's work on gunpowder complemented cannon development. Aldous was restructuring based on lessons from Kangju's ammunition shortages. Previously, the machinery department had been a jumble of responsibilities. Now, Aldous was refining industrial specialization, particularly in military production, while the Research Institute would pool talent for broader technological advancements. The military officers, including Leroy, approved. This showed Aldous' commitment to the army. Further reforms were likely coming. Sure enough, after addressing the machinery department, Aldous turned to Leroy. "You've all witnessed the cannon's power in battle." Leroy and the others nodded. "Therefore, the Kingju Army will establish a new branch, the Artillery Corps. And to prepare for future firearms deployment, I've decided to reform the military structure. Units will now be organized into squads, platoons, companies, battalions, regiments, brigades, divisions, and corps." Blank stares met his words. These terms were unheard of. Aldous' reforms aim to adapt the army for firearms in advance. The current Great Gabriel military hierarchy with its commanders, colonels, captains, centurions, and decurions was ill-suited for firearms. The Kingju army was still divided into cavalry, crossbowmen, swordsmen, and spearmen. In the future, it would be entirely firearms-based. Squads, platoons, and companies were far better suited for modern warfare. In the governor's residence, the military officers listened quietly as Aldous explained the new army structure. Compared to the Great Gabriel Empire's current military hierarchy, this new system was simpler and easier to understand. With the help of the knowledge crystal's memory enhancement, Leroy and the others quickly grasped the new structure, though the terminology still felt strange to them. But Kingju was full of new things these days. To progress, the old had to be discarded. The military structure must change. We also need to establish a dedicated logistics department, Aldous continued. Combat soldiers will focus solely on training, while logistics will handle rations, food storage, equipment procurement, battlefield medics, and other support tasks. Leroy nodded, noting this down. He agreed that specialization was necessary. Beyond this, Aldous also addressed military uniforms. Armor was for battle, but to distinguish soldiers from civilians, he planned to design dedicated military uniforms, a key step in formalizing the army. Subordinates must salute superiors when reporting. In camp, soldiers would be trained to fold their bedding neatly, march in orderly lines, and maintain proper posture. Before, Aldous had found such drills ridiculous. But after consulting the knowledge crystal, he realized these seemingly trivial habits were crucial for instilling discipline, exactly what firearms-equipped troops would need most. In an era where firearm accuracy was poor, formations had to be tight and orderly, the infamous line-up-and-shoot tactic of later centuries. Even the drummers in marching columns served a purpose, maintaining rhythm like chanting left, right, left. A scattered formation could collapse under enemy volleys, leaving no chance for counterattacks. At first, Leroy and the others was stunned. But they gradually understood Aldous' reasoning. Military discipline was serious business. They wouldn't dare take it lightly. Soon, no one objected. With military industry and army reforms addressed, the meeting shifted to battle summaries. Leroy stood first and immediately tore into Orpheus. To use His Highness's words, "You, Orpheus, are undisciplined and reckless. On the battlefield you do as you please. This must be punished severely lest other officers follow your example." Orpheus hung his head. He'd lost his temper during the fight. Asa added, "Also, Orpheus wasted cannonballs by firing randomly. That deserves punishment too." Orpheus bristled. "That little rat, I told him to shut up. Just wait till I get back," Leroy sighed. "Your Highness, see, Orpheus never learns. I've whipped him before useless. We need a way to deal with troublemakers like him. Many copied his impulsiveness in battle, causing unnecessary deaths." "Easy," Aldous said. "We'll establish a military court to enforce discipline among officers and soldiers. As for what that is and its laws, I'll explain later. But for punishing officers like Orpheus, I have a method. No beatings, no scolding, just a few days in the Black Room." Black Room, the officers looked puzzled. Orpheus's gut twisted. Aldous always had ideas. "Your Highness, spare me. I swear I'll behave." Aldous liked Orpheus, but his recklessness in battle couldn't be ignored. "This is serious. You need to remember this lesson for your own good. Next time you might not live to regret it." He then explained the Black Room's solitary confinement. Nothing tormented the mind like isolation. A week alone with no one to talk to could drive a man mad. Hearing this, Orpheus turned pale. As a chatterbox, being locked in darkness with only himself sounded worse than death. Leroy was impressed. Even punishment was refined under Aldous. Next, officers summarized battle experiences, especially regarding firebomb throws and cannon use. Many now spoke of the barbarians with confidence, not fear. Finally, Aldous concluded. "The barbarians are paper tigers." The officers burst into laughter. Your Highness is right, they look scary, but poke them and they collapse. Watching them, Aldous smiled. The battle's purpose was achieved. Fear of the enemy weakened morale before fighting even began. As discussions continued, a servant entered and whispered to Aldous, "Your Highness, the imperial decree has arrived." Hank Burke surveyed the Prince Henry's residence with critical eye. 7 days ago, he had set out from Nightblumen, enduring the fatigue of travel by boat and horseback, before finally arriving in Kingju that morning. The news of Kangju's great victory had shaken the court and the public alike, and with the arrival of the newspapers in Nightblumen, the details of the battle had spread far and wide. Emperor Care, overjoyed, had hosted a grand banquet for his ministers. The very next day, Hank had been dispatched to Kingju to deliver the imperial edict. As a eunuch serving directly under Emperor Care, Hank's personal journey to Kingju spoke volumes about the emperor's regard for Aldous. Upon arriving at the city gates, he had presented his token and was promptly escorted to the Prince Henry's residence by soldiers. His Highness Prince Henry arrives. Just as he was taking in the modest simplicity of the residence, a voice announced Aldous's arrival. "This humble servant, Hank, pays his respects to your Highness." Wearing a practiced smile, Hank bowed deeply as Aldous stepped into the main hall. "There's no need for such formalities, Hank," Aldous replied with a faint smile. In the Great Gabriel Empire, eunuchs were collectively referred to as minor yellow gates, but Hank held the rank of attendant of the Yellow Gate, a position of considerable influence in the palace. Hank's smile widened. He dared not put on airs before this prince. Everyone knew that in the days to come, Aldous would undoubtedly enjoy the emperor's favor. 3 years have passed, yet your Highness has grown even more handsome, dashing, and noble. This old servant almost failed to recognize you. Hank's words carried a hint of flattery. Few in the world disliked praise, and though these were mere pleasantries, Aldous chuckled. It seems Hank has become even more eloquent over the years. Hank's eyes crinkled into slits as he retrieved the imperial edict from his sleeve. "I shall not waste words. Your Highness surely knows why I have come." "Naturally. His Majesty summons me to Nightblumen." Aldous replied calmly. Hank nodded and unrolled the edict. According to Great Gabriel Protocol, Aldous was required to kneel when receiving an imperial decree. Despite his recent victory, Aldous remained acutely aware of his still fragile foundations. The defense of Kangju had not only weakened the Kingju army, but had also drained his coffers. The cost of ammunition, cannons, and gunpowder alone had amounted to hundreds of thousands of taels of silver. Thus, he was hardly in a position to flaunt arrogance or defy imperial authority. As he straightened his posture to receive the edict, Hank stopped him with a gesture. "Your Highness, with only the two of us present, there's no need for such rigid formalities. Once you've read the edict, it would be best to depart for Nightblumen at once." A shrewd glint flickered in Hank's eyes. Aldous understood. The eunuch was extending an olive branch. Rules were rigid, but people were flexible, and those who delivered edicts knew how to exploit that flexibility. "Then I thank Hank for his consideration." Since Hank had shown courtesy, Aldous knew how to reciprocate. He accepted the edict and called out, "Attendants, bring the gifts." 3 servants soon entered, each carrying a tray veiled with cloth. Hank, a small token of appreciation. "I hope you'll accept it." Hank's smile deepened. This prince was clearly a man who understood the ways of the world. "In that case, this old servant humbly thanks your Highness." At Aldous's signal, the servants unveiled the trays. The first held gold. The second displayed delicate glass bottles of perfume. The third featured an exquisite glass sculpture. Hank's eyes lit up. While gold was commonplace for someone of his station, the perfume and glass were rare luxuries, items money could scarcely buy, as they were produced exclusively in Kingju. "Your Highness is too generous. How could this humble servant dare accept such gifts?" Hank approached the glass sculpture, examining it closely. The piece was shaped like an ox, a design yet unseen in the imperial palace. Aldous smiled. For an esteemed guest who has traveled so far, these trifles are hardly worth mentioning. Hank was one of Emperor Care's inner circle. Cultivating his goodwill might prove useful in the future. As a prince, Aldous knew better than to appear stingy. A little gold was a small price for potential allies in the capital. As Hank sniffed the perfume, he added, "Since your Highness has treated this old servant so generously, I cannot accept these gifts without offering something in return. There are matters you should be mindful of before departing for Nightblumen." "Please enlighten me." Aldous's brow furrowed slightly. Hank lowered his voice. "While your Highness's victory at Kangju is a monumental achievement, certain ministers may seek to undermine it. I've heard that Maynard of the Peace faction intends to raise concerns about the cannons. The cannons? Aldous had anticipated this. After Kangju, it was impossible to keep the cannons a secret. Beyond that, Your Highness once promised soldiers lands once held by the late Prince Brandon, and of the 100,000 barbarians slain, many were once subjects of the great Gabriel. Some Confucian scholars may accuse Your Highness of indiscriminate slaughter. Before setting out for Nightblumen, you would do well to prepare counter-arguments. Aldous nodded slowly. The eunuch's information confirmed that his gifts had been well spent. The capital's rumor mill was as efficient as ever. As expected, there were those eager to tarnish his triumph. His achievements were too great. If they could offset them with alleged misdeeds, his detractors would rest easier. After a moment's thought, Aldous said, "Hank, please stay in Kingju for 2 more days. Allow me some time to prepare." Of course, of course. Hank was already engrossed in admiring his new treasures. With a nod, Aldous instructed Mile to prepare guest quarters for the eunuch. Then he summoned Morley and Theodore to the main hall to discuss Hank's warnings. "Your Highness, my suspicions were correct," Morley said with a wry smile. "These courtiers may be inept at governance, but their tongues are sharp, especially Maynard. Do not underestimate him." Aldous's understanding of Nightblumen's political intricacies was limited. Enough circling the issue. For this trip to Nightblumen, I seek no rewards, only a safe return. Of course, if we can win over some factions, all the better. Theodore and Morley exchanged glances, a flicker of excitement in their eyes. Unlike other princes, Aldous stood alone. If he failed to cultivate allies in the court, any upheaval in the empire would leave him vulnerable. After all, facing the combined might of the great Gabriel and the barbarians with only 6 prefectures would be madness. "Your Highness," Maynard holds the position of Guanglu Cade in the court. He is responsible for advising and responding to imperial commands, but does not have a fixed official duty, said Morley. Having worked in the official circles of Nightblumen, he knew Maynard very well. Also, this Maynard comes from the Roland's family and has always been close with Prince Madoc. He's also a renowned Confucian scholar, highly respected in the court, and has founded the Zhengdong Academy in Nightblumen, where he gives lectures. Many officials in the great Gabriel court have attended his lectures. Theodore nodded. The reason Maynard became the leader of the Peace faction is because of the support from many officials who studied at Zhengdong Academy. These officials follow him closely and have considerable influence in the court. "So, you're saying Maynard is forming a faction for his own benefit?" Aldous asked. "Exactly. These officials, along with Maynard, are privately referred to as the Zhengdong faction," said Morley. "Then why does Father Emperor? When the Emperor wants to go to war with the barbarians, he needs the pro-war faction to suppress the peace faction. When he wants peace, he uses the peace faction to suppress the pro-war faction. This way the Emperor can manage them with ease and won't be controlled by any one side." Morley continued, "Your Highness, you don't need to worry too much about this. Even before you arrived in Nightblumen, these rumors started spreading, yet His Majesty has done nothing. Don't you find that odd? Afraid of my achievements overshadowing his?" Aldous gave a bitter smile. It was all part of political games. In his past life at the Research Institute, every time he achieved something, the leader would praise him first, then pick on some small faults, and finally say, "You still need to work harder." Exactly. Even if Maynard tries to accuse you, Your Highness will be fine, but now that you're heading to Nightblumen, it's a good opportunity to connect with some pro-war generals. These people have a very good impression of you now, said Morley. Theodore then handed over a piece of paper, saying, "Your Highness, Morley and I have listed the officials you may want to approach, both civil and military." Aldous glanced at the list. Bernard was at the top, followed by Ivor, along with several commanders of the Imperial Guards and high-ranking officials. "All right then, since that's the case, I'll go meet these court officials," Aldous said. Being in Kingju, while Nightblumen's political scene was ever-changing, he understood this was not the time to act on impulse. He needed basic diplomatic skills. Otherwise, if something happened in Nightblumen, he might not even be able to safely rescue Fiora. Moreover, he also needed a Leon to set up an intelligence network in Nightblumen so he could get timely information and respond accordingly. At the same time, he wanted to send a message to the court officials. Aldous is a major supporter of the royal family. Anyone wanting to stir chaos in Great Gabriel must consider his presence. This was part of Aldous's strategic plan. It was obvious now that the barbarians were the true threat to Great Gabriel. The next war would only be more brutal. At this moment, he couldn't afford internal strife in Great Gabriel. He needed a stable environment to develop, otherwise it would severely impact Kingju's economic growth. After all, he couldn't expect to produce and sell all his industrial goods just within 6 prefectures. As for foreign markets, there would be strong competitors, and he had no real advantage there. Only by first monopolizing Great Gabriel's market could Kingju accumulate enough capital. So for this purpose, Aldous decided he must try to help stabilize the imperial power during this trip to Nightblumen. After discussing the matter, he sent Morley and Theodore away. Then, he asked Mile to prepare everything he would need for the journey and told Leroy to select an elite guard team. After 2 days of preparation, on the 3rd day, Aldous set out for Nightblumen with Hank. This time, Orpheus and Asa accompanied him. Mile and Luluo also came along to take care of his daily needs. After traveling for 7 or 8 days, the group finally arrived in Nightblumen. "Your Highness, that gate ahead is Exiled Gate." "We've arrived," Hank said with a smile. Looking at the tall gate in the distance, with the characters Exiled Gate written above, Aldous felt overwhelmed with emotions. This was his first long journey since coming to this world. Along the way, he had passed through many cities and seen many different sceneries. The natural beauty lifted his spirits. In Nightblumen, the most prosperous city in Great Gabriel, held all the childhood memories of his former self. "They say Nightblumen is rich beyond measure. Now I can see it's true. Even the common people here dress better than those in Kingju," Orpheus muttered. Asa said proudly, "Of course. Otherwise, how could it be called Nightblumen?" Ignoring their banter, Aldous and Hank continued riding forward. Behind them, 1,000 elite cavalry rode in neat columns of 4. The lead rider carried a flag with the character Henry on it, Aldous's royal banner. Seeing the banner, the people along the road began whispering, likely guessing Aldous's identity. At the city gate, the soldiers immediately lined up and crossed their spears. A man who looked like an officer stepped forward and asked, "Who goes there? Are you blind? Don't you recognize Prince Henry?" Hank shouted angrily. Upon hearing the title Prince Henry, the officer's face changed and he hurriedly said, "So it's Prince Henry. I deserve to die. Quickly make way for His Highness." Hank nodded in satisfaction and said to Aldous, "Your Highness, please. His Majesty is waiting for you at the palace." Aldous nodded and rode into Nightblumen City. Ahead of him was the wide, straight Juke Avenue, 50 meters wide and leading directly to the Imperial Palace. As he rode, Aldous observed Nightblumen. The city was still as prosperous as ever. The wars in the northern frontier mostly involved Prince Lark, Prince Doran, and others, so most of Great Gabriel had remained peaceful. Because of this, royal territories and southern regions ruled by princes had time to develop and were far more prosperous than Kingju. From the moment they entered Nightblumen, Orpheus hadn't been able to close his mouth. The city was packed with people, commoners, merchants, scholars, and nobles. The streets were bustling with traffic. Luxurious carriages came one after another, each followed by servants and maids. Autumn had arrived. The elm trees on both sides of Vermilion Bird Avenue shed their leaves as the breeze gently passed. Triggered by the splendor of Nightblumen, Orpheus said with envy, "When will Kingju ever be as prosperous as this place?" "That's tough. Nightblumen has been the capital of 7 dynasties. Its prosperity is inherited," Asa replied proudly. "Nonsense. Prosperity isn't like having children, it can't just be passed down. HMPH, as long as His Highness is in Kingju, it won't take many years before we surpass Nightblumen," Orpheus retorted. Asa curled his lip, clearly unconvinced. Aldous smiled. Actually, Asa had a point. The prosperity of Nightblumen came from the concentration of all the nobility and powerful people of Great Gabriel. In modern economic terms, it was high consumption driving Nightblumen's economy and prosperity. Right now, his strategy in Kingju to attract merchants served the same purpose. "Big brother," Asa exclaimed happily when he saw the man. It was his older brother, Keely Osric. Keely Osric glanced at Asa and smiled faintly. He dismounted and respectfully bowed to Aldous. "Commander of the Capital Guards, Keely Osric, greets Your Highness." Upon learning that he was Asa's brother, Aldous relaxed. According to the rules, the 1,000 cavalrymen who came with him were not allowed into the palace. The city's imperial guards would house them in military camps. If it had been someone else, Aldous might have been wary, but with Keely Osric he was at ease. "No need for formalities," Aldous said. "Commander Keely, are you here to arrange accommodations for my troops?" "Yes, by His Majesty's order," Keely Osric replied seriously. Compared to Asa, Keely Osric was much more rigid, something Aldous had heard about during his earlier time in Nightblumen. Aldous then said, Orpheus, go with Commander Keely and make sure the soldiers are settled properly. Orpheus nodded and cupped his fists. Yes, Your Highness. Keely Osric took another look at Aldous, said nothing, and led Orpheus and the cavalry eastward. Taking the chance, Hank said, His Majesty still cares deeply for Your Highness. Afraid other princes might cause trouble for your men, he sent Keely Osric, who is honest and reliable, to handle the reception. So there's no need to worry. Father's kindness moves me, Aldous replied politely. Hank had been speaking well of Emperor Care throughout the journey. Aldous understood that it was likely the Emperor's way of softening the tension between father and son, perhaps out of guilt for past treatment. Nightblumen stretched long from south to north, with the imperial palace sitting at the northernmost end. It took the group an hour to reach the palace, stopping at its main entrance Q-end gate. Your Highness, this is it, Hank said with a cheerful face, having finally completed his mission. Looking at the grand palaces behind the gates, the white jade-paved paths and stairs, Aldous felt like he had entered the Forbidden City from his past life. The only difference was the architectural style. Following Hank, they passed the Hall of Chenking and crossed a corridor. They stopped at a hall in front of a lotus pond. Hank asked a young palace attendant, Is His Majesty in the Imperial study? Reporting to Minister Burke, His Majesty is inside waiting for His Highness, the attendant replied. Hank pointed to the room across the white jade bridge over the lotus pond and said, Your Highness, I won't go any further. His Majesty is waiting for you. Thank you, Minister Burke, for your company on the road. Aldous said, cupping his hands. In the future, I won't forget your kindness. Hank beamed. Hearing that warms my old heart. Please go ahead, Your Highness. Nodding, Aldous walked toward the Imperial study. He knew the place well after all. He had grown up in the palace, familiar with every corner. The study in front of him was a place where the previous Aldous often played as a child. But he was no longer that Aldous. Now he was about to meet his father, Care the Emperor of Great Gabriel, the man who once whipped and banished him to Kingju 3 years ago. Crossing the white jade bridge, he reached the Imperial study. The 3 golden characters above the door shimmered in the light. Entering the room, he saw a man in a dragon robe, standing with his back to him. Aldous bowed deeply and said, Your son greets Father Emperor. Care slowly turned around, his gaze falling on Aldous. Hank had informed him earlier that Aldous was nearing the capital. He had been waiting in the Imperial study since. After 3 years, he was finally seeing the son he had once cast out and punished. How would Aldous view him now? You've grown up, he said after silently studying Aldous for a while. The words he had planned all vanished, replaced with a simple sigh. Aldous was momentarily stunned. He looked up at Care. Now over 50, Care's hair showed streaks of white and his body was slightly stooped. He looked like an aging man. But the aura of imperial authority still clung tightly to him. Father Emperor still looks as majestic as ever. Aldous said evenly. Care chuckled. Since when did you learn to flatter? Seems like you've picked up a lot in Kingju these past 3 years. That's all thanks to Morley's teaching. I've only learned the surface, Aldous replied, shifting the blame. Care gave him another look. He didn't believe that for a second. He knew Morley well flattery wasn't in the man's vocabulary. He understood Aldous was just being modest. Still, he didn't press the issue. Aldous had come to Nightblumen because of the Kangju situation. It's getting late. Go see your mother. She's been missing you. As for the Kangju matter, we'll talk tomorrow. Yes, Father Emperor, Aldous answered properly. The moment Care's eyes shifted, Aldous realized he had said something inappropriate. He reminded himself to be more cautious in front of this emperor. Care waved him off. He had a lot to say, but as both father and emperor, pride kept him from speaking freely. Rather than make things awkward, he chose to wait. Aldous bowed and left the imperial study, feeling a slight relief. He had no idea how to talk to Care, and the whole encounter was deeply awkward. Following the path east, a palace attendant led him through an arched gate. Behind it was the area where the emperor's consorts lived. Now Aldous was even more nervous. He was about to meet Fiora, his supposed mother. In the Jade Water Pavilion, Merton Lai had been waiting at the door. Since the morning, Fiora had asked several times, afraid of missing Prince Henry, but it was understandable. Prince Henry had been gone for 3 years. For Mother, nothing was more painful than that. After all, Prince Henry was now Fiora's only hope. Leaning by the door, Merton Lai was bored and counting flower petals. She heard footsteps. She instinctively looked in the direction of the sound. She saw a young eunuch leading a handsome young man toward the Jade Water Pavilion. In the inner palace where the concubines lived, the only man who could freely come and go was the former emperor. Other than that, only the princes could enter. Looking at this young man, Merton Lai was immediately surprised and happy. Although Aldous' appearance had changed a lot in the past 3 years, his general look was still the same. She immediately ran back excitedly, shouting, "My lady! My lady, His Highness is back! His Highness is back!" Fiora, who was anxiously waiting in the pavilion, froze when she heard this. Then 2 lines of tears rolled down her face. She put down her embroidery and quickly walked out with the help of palace maid. Before he could enter, a beautiful woman in a purple palace gown walked out from the hall. Seeing Aldous, the woman's eyes filled with tears as she came forward. She was none other than Fiora, the mother of the former Aldous. Aldouser. When she got close, Fiora hugged Aldous and cried bitterly. The other palace maids were also wiping their eyes, seemingly moved by the scene. Aldous felt even more awkward than when he saw Emperor Care. After all, the woman in front of him was his supposed mother. Aldous was truly grateful to Fiora. In any era, mothers were great. Like all mothers, Fiora had shielded him from the wind and rain in the dangerous city of Nightbloomin. If not for her help, his wine and perfume would not have sold so well in Nightbloomin. The fashion trends that spread from the palace played a big role. Normally, the former Aldous would surely be crying at such a reunion, but Aldous couldn't cry after all. He wasn't really that Aldous. Being hugged by Fiora, Aldous didn't know where to put his hands for a moment. After hesitating, he gently patted Fiora's thin shoulder and said, "Mother, your son is back." Fiora nodded in his arms, then raised her head after a while, not stopping her gaze from scanning Aldous. As if she couldn't look at him enough. Wiping her tears, Fiora held Aldous' hand, smiled through her tears and said to Merton Lai, "After 3 years my Aldouser has grown taller and more handsome. Come, let's go inside and sit." Fiora's gentle and tender manner warmed Aldous' heart. This feeling of being cared for always touched people. Aldous thought that since he was already Aldous now, he should stop thinking about his past life. After all, this was his new life. Thinking this, Aldous suddenly felt more at ease. He followed Fiora into the Jade Water Pavilion, smiling along the way. "Mother, this Jade Water Pavilion looks exactly the same as 3 years ago. Hasn't changed at all." When they got inside, Fiora had Aldous sit close to her and asked Merton Lai to make tea for him. From the moment Aldous entered the pavilion, Fiora's eyes never left him. She said, "Many things in here were arranged by me for you. Every time I see them, I think of you. That's why I never let the servants touch them." Aldous nodded. He could tell that Fiora truly cared for him. He said, "Mother, have you been well in the palace these past 3 years? Did any concubines bully you? If so, tell me, I'll deal with them." Aldous' words warmed Fiora's heart. And tears came again. In the imperial palace, there were very few people one could trust. Everyone guarded against and attacked each other. Life was like walking on thin ice. Like every concubine, their only hope was their children. "No one dares bully me. After your great victory in Kangju, the concubines in the palace all respect me more," Fiora said with red eyes. Aldous took out a handkerchief from his robe and wiped her tears, saying, "Mother, it's a pity I can't bring you to Kangju. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to be separated." Fiora sighed. "A man's ambition should be far-reaching. Besides, you are a royal prince. As long as you're doing well, I will be at ease. If you can live peacefully and safely, everything I do is worth it." Aldous was even more touched in his heart. To have such a mother was a kind of blessing. Merton Lai with red eyes advised, "My lady, please don't cry anymore. His Highness coming back is something to be happy about. Crying too much will harm your body." Yes, I won't cry." Fiora wiped her tears and suddenly smiled. "Aldouser, there's a great joy this time. Your father is discussing with Ivor to marry their daughter Orpheus Stonehearter to you." Merton Lai laughed and said, "Your Highness, Orpheus Stonehearter is a famous beauty in Nightbloomin. She's good at music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Most importantly, she's from the Orpheus family. Even the most powerful nobles can't win her over." Aldous had already been told about this by Fiora. He said, "But not many people in Nightbloomin have seen Orpheus Stonehearter. How can they be sure she's beautiful?" Fiora glared at Aldous. "Your temper hasn't changed a bit. Lust is a dangerous path. How can marriage be based on looks? As long as she's a daughter of the Orpheus family, even if she's ugly, others would still fight to marry her, and you're still being picky. For this matter, your father has talked to Ivor many times. Even now, Ivor is still unclear. This time, after receiving your rewards, go visit Ivor. He cares a lot about face. Just your visit should be enough to settle it." "Mother, Ivor is being too arrogant. He doesn't even listen to the Emperor. Is he trying to rebel?" Aldous slapped the table. Fedora gently tapped Aldous. Everyone says you've changed your temper, but I still see the same old you. If your father issued an order, Ivor wouldn't dare refuse, but between ruler and subject there should be proper manners. If not, how could the Orpheus family stay loyal to your father? You can't force a cow to drink water. While in Nightbloomin, you must not act recklessly like before. If you do, I'd rather die. Saying this, Fiora started crying again. Aldous was helpless and said, Mother, I'll listen to you. After tomorrow, I'll visit the Orpheus family. I just hope Ivor doesn't make things difficult on purpose. Fiora immediately smiled. That's better. Don't worry. Visiting the Orpheus family is just a formality. Ivor definitely won't make it hard for you. A round red sun had just risen over the horizon when the sound of bells suddenly rang out in Nightbloomin City. After 3 rounds of bell chimes, the gatekeepers in the city gradually opened the gates of each residential ward. People began appearing on the morning streets, and thin wisps of cooking smoke slowly floated into the sky. Yesterday afternoon, Aldous had stayed at the Jade Water Pavilion until the palace gates were about to close, and only then did Fiora reluctantly let him leave. In Nightbloomin City, Hank had already prepared a temporary, elegant courtyard for Aldous to stay in. After 7 days of tiring travel, he was already very exhausted. After returning last night, he slept straight through until now. Your Highness, it's time for breakfast. In a little while you'll probably be summoned to court. After washing up, Lou Keeley brought in breakfast. It was made by the cooks who had come with him from the prince's residence. With outsiders around, he always felt uneasy. After eating breakfast, not long passed before a palace eunuch arrived. Aldous changed into a purple round collared Killen robe for a vassal prince, wore a golden fish-shaped ornament at his waist, and put on a 2-pearl headband. Then he followed the eunuch to the palace. Outside the gate, Orpheus and Asa were already waiting for him. When they saw Aldous, the two bowed to him. How does it feel to stay in the Jinwu Guard camp of the Imperial Guards? Aldous asked Orpheus with a smile. This was Orpheus's first time in Nightbloomin, and also his first long trip away from home. Before Orpheus could reply, Asa laughed and said, Your Highness doesn't know last night, Orpheus kept his knife under his pillow the whole time. When I went to wake him this morning, I almost got slashed. Orpheus snorted and said, When you're away from home, it's always safer to be careful. I did that so I could jump up and protect your Highness at any time. And yet you still slept like a rock. The two started bickering again. Aldous gently shook his head, ignored them, and instead looked at the officials on Juke Avenue. In Great Gabriel, most officials walked to court, so early in the morning you would see them walking in groups, wearing their court robes and heading toward the palace. As the three were walking, someone suddenly called out, Asa. Aldous turned around and saw a man in a purple official robe walking toward them. When Asa saw him, he excitedly called out, Father. This man was Bernard. Aldous knew Bernard as well and said with a smile, General Riddle, it's been a while. Greetings, Your Highness. Bernard first greeted Aldous. He had seen the three as soon as they came out, so he quickly walked over to say hello. When Orpheus found out this was the famous Bernard, he looked excited. After Bernard greeted Aldous, Orpheus said, I am Orpheus Banks. Greetings, great general. After exchanging greetings, Bernard smiled and said, I've long heard about Captain Banks Orpheus of Kingju, brave and unmatched. Seeing you today, I can tell from your presence alone. General flatters me. Orpheus scratched his head with joy. Asa complained, Dad, why do you never say that about me? HMPH, what's there to say? Compared to Orpheus, you're still far behind. In Kingju, you should learn more from Orpheus. Bernard scolded seriously. Hearing this, Orpheus looked even prouder and gave Asa a teasing glance. After chatting briefly with Orpheus, Bernard walked alongside Aldous as they headed to the palace. Your Highness, the great victory in Kangju was truly inspiring. And His Majesty gives out rewards. Your Highness will surely be greatly honored. Bernard said as they walked. Bernard was also someone Aldous planned to win over during this trip. Aldous said directly, I don't really care about rewards, it's just some gold and silver. I only hope that this trip to Nightbloomin will be smooth and that I won't be given a hard time. Bernard smiled bitterly. Your Highness is thinking too simply. Such a big achievement, how could no one make trouble? If you outshine the other princes, a lot of people won't be happy. So the general already has some ideas about what will happen in court today, Aldous said with meaning. Your Highness left Nightbloomin at 13, so you're not very familiar with the political scene here, but after staying a while you'll understand. Still, Your Highness doesn't need to worry. This time His Majesty supports you. Just respond as needed in court and don't bother giving face to those civil officials." Aldous nodded. "Thank you for the advice, General." After this, Bernard looked around carefully, then whispered to Aldous, "Your Highness, today's court meeting won't be about rewards, but about the weapon you used in Kangju the cannon." Aldous's expression shifted slightly. Ever since the battle in Kangju started, he had known the cannon couldn't be kept secret. Although he hadn't mentioned it in the news, judging by Bernard's words, the officials in Nightblumen already clearly knew how powerful the cannon was in this war. News really does travel fast in Nightblumen. I didn't expect them to find out about the cannon so quickly." Aldous said calmly. Bernard smiled and said, "Your Highness, Kingju kept the cannon news tightly sealed. Beishan wouldn't keep it secret for you. Now in Chengdu, Beishan is looking for excuses for the loss in Kangju. The cannon is one of them. He says the cannon is unmatched in power, spits flames, sounds like thunder, and under its shells, cavalry and horses are smashed. It kills one person every 10 steps, and no one survives for 1,000 miles." Bernard's serious tone suddenly made Aldous burst into laughter. Looking confused, Bernard asked, "Why is Your Highness laughing?" Assad jumped in. "Father, think about it. Is that even possible? Killing one person every 10 steps, no one left alive for 1,000 miles. Beishan is clearly exaggerating to shift blame. The cannon is actually similar to a fire tube, just with longer range." Really, Bernard was surprised. Right now, in Nightblumen's political circles, the cannon was being described like some kind of divine weapon. Many generals were eagerly looking forward to it. A lot of people thought the victory in Kangju was entirely because of the cannon, and that if they had it too, they could defeat the barbarians just as easily. "It is just as Assad said," Aldous added. "Since the general said this, I'm guessing that in today's court session, the officials will definitely ask me to hand over the cannon's technology." Bernard nodded. This wasn't just the peace faction, many of the war faction thought the same. The great Gabriel Empire had been weak for decades. If the cannon could change their disadvantage against the barbarians, of course they wanted the technology. After thinking for a moment, Aldous asked, "Is that what the general wants too?" Bernard replied, "No. I only hope the imperial guards can get the cannon. As for the other vassal princes, giving them the cannon would be like handing them a sword to threaten the royal family." Golden sunlight blanketed the palace buildings, and the early morning palace seemed to radiate a strong aura of auspiciousness. Bernard's words made Aldous nod slightly. He wasn't agreeing to give the cannons to the imperial guards, but he did agree with Bernard's distrust of the vassal lords. This was exactly what a loyal general should say, and a reason that made Bernard worth winning over. "This cannon production technology, I will give it to no one," Aldous answered Bernard with a firm tone. "Your Highness, this..." Bernard looked confused, even slightly angry. It was understandable if Aldous didn't want to give it to other vassal lords, but to refuse even the imperial guards, who were directly under the emperor, this he couldn't understand. Orpheus, standing behind, let out a big sigh of relief. He had truly been worried Aldous might agree too easily. Assad seemed deep in thought. Bernard's reaction was just as Aldous had expected. Once he said this in court, the minister's reactions would be even stronger. But before that, he needed to win over Bernard's support in court. Bernard was instantly speechless. He admitted, "That's not true. Many officers in the Imperial Guard come from noble families of other vassal states. If that's the case, giving cannon technology to the guards is no different than giving it to the vassal lords," Aldous said calmly. Assad agreed, "Exactly, Father. His Highness is right. If the cannon technology falls into the hands of the vassal lords, it's only a matter of time before the barbarians get it too. When that happens, combining cannons with their cavalry, Great Gabriel will face even greater hardship." "But does that mean Your Highness plans to hoard the cannon technology?" Bernard still felt uneasy. The war hawks had just seen hope in shifting the balance against the barbarians with cannons. Now Aldous's refusal seemed to crush that hope. Aldous chuckled lightly and said, "General, don't worry, I haven't finished. Whether it's the Imperial Guards or the northern vassals fighting the barbarians, what they need is cannons, not the technology. To prevent the technology from being stolen by the barbarians, I believe it's safest to keep it in Kingju. As for the cannons, I can sell them to the court and the 3 northern lords. Isn't that me already being very generous? After all, these cannons are a matter of life and death for Kingju." Bernard immediately relaxed. At least Aldous hadn't gone too far. What he said did make some sense. If cannon technology spread, it would be more harmful than beneficial, especially with how complicated the current situation in Nightblumen was. "Your Highness is righteous. I misjudged you," Bernard said. "It's nothing. The reason I'm telling you this, General, is because I hope you can speak on my behalf in court later. After all, I stand alone if I say it myself. It might attract criticism." "Don't worry, Your Highness. I'll argue on your behalf in court," Bernard replied. In his eyes, Aldous clearly intended to firmly hold on to the canon technology in court, and by speaking up for him, he could gain some favor. Aldous nodded with satisfaction. Now that the cannons had been exposed, there was no way Aldous could keep them to himself, that was clear. Even Care wouldn't stay calm. He would definitely want to equip a cannon unit to maintain deterrence against the Golden Tent Khanate and to have bargaining power at the negotiating table. Moreover, cannons involved national interest. Even if Aldous made great contributions, if he made a wrong move here, he would still be cursed by the public, which would be terrible for developing his territory. So after discussing with Theodore, Morley, Leroy, and others, Aldous decided to sell the cannons but not share the technology. This would be morally justifiable and silence public opinion. Historically, what makes the most money? Selling weapons. Once sold, cannonballs and gunpowder are consumables, and maintenance is also costly. Once his military factories became profitable, he would have funds to continue upgrading industrial technology, buy materials, and develop more weapons. Also, once the Northern Lords bought Aldous's cannons, they would be wary of him after all. If he refused to sell more, wouldn't they go crazy? Especially since the Imperial Guard would surely get cannons first, breaking the military balance. In short, Aldous would be holding their lifeline. But Aldous wasn't foolish. He wouldn't sell the most powerful cannons. Like modern arms sales, he would create an export version to ensure his military edge. For example, if his cannon had a range of 3 miles, he would only sell ones that reached 1 or 2 miles. Then, when his cannon's range and power improved, he'd sell the 3-mile version. Constant upgrades would naturally trigger new rounds of purchases, giving him a steady stream of income. While discussing the cannon issue, the 4 of them arrived at the Chenking Hall. Court hadn't started yet, and ministers stood in small groups chatting. Aldous's arrival immediately drew attention. Many generals swarmed over to greet him. Aldous didn't know many of them, but still returned each greeting. Dear nephew," As Aldous was exchanging pleasantries, a familiar voice rang out. A chubby man squeezed through the crowd. It was the Prince of Hardy. "Dear nephew, I've been waiting for you in Nightblumen for days." The Prince of Hardy came up and gave Aldous a heavy pat on the shoulder, looking affectionate. Aldous winced from the slap. His victory in Kangju had brought him great merit, and the Prince of Hardy had benefited too. He'd already heard from Hank that the prince had written to the Emperor, listing all the coal, iron, and saltpeter he had supplied, clearly asking for credit. So now the prince was desperate to see Aldous, afraid he wouldn't get his support in court. He'd wanted to visit yesterday, but Aldous was in the palace all day, and by the time he returned, the city was under curfew, making it inconvenient for the prince to go out. "Third uncle, if I hadn't been delayed yesterday, I would have gone to visit you. This Kangju victory was thanks to your support with provisions," Aldous said, fully aware of the prince's intentions. Now that Kangju was secure, Aldous was ready to grow the economy. Building ties with the Prince of Hardy was necessary. Though they may hate each other, they still had to put on a show of harmony. After all, who wants to argue with money? Loud laughter echoed in the Chenking Hall. The King of Hardy was all smiles. Today, Aldous unexpectedly gave him some face. He pulled Aldous aside and said, "Dear nephew, this great victory in Kangju, you are the main hero. But your royal uncle provided a lot of money, food, and supplies, so I deserve some credit too. On the court later, you should go easy on me. Third royal uncle, this time our father ordered us both to defend Kangju, so this credit should belong to both of us. I won't fight over the merit, but later you must fully support me in return." "Oh, go ahead, tell me what you want." The King of Hardy was delighted. If Aldous needed his help, things would be much easier. Aldous smiled mysteriously. "With your wisdom, uncle, you'll understand soon enough." As they were speaking, Hank suddenly walked into the hall and loudly announced, "His Majesty has arrived." When Aldous had been chatting with the officials, the princes stood by coldly. After he approached, they gave him only a polite nod. He didn't care much for their attitude. Even the crown prince acted this way. Aldous couldn't help but sneer inside. No wonder people said this crown prince was useless. He didn't even understand basic manners. Long live the Emperor. Care sat on the dragon throne and the crowd shouted in unison. After the chant, Care fixed his gaze on Aldous. My dear officials, I believe you've already seen the Aldous and the King of Hardy this morning. The great victory in Kanju has brought glory to our country and made the barbarians retreat in defeat. For decades, our great Gabriel Empire hasn't had such a win. I summoned the Aldous and the King of Hardy here to reward their merits. Care was full of pride. He looked at Aldous and the King of Hardy with a happy smile. The King of Hardy looked pleased and said loudly, "Your Majesty, as a border prince, defending the country is our duty. Without your strong support, neither I nor the Aldous could have won this battle." Aldous glanced at the King of Hardy. He thought to himself, "This old fox sure knows how to flatter while staying humble." He followed up, "Third royal uncle is right. Without father's full support, Kanju might have already fallen into barbarian hands. There wouldn't have been a battle, let alone a victory. So rather than say this is my merit, it's truly father's achievement. Though you were in Nightblumen, father, you commanded as if 1,000 miles away. My admiration for you flows like the endless Yangtze River, continuous and mighty." The officials were all stunned. The entire hall was filled with Aldous's flattery that gave people goosebumps. On the throne, Care's smile grew wider. Even he felt embarrassed by the praise. But he had to admit Aldous's compliments were creative and poetic. Care finally burst out laughing. At that moment, Aldous stopped. When it came to flattery, could the King of Hardy possibly beat all the jokes stored in Aldous's brain? Officials led by Maynard felt uneasy. They thought they were shameless, but this guy was on another level. The Crown Prince and the other princes were visibly uncomfortable. Aldous used to be useless and couldn't even flatter well. When did he become so skilled? The King of Hardy was stunned but secretly gave Aldous a thumbs up. No emperor dislikes being flattered, especially when Aldous gave him most of the credit for the victory. He said, "Aldous, don't be too modest. Though I planned the war, you fought it. You deserve the greatest merit. Tell me, what reward do you want?" Before coming here, Aldous had already discussed this with Morley and others. For officials, such a victory would mean promotion and reward. But for a prince, there's no promotion. Gold and silver wouldn't be much, and it wasn't worth asking for. What mattered now was planning for future strategy. So he said, "Father, I don't want any reward. Although the barbarians lost this time, it was only a small defeat. Their strength is mostly intact. Kanju is still in danger. If I want to keep my land safe, I must retake Mountain Sea Pass. So I am planning to drive the barbarians out of Yuju and take back the pass. But I need your approval on one matter." As soon as Aldous mentioned retaking Mountain Sea Pass, the ministers started whispering. And he showed mocking expressions. Everyone knew barbarians were bad at sieging cities. This victory relied heavily on defending and using cannons, but fighting barbarians on the open plains was a totally different matter. "What is it? Just say it. If I can agree, I will," said Care. He was delighted by Aldous's ambition. "I want to form a cavalry unit called the Guaning Iron Cavalry. These soldiers will be recruited from the former residents of Yuju. To boost their spirit to reclaim their homeland, I promise them that whoever helps take back Mountain Sea Pass will be rewarded with land in Yuju," Aldous said seriously. Right after Aldous finished speaking, a court official stepped out and shouted, "Your Majesty, you must not allow this. Aldous has sinister motives. If you agree, it's the same as giving Yuju to him. His territory will become the largest in Great Gabriel." "Heh, what a joke, Minister Rollins." Another official stepped forward and mocked Maynard. "Yuju is under barbarian control. Letting Aldous drive them out is better than feeding enemy troops. He is royal blood, don't you know which side is heavier?" "Minister Olson is right," said General Riddle Jacob. "Some ministers clearly have evil thoughts. Sometimes I wonder, do they serve Great Gabriel or the barbarians?" Maynard was shaking with anger. He turned to the Emperor and said, "Your Majesty, according to our sources, Aldous has made a weapon called a cannon. It's extremely powerful. That's why he won the war. If we let him control Yuju too, he'll become too powerful to control." As soon as the word cannon was spoken, every official turned to look at Maynard. Aldous sneered. So this was Maynard's real plan, to bring up the cannon in court. The court was so silent that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The ministers looked at Aldous, each with their own thoughts. After a while, Emperor Care looked at Aldous and asked, "Prince Henry, is this cannon matter true?" Aldous replied, "Father Emperor, the cannon is real. However, I simply changed the name of the fire tube. The cannon looks similar to the fire tube, but its range has been increased." Care nodded. Aldous did not hide the matter of the cannon, which made him feel reassured. At this point, Maynard said, "Since that's the case, Your Highness should hand over the cannon technology. Whether it's a fire tube or a cannon, as long as it can defeat the barbarians, Your Highness should contribute it for the sake of the great Gabriel Empire." With just a few words, the topic in court shifted from rewarding achievements to demanding the canon technology. The shift in focus was exactly what Maynard and his faction intended. They were unhappy that the Aldous and Prince Hardy would receive rewards. For Maynard, extracting the canon technology was his true goal. "Your Highness, how could you insult this old official like that? I have always acted for the peace of great Gabriel. Yet you doubt my loyalty. Your Majesty, you must stand up for me." With that, Maynard fell to his knees and cried out. Care frowned. Although Aldous' words were harsh, they served as a reminder. He said, "Prince Henry, your temperament hasn't changed at all. Apologize to Minister Rowlands." "Father Emperor, your son is not wrong. So why should I apologize? This is a matter of national importance. We can't share it lightly. The country is plagued by internal and external troubles. I happen to find a way to increase the range of the fire tube. Now Maynard demands that I hand over the technology. I ask you, Father, if this tech is handed over, can the Weaponry Bureau in Nightblumen ensure it won't be leaked? There are many in Great Gabriel secretly colluding with the barbarians, and I believe you know that. If the barbarians get this tech, never mind reclaiming Mountain Sea Pass, even Kangju may be reduced to rubble. By then who will turn the tide?" Aldous said anxiously. "Seventh brother, if you hand over the canon tech, naturally others will turn the tide. Or do you think you're the only one in Great Gabriel who can fight a war?" A mocking voice came. It was the fourth prince. "You speak so lightly, fourth brother. It's true you're no good at fighting, but you're quite good at scheming. That assassin from last year, I think I'm starting to figure things out," Aldous said with a sinister smile. The fourth prince's face turned pale. If Aldous pursued this matter now, with his current merit, the Emperor would surely be furious. He quickly defended himself. "I had nothing to do with it." "Oh, I haven't even asked yet. Why are you in such a hurry to explain, fourth brother?" Aldous smiled. The fourth prince was both angry and anxious, realizing he had walked into Aldous' trap. Care frowned deeply. He sternly asked, "Aldous, have you gotten to the bottom of the assassin matter?" Before Aldous could respond, the fourth prince suddenly said, "Father Emperor, I think Prince Henry has a point. The canon tech must not be given out lightly. If it falls into the wrong hands, it would be a disaster for Great Gabriel." His sudden shift in attitude clearly indicated he wanted to make a deal with Aldous. The fourth prince even signaled him with his eyes, confirming Aldous' suspicion. Aldous sneered internally and said, "Father Emperor, I have not yet found conclusive evidence." Care's eyes swept between Aldous and the fourth prince. He snorted, understanding what was going on, but chose not to pursue it. He then turned to the other ministers and said, "What do the rest of you think?" "Your Majesty, I believe Prince Henry is right. The canon technology should not be casually handed to the Weaponry Bureau. For safety, why not let the Imperial Army buy the cannons from Prince Henry instead? This way, the army gets the weapon, and the technology remains safe." Bernard chimed in to support. Care already had a plan in mind. This was a perfect opportunity to strengthen Imperial power. He clearly understood the risk of handing the canon tech to the Weaponry Bureau. From the beginning, he had no intention of doing so. In recent years, he'd felt his body weakening. He also realized that the struggles between princes were influenced by non-royal vassals behind the scenes. He suddenly recalled a teaching from Emperor Geazu Stafford Anton. The struggle between royal princes is a matter of the royal family, but external vassals are a national issue. It's better to let the princes fight among themselves and let the strongest rule Great Gabriel than to allow a non-royal prince to usurp the throne. With this in mind, he decided not to demand the canon tech. If princes backed by external vassals obtained the tech, they would immediately pass it to those vassals. The same was true for disloyal ministers. Instead of taking that risk, he would allow access to the weapon but not the knowledge. And for his own safety, Aldous would surely guard the canon's secret closely. "Your Majesty, I also believe Prince Henry is right. This canon must not be handed out freely. If the barbarians get it, it'll be dangerous." Prince Hardy finally spoke in support of Aldous. After all, Aldous was family, and he had no fondness for those external vassals. Prince Hardy's words helped Care make up his mind. He said, "This canon matter is of great importance. For safety, the technology will remain in Kingju. However, if the Imperial Army wants to buy cannons, you must not refuse." Aldous was delighted this canon issue was now resolved. Care proved himself shrewd. The canon could deter not only the barbarians but also non-royal vassals. The louder Maynard yelled, the more anxious those vassals must be, Sure enough, upon hearing this, Maynard looked as if all hope was lost. Wise decision, Father Emperor. Aldous complimented him again. Care nodded. He had known beforehand that Maynard would bring up the canon issue and had purposely allowed Hank to leak the idea of demanding the technology. As expected, Maynard raised the issue in court. But Maynard was still too naive for him. He had merely used Maynard's mouth to raise the canon topic and used that to naturally get Aldous to supply weapons. There's no need to discuss the canon anymore. I will work it out with Prince Henry. Today's court meeting is about rewards, not to make things difficult for him. Otherwise, wouldn't that chill the hearts of our soldiers who fought in the Kangju battle? Care said with a note of anger. Maynard was furious inside. He had always prided himself on reading Care well, but had failed miserably this time. Still, he was unwilling to give up and said, Your Majesty, even if the canon tech is not handed over, we mustn't let Prince Henry take control of Yuju so easily. In that case, Minister Rollins, go reclaim Yuju for me. In fact, all of you, whoever can win back Yuju, it will belong to him. Care roared and stood up.